Ungana, and I serve also as a Global Goodwill Ambassador for International Moon Day. This event was born in celebration of International Moon Day back in the year 2023. We had our first event in Kenya. That was an in-person event, a hybrid event. We then moved to Ghana in 2024, another hybrid event. And last year, 2025, we were in Nigeria, another hybrid event. And this year, for the first time, we're totally online. So it's a pleasure to welcome one and all, those who may not be here present, those who are watching live, and those who will be watching live in the future as this process gets, as we say in the world of today's digital world, gets dispersed through social media, especially on WhatsApp, so we can reach every nook and cranny of the African continent. One of the challenges we discovered over the last 3 years that many people who have interests simply can't afford even to be online, given the cost of data and streaming. And so they tend to live their lives through WhatsApp. And so we're determined to see what we can do this year to repurpose all our content and make it available on a special WhatsApp stream, WhatsApp channel for those people who want to get engaged in space in Africa, but are challenged by the funds available to them at present. So in this today, we're looking at the question of space sustainability and exploration. Big topic, we'd say. And the thing about it is that it's very important that we recognize that this topic is not going to get any smaller as the race for return to space permanently heats up. And the issue of sustainability in terms of how do we sustain our access to space becomes very critical. That's a big issue for many people who are concerned about issues, space debris issues, and quite a few other issues that we're going to hopefully hear from our two setting the stage speakers. We have with us Rose Crochet, and Rose is here. I'm going to ask her to join me on stage and let's talk a little bit about, from her perspective, what's coming up, what's next, what might we need to be cognizant of. So let me say welcome and good morning, Rose Crochet. We've been
Thank you.
at it since COVID days. Rose Crochet wrote a very seminal book. Was a book or a compendium? Anyway, to me, it's a book on advancing foundational capacity. That seems like so long ago, Rose, isn't it?
Yeah, it was in 2023. Right. Yeah, I'm working on an update. So we'll be talking soon, I'm sure.
Right. So I want to welcome you to this conversation, establishing the means. And it was deliberately vague what does establishing the means mean, but establishing the means to go forward in space sustainability and exploration. And it's a broad sector because really the universe is vast and expanding, right? So establishing the means itself is vast and expanding. Tell us from your perspective, Rose, Crochet, how are you seeing I guess the policy, the technology, the society, all the ways in which we have to be ready. There have to be means by which we can go to space peacefully and go together.
That's an excellent question, and inclusivity is so vital. It's humanity going into space beyond Earth, not just one particular country. And so I have to say there's a lot of good news here. There are a lot of ways to become evolved, no matter where your country is on the journey toward being, an active space partner, or we have kind of different categories. Like emerging space means your country is working on a space program, or is kind of actively thinking about how to use space. And then you have like a smaller set that actually are launching satellites and that kind of thing. But every single country on this planet is using space applications, whether or not they recognize it or not. And that's a whole lot of what I talk about in the Handbook for Space Capability Development, actually, the why of space and what we mean by space capability. But this whole discussion is really kind of the next step. Right now, the space economy, the space ecosystem is still very Earth focused. That is where the majority of the money is being made using satellite communications or position navigation and timing devices and capabilities, or implementing remote sensing capabilities into various non-space sectors. And then the hardware piece is actually relatively small compared to all of that other activity, which means it's accessible. I mean, like
Yeah.
you can combine all of those space applications in different ways that are unique to your particular community or your area on the Earth. Because someone sitting in San Francisco or in Paris or in Hong Kong is not going to understand the problems that you can help your customers with by working with this. So I think it's a really underutilized on ramp, into space. But
Mm.
uh, I have two roles, actually. Just a quick note for context. One is I'm a non-resident policy fellow at the Center for Global Development, which is why I'm so interested in this, and I so value Dr. Nelson running this program. But then, secondly, I also work for the U.S. Department of Commerce in the Office of Space Commerce. So that's why maybe the commerce part is top of mind. And for me, it's because we have to recognize that to build a stable ecosystem, it needs to rely on more than outside inputs. There has to be a generation of wealth. There has to be a cycle of material and capability and uses that kind of flow kind of independently of outside inputs. And so, we think really actively in both these roles about what an in-space activity would be. And that means shifting the customer's activity away from being Earth focused into being more space focused. And so, or in space focused. And so what does that look like? Some of the activities that are evolving right now would be, for example, the very immediate concern about the how crowded space is right now, and that we need to figure out a way to be able to work together and peacefully and safely in space. So, that first glimmer of an in space activity is probably going to come servicing all of the stuff that's in space for the on Earth space economy. But it's a toehold. I mean, it's a way to create kind of a micro circular system in space to deal with that. And what can that look like? It can look like satellite refueling. It can be debris removal. It can be kind of the next steps beyond that, gathering material and recycling material into new uses, because it's still very expensive and difficult to put things into space. So if something's already there, you have a case for reusing it. So all of that I think is really exciting. Another element for in-space economy would be efforts like commercial space stations. The International Space Station has been around for a very long time, but it's reaching its end of life. We can only keep patching it for so long. And so, we're looking maybe by 2030. And so, certainly the US government is encouraging commercial LEO destinations to get established. One of those, not that I'm trying to run a commercial or anything, I just think it's a neat name, is a company called Blue Origin, who has a space station concept called Blue Reef. And I love the analogy because just like in the ocean, having a coral reef is the anchor point where a lot of life revolves around. And so I think we do think a lot about what are those anchor points we need. And because it's in space in such an inhospitable environment, you kind of have to have multiple things at the same time kind of standing up for it to actually work. And I think we're going to see with this kind of wave of commercial space stations that are competing, now an interesting shift, because there still is an idea that to establish the in space or beyond Earth community, that you have to have humans to be that anchor, and you have to, therefore, the whole world around humans to be able to exist and work is important, and that's where it's going. But I would say yes, it's true, and all of this other kind of non-human specific stuff, particularly as we improve automation and artificial intelligence to be able to operate semi-independently, to be able to do some of this cleaning and recycling and repurposing work and refueling work without necessarily a human with a gas pump in hand to make it happen. So it's a really interesting time in flux. But let me bring it back down to earth again about what's happening right now. What are the foundations that we can all work on? And I know this doesn't sound very exciting, but I would argue that standards are incredibly exciting and important. An example I like to show is the English Oxford Dictionary, for example. It was started and took about 70 years to complete. And there were some super contributors, yes, people who submitted like 10,000 words in their definitions, but there were also hundreds, not thousands, of volunteers who provided individual words and definitions that were compiled into the first iteration of this dictionary. And that is a foundation for so much incredible work that later happened later. And technical standards are kind of like that today. So there's thousands and thousands of professionals who are slowly putting together, what do we mean by a hardened transistor for space? What does a solar panel look like and how does it work? Even workforce discussions, we're talking about developing some standards for what do we mean by engineer, or really the many hundreds of variations of that, so that when the workforce that is no longer just necessarily tied to one country goes from one to another, we all know what we're talking about when we say a title. Or universities are able to start creating curriculum that is consistent or meets a standard that makes sense for what they're trying to do, both for safety and for compatibility. So most countries have a standards organization of some sort that if they aren't already, should find a way to contribute to this grand dictionary we're building slowly, collectively as humanity. And a lot of this work is going into the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. So definitely check that out, if not only to contribute, but also as a reference. There is an incredible amount of knowledge that has already been worked out amongst very, very, professional, experienced people to kind of explain what we mean when we say, any particular capability involving space. So I think it's really quite exciting. I've only sort of more recently really come to appreciate it. So
Yeah.
that's why I can't help but use this opportunity to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm very
So
excited
we'll
too.
pause there. Yeah.
Yeah, pause here. So
Yeah.
much things open. I think I'm gonna have to have you back over the course of the month to talk this more about the standards issue, because I think for most of us, we know it's floating around in the ether, but we're not paying attention to how far it's gotten. And next week, when we're talking about having master classes, where we can go more in depth into subject matters, I think this might be one that's really should spend more time on. So let's welcome Marlene Lossier, Dr. Marlene, sorry, proper French pronunciation, Marlene Lozier. I was laughing at myself last night. I said, Marlene Lozier, Rose Crochet. I was doing it when I was typing stuff to you guys last night. Marlene, welcome. If you could bring us up to speed on, we're talking about establishing means, and it's pretty vague, but I deliberately brought somebody who's more focused on the, let's say, the tech side, and you're more focused on the law and policy side. So where are we, and what do we need to be thinking about as we talk about space sustainability and exploration?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Claire, for this wonderful invitation. It's always nice to see you, but hopefully that will be in person one day soon. But especially, it's such a privilege to participate in the programs that you run, especially Space Ungana, now for many years. And the topics have become more interesting, more dynamic as we've expanded not only farther and longer into the universe, but the complexity of the space ecosystems and the participation of regions and different sectors and individuals, communities at many, many levels across the world make this conversation even more critical. So I think the questions that you raised to me, and I'm a legal expert in international law, and I deal with mostly the issues of the law that are in development. So not necessarily existing law, which we call lex lata, but the lex ferenda, where there are questions about the law that usually only arise after the technology has developed. And as in most cases, especially throughout history, and we can see very clearly, particularly in the last like 10 to 15 years, with regard to space exploration, the technology is booming. And when the technology booms, there are many open questions. And those open questions are in the process of being discussed and being analyzed. And as a legal expert, my practice is in Washington, D.C. And as I said, I deal with particularly these questions, advising multiple parties, governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, uh, private entities, sovereign entities on these questions. And so what is the most pressing question of the day, I would say, is what is space law and what is the structure, the foundation of how space development and exploration and the use of space technologies, how is that governed? And in general, we of course have the 5 space law treaties that were developed by the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, which is based in Vienna, Austria, and it's part of the Secretariat of the UN based in New York. But this special um, um, auspices of the UN Secretariat was charged to develop space laws, in particular the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which has been the critical instrument for our understanding of space law. And that was developed within the Committee on Peaceful Uses of the Outer Space, which was a group of countries that got together and developed that text. However, in the last few years, the number of states participating in that committee has grown. Questions about the interpretation of that treaty, as well as the 4 other treaties, have also increased, as well um, as the validity even of one of those treaties, which is the Moon Treaty. Many put that aside as if it were not still a valid treaty, but it is very much a valid treaty. So these are very important documents to be familiar with. To be also on good footing in order to understand the structure and legal and policy developments current today is the understanding of the historical development of these documents. These documents were developed in the 1960s and the 1970s. They report, this committee reports to the 4th Committee of the UN General Assembly. The UN General Assembly, of course, is an instrument of the UN to deal with issues of key importance to the United Nations. In the 4th Committee, there are 2 branches of the UN that report to the 4th Committee. One, of course, is the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, and also the Committee on Decolonization. And the reason I mention it is because as we were developing the concepts and the principles to decolonize the political state of the Earth, we were developing principles to structure the exploration of outer space. And there are parallels between those 2 efforts, which should, one, not be ignored, and should moreover be followed in unison as these both auspices of the UN report to the 4th Committee, which is usually in the fall. So structurally, I think that's an overall picture that I would like to for people to be aware. The second is that in terms of developing law, we can say we have these principles installed in these UN space treaties. However, because the law has lagged and not provided sufficient structure, for example, guarantees for investors or guidance on what can or cannot be done, in 2020, so 2020, under the leadership of the United States, the United States developed the Artemis Accords, which is a series of bilateral agreements signed now, I think, with over 70 countries. The last 2 recently signed yesterday and the day before. But these are a set of say principles that are based on the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, but that can provide more structure and more guidance for states to move forward in the exploration of space and also to utilize the resources of space. However, a key element of the Artemis Accords are that they are a series of bilateral treaties that are signed between the United States and a particular country, which is different than the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which is a multilateral treaty that is signed by multiple countries and in a multilateral way in which there was a negotiation process, all of these countries, and there's a continuous discussion, for example, at the COPRIS in Vienna. Now, this is important also to keep in mind, which in one way facilitates the type of activity that can be had and also challenges the existing UN space law and policy structure as it was established in the 1960s under the Fourth Committee of the UN General Assembly. And so those implications are very important for all nations to consider, particularly those nations that are still evolving space countries, space economies, because those countries are often tied into the Fourth Committee for more than just space, but may also continue to be dealing with issues of decolonization. So this is the key. Then with regards to how to advance the system for policy of laws, it is critical that all states participate in this process. And the forum generally for that to happen is in Vienna. For states to become party of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, it's an instrument mechanism where there's consensus, and so all states that are party can participate. And this is even when a country does not yet have a developed space economy or strong spacefaring capacities, because it's important that they participate in the process to create the laws that would exist now and in the future.
You know what? I'm going to take a pause there because I really think both of you have to come back and do a master class because I'm learning so much listening here. And I do think for many of what I guess I'm calling us space actionists, because space actors are people that have things in space, right? And most of the emerging space nations, some of them might have, and have, a satellite up. So, but like a country like Jamaica would not be a space actor because we don't have anything up in the sky, based on how I'm hearing the terms being used. But definitely as a nation that has obligations, I think they did sign the Outer Space Treaty way back when, but I'm not sure how active some of the small island development states are in the actual current day. As a matter of fact, yesterday we had a conversation about that. And now that Mauritius has signed the Outer Space Treaty, they are going to go ahead to try to push for there to be a space for small island developing states, kind of a circle that we're going to try and push to have the Caribbean and other small islands like Fiji and those other ones involving. So that's something that comes up. As we think about, we have about 5 minutes left. As I'm hearing both of you, I'm not sure how much you heard of each other. I'm wondering if you have a question for Rose, or if Rose has a question for you, based on what you heard each other say, because there's so much I could unpack from what was said in terms of the standards issue. How do we begin to develop, I guess, the protocols, the standards, especially if the thing does not exist. And this is where the space futures idea for me comes in as a futurist. I really believe that we could do a better job of narrowing that gap if we use foresight at the beginning. We didn't wait until it was so far along. We know that things are moving, we know that technology is moving a certain way. And I have tried in the past to identify an institution that really could take up this issue of future law and have an ongoing process for that. I was hoping to get ISU to do it. Unfortunately, we just heard that their doors got closed. So the question is, who is going to be in advance and recognize that you can use foresight to some extent to at least explore what could be because there is some knowledge ahead of time of what might be in terms of what technology might become the dominant one and what technology might become the one that that industry agrees to support, which will then impact the actual law and policy you're talking about. So it's a double-edged sword. And I think that well, we're all in Washington, D.C. Maybe we'll have to have a coffee next time we're all physically here at the same time to think about, is there a place for this futures, as I call it, space futures collaboratory, which I've been talking about, and what could be designed to enable private sector and governments to put something into it. And it can't be in a kind of a UN space. And I say that on purpose because UN spaces are not good at exploration and design. They kind of, if you look at the Pact for the Future, for example, the one clause on space was very watered down in order to get the consensus to get it to be approved, right? And so the Pact for the Future of Space really doesn't have anything about the future other than we want peaceful use of outer space. All right, great. So somebody else, some non-governmental multilateral entity has to exist, run by regular people, I say. So we wouldn't have any binding authority on anything, but at least we could be a safe space for people to say whatever they want to say, and for us to kind of look at second and third order consequences of these decisions and technology choices that we're making. So I'd love to hear, as we wrap up, each of you just give me some closing remarks. I think our other panelists are here for the next session. At least some of them are here. Tell us more about, what do you think, if you had to pick 2 or 3 things that we ought to be focusing on, especially for emerging countries, emerging space countries, in terms of how we might go forward?
I'll give it a stab. But I'd already made a case for standards, and how that's a very immediate thing, and what's useful too is you can build on an existing strength in your country and like your non-space economy, and really translate that into kind of work that's more space oriented. So it kind of accomplishes 2 things. One, it helps whittle down this mountain of work we need to do collectively. It takes advantage of your existing workforce, and it potentially retools them a little to be getting into the space sector. That it can always kind of be dual use, though. I mean, it's not like they have to step away from their previous work. They can do and that creates a little more stability too, so you can flow between these 2 worlds over the course of a career. And I think there's a lot of that kind of work that needs to be figured out. There's this idea that you either are an aerospace engineer or you're not in space, and we're really working hard to try to open the door, be like, no, there's a lot of skills that are translatable into this sector, and you can flow between them, and so you can have a career that touches on, contributes to, as part of this, without necessarily being like strictly space all the time, nothing until like the end of your days. So a little kind of opening of opportunities, kind of through using what you have is I think a really interesting and useful way to start approaching this. But that doesn't mean that you have to only work on problems that are like super immediate. And right now is always, like, as you're talking about, Dr. Nelson, having the long view, having a hand in kind of like this kind of longer term effort to contribute to an in-space economy and a beyond Earth economy. And things like the Artemis Accords, which is a non-binding set of principles, not necessarily a treaty, is one path to doing that, to be contributing to what are safety and norms, for example, working on the moon, which we need every voice to be a part of that. And I think that's why so many countries have joined the Accords. But there's many other kind of organizations that are working on parts of that kind of long-term vision. And we probably could do better as a collective of getting that forward and easy to find. Kind of a lot of the work that you're doing, Dr. Nelson, is along those lines, and why I think it's so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Marlene.
And so thank you for the question. This is a good one. And so it's very important to know which questions to ask. And my answer would be that the biggest point I would make is that all states, particularly emerging space-faring nations, even those without a satellite yet, but who certainly use space technologies and will be dependent on space technologies, as all states have come and will be even become more over time, is to ensure that they have a seat at the table and they're participant in the discussions. And although there may be pluses or minuses for some with regards to the UN system, it is critical that all states participate in the Committee on the Peaceful Uses at Latter States, because that is the center point of the structure of the legal and diplomatic structure of what space and how space operates. So although there may be some criticisms of that committee, it does have a science and technical committee. It has a legal committee, and also has a plenary. But the legal committee then breaks down into different issues that have become the most pressing issues for various states. And again, what they're doing in those committees, especially the legal subcommittee, is developing the law, developing the principles, and doing so multilaterally as a world community, as a diplomatic community that is based on the UN Charter, which is the sovereign equality of all states. So whether it's a small state or a large state, the emphasis of the needs of that state must be recognized in that committee. Now, there's also many opportunities to discuss and to develop and to opine on how the law should develop. And there are forums, for example, the International Astronomical Federation that has excellent forums about that. There are forums where each state can not only learn more about the international structure, but that can really work to develop their own domestic laws, because it is critical that a state not only have as part of the international legal system for space, but also has domestic laws. And those domestic laws have to be compatible with the existing international laws and the development of that. So that is a must. And to do that, it's again very important to have a seat at the table, and for all countries, to be able to participate in those different forums. And who is participating? Each country may not have a super legal expert. They may have individuals at varying stages of their professional career, but it's important to utilize the resources. So members of the state that have studied abroad, it's critical for those members of the states who have studied abroad to come back to their countries of origin and to participate, and to be fluid in being able to interact linguistically, academically, legally, diplomatically with the world community. So that, I would say, is a critical factor for people of all generations. So not just the younger individuals, but people who have had careers, not specifically in space, but that have had other aspects of careers that contribute to the objective of pulling their country forward into these discussions. So I would say that's the piece of advice that I would most certainly encourage.
Thank you so much, Marlene Lozier, Dr. Marlene Lozier, and Madame Rose Cusher, two long-standing experts in this conversation of how do we get emerging space countries to the table, functional and fully participatory. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be in touch to see if we can find a way to have a different kind of a conversation, perhaps like a mini workshop of some kind for those people. I'll do some calling around to see who might be interested, that we could, move this forward. Thank you again. And I look forward to being in touch. Take care. Thank you. So folks, that's it for establishing means. We have now set the table. The knife and forks are out, and we are going to go straight into our first session. I think that we have at least two of our panelists. I could ask them to turn on their cameras so we can move them on. and bring them to the spotlight. We have with us Dr. Sharon Hack, and we have with us Dr. Cheyenne Polias, two generations of Caribbean women who are doing the deed in area of astrophysics, and it's always very exciting for me. I really should not be the person doing this session, but the person who should be doing this session is not here. So we soldier on and we have the conversation. I really like to always include a broader perspective as possible when we have the future space conversations, because I heard a lot of complaints from the astronomy sector and concerns about really what this means when we start littering the sky with a lot of things, and what does it mean. And of course, I don't know where we're going to take this conversation. I'll ask you each to put your arguments on the table. Our question for this session is really, we're talking about space exploration, deep space exploration. We're talking about what could happen in the future, what is happening now that is impacting it, what could happen in the future when we quote unquote return to permanent settlement on the moon, what could happen if we're talking about having cislunar orbit also being habitated by something, right? What does that look like? And we're talking about both the opportunities and the challenges from your perspective in the broadest sense possible. So I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Shirin Hack, who is a world-renowned astrophysicist living in the Caribbean, which is very unusual. Typically, people of her stature have to go outside to kind of get things done. I don't know how you have managed to stay alive in a situation where I'm sure most people look at you like, what are you talking about? But congratulations on starting Karina. And maybe now that we have new generations such as Dr. Polius here, who started an organization in St. Lucia, we might see more young people getting involved and feeling confident that even from the small Caribbean islands, we can have careers in astrophysics that you don't have to leave home to do. So Dr. Hack, give us your take 5 to 7 minutes or so of where you think we are in terms of the challenge opportunities of the future of deep space exploration and dark skies, as I like to say.
All right. Good morning, everyone from Trinidad and Tobago. So it's early morning here, 5:30. Thank you very much, Dr. Claire Nelson. You've always been a shining light for all of us and all that you do for the Caribbean region and things like that. So thank you all for having me here. It's an honor to be here. As Dr. Claire Nelson already mentioned, I'll just give a very brief background. So for a long time, essentially, and I've been practicing as the only professional astronomer in the English-speaking Caribbean. And that, of course, has come with huge challenges because when I did my PhD at the University of Virginia, there was an entire department of astronomy with numerous astronomers. And here, you're walking the path alone. And I'm actually really happy to see Cheyenne here and the younger generation who's going to take the torch forward. So I'll just spend a few minutes giving you really, because I have look back time, how it has astronomy, and with it, all the topics that Dr. Nelson mentioned, including dark skies, deep space exploration, how it has progressed in the Caribbean region with all its challenges. So one of the first things you realize is, and it's a story of my own life, that astronomy, what you're going to do with astronomy, right? Meaning there are no career paths, there are no jobs to get as an astronomer, right? So I always say strike one. That didn't happen. It did work out. And then, it's like you could do astronomy here. That's the next question you'd get. In the Caribbean, don't you have to go away to study that? So again, strike two. You can study astronomy in the Caribbean region, right, through the University of the West Indies, where I am located. I'm currently a professor of astronomy, and then third thing would be, who's going to give you money to do astronomy when we have bigger problems like food security and climate change and things like that? And again, I say strike three. All right. So that's my history there. And we are, I think, moving forward in a good way. We are a small region. If you add up the entire population of the Caribbean region, We are probably still a city in a big country, right? But there are really, really some brilliant people in the region. And well, I know I have about 5 minutes, so I won't extend it too long. So just to give you a sense of how things have progressed in the last few decades, from my perspective, for a long time, I was the only person doing astronomy, student doing astronomy in the region. And right now, just before I got on, I just took a quick check. I've had 11 graduate students, 5 currently in astronomy, right? And I mean, how does that happen? Because still the question arises, what jobs can you do with astronomy? So the beautiful thing that has happened now is that astronomy gives you transferable skills. And that's what I'm seeing. So a lot of people have this passion for astronomy, just like all over the world. I often say that many disciplines don't have societies, but we all know there'll be an astronomy society in every country. The Caribbean region has many as well. And so people come to it for the love of where do we come from, the big questions, the beauty of the night skies. There's been mention of dark skies. The Caribbean is still not that badly, we do not suffer with that bad light pollution, right? Though we do have some challenges. So there's lots of good things. We are also ideally located. So one of the things that worked for us, and this is what I'd say to everybody, as small as you may be, and as a nation, as a region, find something that's your niche, unique to you. And one of that for us was where we were located on planet Earth, right? So close to the equator. So that allowed us to see the northern skies and the southern skies. So some of our collaborators in Finland, the project we were on, they could not observe the, it's a binary black hole system for a lot of the times because it was so high up on the equator. But we could. So that became a very valuable project for us, and we became part of an international collaboration there. Another example too, which is what is your niche that you could offer the world that they don't have? We have mud volcanoes and pitch lake. What does that have to do with astronomy? We got involved in a project in astrobiology where mud volcanoes were a model for Mars and for the hydrocarbon lakes or the pitch lake for Titan. So we have been involved in projects for looking for life in the universe by the small niche things. So international collaborators began coming to us in the Caribbean. So, you know, you have to find your unusual path to it. And all along with all of this, we continue to do things we don't have big budgets, there's no doubt about it. We don't have infrastructure. It's very difficult, not gonna lie. But there's a lot of data available, free. So I have a lot of students that just simply work on the data in cosmology as well. And as I will close off now, what I talked about was the importance of transferable skills. So they know that even if there may not be a job as an astronomer and they wish to stay in the Caribbean region, by doing astronomy, they learn data analysis, they learn image processing, and that has allowed many of them to actually work in another sector. One of our students, I'll just end with her story, brilliant girl. She became a Rhodes Scholar and she did her DPhil at Oxford in astrophysics from Trinidad. And as she graduated, a big data company grabbed her up. So that's the beauty of astronomy. If you're not directly working, observing things in the sky and modeling things, the skills that you learn will take you very far. So with that, I will close off now, Dr. Nelson, and pass it over to our next speaker.
Thank you so much. And so we're going to go straight to Dr. Shane Polius. I had really hoped that the gentleman from Africa would have been on this call because he's doing some interesting things with training people totally online with totally online systems. And I thought it would be really good if you two could have met because of what he's doing and what I would like uh, us to do in the Caribbean to get more people at least aware of what's possible, given this issue of data, especially because what he's doing is doing data analysis using online remote telescopes. But Dr. Portis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for having me, Dr. Nelson, and both you and Dr. Hack are genuinely inspirations to me. Thank you for blazing the trail and making my path just that little bit easier because it definitely challenges, like we've mentioned. And I really just want to start off by piggybacking off what Dr. Hack said in terms of the transferable skills that come along with astronomy, because I did my degree in astronomy. And I was fully going on the path of like academia and everything. And I just spent the last 5 years working in finance technology because when I graduated, I needed a job, and the first job I landed happened to be in the finance technology sector. And it really was those transferable skills of like programming, talking, like being able to work with large amounts of data is something that's very valuable in finance. So I was able to build a very lucrative career for the last 5 years, but my heart lies with astronomy. So back to doing that now, and lunar journeys has been kind of been the thing. I've been doing that in parallel, and then recently went into it full time as of the end of last year. So, whereas my online presence is very much focused on astronomy because that's what I've always loved, I have been able to build a very successful career in finance technology. So, just kind of being a testament to what Dr. Hack was mentioning. But going off of our topic for today, I'm founder and director of Lunar Journeys, which is the essentially an astronomy education company. So I'm St. Lucian, was born and raised in St. Lucia until I moved to the UK at 19 to do my degree in astrophysics. So I chose the more academic path, professional path into astronomy, but it led me right back to St. Lucia once I realized that there was definitely a need for just any sort of anything to do with astronomy. Because when I was growing up and I decided I wanted to be an astrophysicist, it was from doing research online. It wasn't anything in St. Lucia or anyone in St. Lucia who um, was like a role model for me specifically for astronomy. So I decided I wanted to go down that path because I was curious. I wanted to learn more about how the universe worked and everything. And while I was doing my degree, joined the Space Generation Advisory Council, which is all about sharing the benefits of space exploration and space research to countries all over the world. And representing St. Lucia in that council kind of started my advocacy work into getting the St. Lucia and the Caribbean at large on board with the fact that space technology and space exploration is already helping us and can continue to help us with our sustainable development. But I've been looking at that from, so my role right now has been more so focused on the science communication and outreach side of things. So Lunar Journeys is very much trying to spread that awareness. And our recent focus has actually been on astrotourism, because like Dr. Hack mentioned, we still have relatively low light pollution. We have really good dark skies. Getting to a dark sky is not as difficult as it is in other countries. There's a stat that's like 99% of North America and Europe can't see stars in their sky because of light pollution, whereas that's not the case in the Caribbean at all. So Lunar Journeys right now is focusing on the fact that our dark skies are very underutilized in the Caribbean. We have a very really good asset that is just there and available every single night, and we're not making the most of it. And astrotourism, because of those stats where it's like a lot of people in those bigger cities can't see the night sky, astrotourism as an industry is growing more as more and more travelers are looking for those like dark sky adventures. So there's a very big opportunity for the Caribbean to tap into that and really be able to use that and monetize it. So that's the focus right now, where um, Luna is essentially building out that astrotourism capability in St. Lucia, where we are training guides to be able to learn how to do stargazing and host stargazing events. And then, so it's kind of twofold where we're training people, so they're now getting an educational opportunity within astronomy. So it may not necessarily be academic or professional astronomy, but within the world of amateur astronomy, where they're still learning about the night sky, they're learning about celestial objects, they're still in the astronomy world and kind of immersed in the astronomy world, with something that is a lot more accessible, which is just as simple as pointing a telescope at the sky or binoculars or just looking up at the sky with your eyes. And then the other side of it is where the people coming along to those stargazing events are also getting an opportunity to connect to the night sky and learn more about it and feed their curiosity and feed their passion. Because the recurring thing that I keep hearing over and over again whenever people find out about Luna, they find out about me, it's like, oh, I didn't know something like this was going on in St. Lucia. I didn't know you could study astronomy. I didn't even know that this was something that I could do as a career, whether it be professional astronomy or going into astronomy as an amateur astronomer. So Lunar Journeys right now is really kind of building out that capability in terms of curating stargazing events that combine both science and cultural storytelling. So kind of weaving in our own culture into it as well. And then that kind of taps into dark sky conservation because we do have really good dark skies in the Caribbean, but it's kind of like by default because we're not quite as developed yet. So it's kind of starting those conversations where it's like, hey, these dark skies are important and they're important to preserve because the next thing we know, we'll have a million and one hotels and resorts and all those kind of things on our beaches and everything. And eventually those dark skies could disappear if nobody is having the relevant conversation. So the bigger mission of Luna is really starting to build that awareness and literacy around the asset that we have in the Caribbean that we can generate money from. And it's starting the conversation in a place that the Caribbean understands, which is tourism. We understand tourism. We're great at tourism. Everybody's spending thousands and thousands to come to our beautiful islands and our beaches and our nature trails and everything. So it's starting to have those conversations from that angle and getting the leaders to listen a bit closer because when they hear tourism, that's something they can connect to, that's something they can relate to compared to coming from the angle of, astronomy, they think science, they think going to Mars and they think of the big, missions and the expensive telescopes and they think, oh, well, that has nothing to do with us because Dr. Hack mentioned this as well. We have other problems to solve. So coming into it from the perspective of, hey, this is something you already do well, that's already very lucrative for a lot of Caribbean islands. This is another aspect of tourism that you have not yet tapped into. And then hopefully once that essentially becomes something that is the awareness is there, then we can have those deeper conversations and those policy changes when it comes to dark sky conservation because now they're seeing if we don't protect these skies, we're losing money that would come in from tourism in other places. So that's the current focus for Lunar Journeys in terms of we're actually in the process of doing our stargazing training program now. It's running from July through August of this year, and we did it for the first time last year as well. And it's essentially just a very structured way for St. Lucians to be able to learn from start to end all the basics of astronomy, like what is a star, what is a planet, what is a galaxy, all the way into curating a stargazing event that can help spark interest in other people. And then eventually the aim for Lunar Journeys is to, of course, expand across the Caribbean because why not? We're starting in St. Lucia, but the Caribbean has all the islands have um, that same really good opportunity to tap into that and being able to get our sustainable. So when we talk about sustainable development, if this is generating income and increasing our and bettering our economy, coming from it from that standpoint as well, which is like I said, a much easier conversation to have. And then in the longer term, building out the capabilities to really nurture that pipeline of okay, somebody came to a stargazing event, they're interested, they want to explore this further. What else do we have in place for them? Where there's mentorship, scholarships, more training programs, and kind of bring them all the way through. And then that then creates a cycle of, okay, now we're interested. We have people who are either going away to study or studying in the Caribbean, and now they have those professional degrees in astronomy and aerospace engineering. And then when we talk about building out our capability in the Caribbean, now we have more observatories and we have professional telescopes and we have more of these scattered around the Caribbean, then that continues the cycle of inspiring the future generations because now they have something on the island that is something that can help them connect to what might seem like a sector that has nothing to do with us or might seem unattainable for somebody coming from a small island. So that's what Luna Jones is all about. That's what we're working towards now. But yeah, coming from it from a slightly different angle, trying to make it as like not as intimidating, like as least as intimidating as we can to really try to get our claws stuck into St. Lucia and keep that interest going.
I am very excited about what both of you are doing. I understand that Dr. Hack started a center in Trinidad, which I certainly see a lot of activity in astronomy in Trinidad. In Jamaica, I'm not seeing that much astronomy. Dominic Campbell, who is now the president of Astronomy Association, is quite frustrated and stressed out because she feels so alone. And as far as the Caribbean Space Society, which is looking at it from a broad brush, right? I am very excited, especially about first of all, the dark sky piece of it, because as you says rightly, it's a way for communities in the Caribbean and in Africa as well. When we were out in the desert of Mars a bit last year, we would love to see that community, which is nomads, which really have nothing, have a dark sky park, right? And so we're trying to find the right people to sort of be part of a conversation. And this idea of having people who understand the value of the dark sky, not modernized to the point where you actually lose an asset that you didn't know you had because they don't know that they have. And so I'm glad you brought up what you're doing, because as we think about now that Jamaica has a Kenyan High Commission in Jamaica, this link I'm trying to make between the Caribbean and Africa, and the fact that Barbados now is trying to have once a month a direct flight from West Africa, we now begin to see these possibilities of this linkage that we're working towards. I would like to just state up front that I definitely would like to see a lunar journeys type of a thing happening in Jamaica. I actually am talking to Hope Gardens, which is one of our largest places of green space in Kingston. It's in Kingston, so and it's not that high. It has a slight elevation in the back of the park. Our Rare Dark Sky Park should be one of our national parks, right? But that will take some time to cultivate. And one of the things we're thinking of doing is I'm trying to figure out how to make it actually be, I wouldn't say I'm going to make it to get wealthy, but at least be a social enterprise where I no longer have to pay for it to keep it going. Right? That's would be very good. So this idea of lunar journeys, I'm sure Dr. Hack, as you have begun to do your center, and when I was in Barbados visiting their observatory, they charge a small fee to come to their stargazing. But I was saying to him, there should be more tourists here, because they have nothing to do other than hang out in the hotel at night. So, and it's not that far. So I think that we certainly have some education to do among ourselves as to the business end of how we go forward to create, let's say, a way in which the Caribbean can begin to understand why astronomy is important, why it needs to be taught in schools, because everybody can see the night sky. And for me, it's an important way to be in the space economy, because I'm very concerned if we focus only on the economy, we're only soon going to find ourselves destroying the very thing because we have not paid attention to the sustainability of it. And so using dark sky tourism is a metaphor for kind of talking about the issue of space sustainability. On your professional side, one of the questions I'd like to ask as we go forward into the future is, there's a lot of concern of astronomers like yourself who are not just quote unquote hobby astronomers, you're professional astronomers, right? You are concerned about the ability of you to be able to see into the dark, far future. How are you seeing, not necessarily the Caribbean, but from your profession, right? Because I think there might be ways in which, even as you say, you fact that you have the Pitch Lake and the Mount Volcano, etc., and where we are located, there might be ways in which, from an emerging space nation, we don't have space programs yet anyway. I'm the one that's trying to bring it to the Caribbean, a space program. But how might we use this conversation of radio astronomy and the fact that we need to, as all humans, preserve our capability of peering into the sky, and not just quote unquote, as people say, well, why do we have to do it from Earth? We can do it from the moon. Yes, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it from the moon. In fact, that is one of the things that I'm proposing. But that doesn't say that we should destroy our ability for people who are living here, because this is still our home. So how might people like yourselves be a part of this global conversation and lend your particular perspective, because I think people from small islands bring a particular perspective of having to always be very adaptable to what people have imposed and find a way through anyway. And I think that adaptability and agility is something that can be very useful as we begin to work out what the new rules are going to be in the multilateral system. I'd love to hear your take on it. Where and in what spaces in professional societies might you begin to talk about these issues, which are global? And they might say, well, you don't want to have a big astrophysics center here in the Caribbean, and I was at the word yet, right? That would make people say, hey, we hadn't thought about the Caribbean as a destination to put this kind of center. Dr. Hack, you want to take a stab at it? Especially now that you have your center. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up some very, very important points as to how do we move forward. So what Dr. Claire Nelson is actually referring to is it's almost about, I think, almost 20 years ago, we started CARINA, which stands for the Caribbean Institute of Astronomy. And really because of numbers, it was really a lot of astronomy enthusiasts and who knew the skies very well. And one of the really successful things that they've done and they've continued to do to this date is hosting star parties. I mean, it very quickly became a situation where you couldn't advertise. We had like up to 600 people coming. The venue cannot even hold anymore. And once they came once, they will repeat coming back. So that alone shows you the kind of intrigue and interest and hunger that there is. And that's what Cheyenne was also talking about among the people in the Caribbean. And we're just talking about, you can say, amateur astronomy. But moving on to the professional aspects of things, how can we be part of the bigger dialogue? Claire, we haven't had a really time to talk too much recently, but about 3 years ago, we launched on a project called Caribbean Future of Science, and it is very generously funded by the Simons Foundation. I don't know if you're familiar with Professor Stefan Alexander. So he has been the main proponent of it, and he left Trinidad as a child, and he is a professor of cosmology, a musician, and author in the United States at Brown University. But he and I have been collaborating from a long time, linking Caribbean students to spending time abroad at universities in the U.S. So this project is really a brainchild of his, and in a nutshell, so we've held 3 conferences and a youth summit over the last few years, and the general thrust of it is how do we link the international global community of academics, and it's not just astronomers and physicists, but we are also multidisciplinary. The academics in the Caribbean, and very important linkage there is the diaspora. So the diaspora, we realize, are some of the most important people for lifting the isolation that, well, Cheyenne, you will also know now, of working in the Caribbean. There are very few of us, and there's a lot of big things to do. So this is something that has been underway, and we are starting to see its fruits being born, where opportunities are now being created for our young early career folks, and we are sort of focusing on them as well. So these and it's very difficult to pull off. I'm not going to deny anything that you wish we try to do. There are a lot of bureaucratic challenges and things like that. But nonetheless, we have been able to pull this off. And yes, the big vision, the big dream is, could we have a center for astrophysics in the Caribbean? And Cheyenne, you pointed to it, that we do have to leverage the pulls, right? So when it's winter in the foreign countries, everybody wants to run to the Caribbean. Well, come and run, and let's talk about space. Let's talk about our place in the universe while you are enjoying the warm weather and the beautiful beaches. So I feel positive. I feel positive about our future in the Caribbean region. And I mean, in recent times now with the international, with the internet and how globalization is, they're brilliant, absolutely brilliant young people in the Caribbean. I think the opportunities for them now to lift themselves up, do exactly what Cheyenne did, um, go out there, study astrophysics as a passion, and she's still back in the Caribbean, right? Contributing. And that's what we would like to see more of. So if you could create platforms, and that's a bit of the project that we're working on, that will allow, and I will say young people because they are the future. We are here to help them and guide them to lift the Caribbean region and contribute as I know. It's one thing I'm convinced of is the brilliance that exists in the Caribbean. Anywhere in the world that you go, there's going to be somebody working at a very high level from the Caribbean region. And there lies the importance of the diaspora. And the thing is, what we discovered is sometimes the diaspora want to give back, they want to contribute, and they don't know how. So has been this gap, and we are hoping that we could close this gap. And I'm inviting you, Claire, you, Cheyenne, to work with us to make this happen.
Thank you. Cheyenne,
Yes.
your perspective on our future in terms of conversations we're having about should astronomers be moving their instruments off Earth and putting them in orbit? Should astronomers be thinking about the next big thing is to be having, a research center on the moon as a destination so we can look further into the atmosphere? Do you think that, first of all, people like yourself and Dr. Sharon should have a place at that table? Because my question is, the universe does not belong to only a couple of people, so we need at least have a couple of people trained to understand what they're talking about, first of all. And you guys certainly are trained to understand what they're talking about. And in your take is how might we begin to ensure that as these conversations start right now, because in our first topic, we talked about the fact that rules are kind of being made right now. The standards are kind of being made right now. So, we can wait until 20 years from now to the next group of people are trained. If you two is all we have, then, it's what we have. We're going to have to work with that, right? How do you see yourself when you hear these conversations happening? How do you see yourself being able to find a way to have a seat at that table, and what might the collective do differently so that we can ensure that people like you have a voice at this table?
Yeah, I 100% agree. We need to have a voice at this table. I think it's been very clear. It might maybe not to the powers that be all the way up, but it's been very clear to the majority of the astronomy community that having diverse voices in those rooms is something that's beneficial to everyone, regardless of, if the majority gets their way or not, or the more powerful people get their way or not. I think in terms of if we have to think about we have to do this now, we have to be part of those conversations now to prevent space and astronomy from being even less accessible than it already is. I think one of the powerful tools I've seen is 100% social media and having an online presence. Like I found all of you just through, me posting. Like I don't think I've met any of you in person. So just from me posting about my journey online and now posting about Luna, and it's really showing all what we stand to lose if we continue to make space more and more unattainable. Because I do think there is, of course, there's always a space for pushing the boundaries, especially in a field like astronomy, like pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and wanting to go to the moon and wanting to have telescopes on the moon. All that, I think there's a place for that in the space industry. I'm never going to say don't do it because that's how we get more answers to our big questions and we learn more about our origins and where we came from. And that's all very exciting. But I think we have to find a way to do that that's in harmony with keeping the recreational astronomy and just keeping um, the world of amateur astronomy alive, and even with professional astronomy and the pollution that the satellites are causing when we're looking through our professional telescopes. I think there's a way, there's always a way. It's going to be the more difficult way, which is why most people would just be like, no, we're just going to do whatever we want because we have the funding and we have the money. But I think there's always a way to have a conversation where everybody can, like, everybody's happy. We have those very amazing cutting edge research facilities outside of Earth that are doing really great science, but making sure that that's not coming to the detriment of everyone who's on Earth who's trying to do very important things as well. Because I was just saying that I don't really like the term amateur astronomy because it gives the impression that it's not as good or it's not as important as professional astronomy. I understand why it's called amateur astronomy. In that sense, we're distinguishing between having a professional degree and not. But I quite like the term recreational astronomy. Because it just there's been, to all that to say, there's been people who have been doing astronomy as a hobby who have discovered things before the professional astronomers have discovered them and been able to contribute in that way. And when they have their very large data sets that they make publicly available, there are people sifting through those just out of interest. So imagine if we tapped into that power and got people to, like we're saying, having those paths for people when they say, oh, I want to do this, but I don't know how, continuing to nurture those groups to continue to make their contributions and like to just blasting it out online, because I think there's always like this power in the masses, and a lot of the times the masses are just not in that room. And I feel like social media is a way to, kind of get the attention on the issue, and then they're kind of, in a way, there's a bit more pressure to have a more balanced conversation compared to just having a very small subset of people in those rooms. So I 100% believe that we should be in those rooms. And I think in terms of if we can't wait for us building out our own capability and us getting to that place where we have, a majority or a large proportion of professional astronomers that might be in those rooms, is using the tools we have right now, where literally one viral video can change a lot. As much as it works both ways, it's good and bad, but I do think there's a lot of positive power in doing that.
Well, one of the things I heard you say was we were shifting the conversation from saying amateur to recreational. And it's interesting that slight shift would mean something very different to people who, as you say, right, they take this thing very seriously and they do excellent work. And it's a similar thing for us in the analog astronaut community, trying to not be seen as, just trying to go off and play like you're being on the moon kind of thing, right? I had a lot of my friends laugh at me when I say, "But I'm going off to my space camp," and they're like, "Okay, she's getting pretend she's on the moon this weekend," But what the Analog Astronaut Foundation, which was formalized, and Dr. Sam Proctor was behind that movement, is to say, you know what, people are doing their own thing. There are no standards. People just do what they want to do. And now that it's getting hot, people are just throwing up their shingle, claiming that they're analog astronauts when they really haven't done the work that is necessary to be taken as a serious analog astronaut. And even though it's your amateur thing, for those people who have spent hours honing their skill, their craft, doing the diving classes, doing all the things they do in order to actually become commercial astronauts, such as she did, she's concerned that people didn't end up spending money going to all of these things and then come to find out they're not really being trained to the level. So what's happening is that the community has established a journal that you can kind of write anything, but it's still going to have people who are actually space experts, people who have worked at NASA and ESA and those places participating. So there is that. And we also have a situation where we're going to have the standards of how to run a camp safely. So you have people in isolation, you have people who are going to be possibly endangered by some form of deprivation. How do you ensure that that they're able to sell a service, right? Come out here and be with us in isolation for a week, but do so safely. And so I think if for us in the Caribbean that are trying to develop this community of practice, which is going to be taken seriously. I think the lunar journey's approach and Karina do have to come together in a new way. I see Miracle has joined us. I'm going to bring him on stage. We don't have much time left, but I'm going to still ask him to join us just to talk about what he's doing in Africa. But I think it could also be useful for the Caribbean. We don't have much time, Miracle. You came a little bit late, but I do.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for coming late.
I
You
want you to
sent me
meet
the
this.
invitation. You didn't send the
Yes,
Zoom link, so
I want you to meet these fabulous ladies, who are Dr. Hack and Dr. Polis, who are astronomers, astrophysicists, who are practicing in their field. And I did want you to meet them to see, because of the platform that you have developed in Africa. If you could talk a little bit about that, we have about 10 minutes.
okay.
So give me 5 minutes so we have some
Okay.
time to talk after. Yeah.
Can I start now?
Yes, please.
All right. So my name is Mira Kuchibuza Marcel, and I'm the founder and the director of the Pan-African Citizen Science E-Laboratory. It is a platform, an educational platform that engages students, teachers, STEM enthusiasts, early career researchers in activities in astronomy and space science. So we mostly use citizen science projects to engage learners in activities in astronomy and space science. Some of our activities include asteroid hunting, also exoplanets, also double star research. We connect students to International Space Station to speak with astronauts. That has never happened before. We are among the first to do it in Africa. We have done it in 3 countries already. We've done it in Nigeria. We've done it in Ethiopia. Yeah, it is coming up in Kenya in August. Okay. So, and more is coming up on next year, 2027. Uganda is going to host it, and Rwanda is going to host it, and many other countries are also going to join. We also support our group members to acquire telescopes, to use the telescopes for outreach. And also we have published a number of papers. And these are ordinary people doing this, okay? These are not professionals. These are ordinary people doing this, contributing to discoveries. We've discovered a lot of asteroids, over 100 asteroids, contributed to planetary defense. So a lot of people do not know that these things are going on in Africa, because a lot of times when people think about Africa, they think about Africa as a country, as a place where a lot of things are not going on, but we are stepping up. We are stepping up. And we need more talented people. Because, a lot of talented people are moving to other fields, medicine, engineering. Not a lot are coming to physics and astronomy. So we need a lot of smart people to come to astronomy. So I have
That's a
many
good
things to
place to
say.
start.
So
I wanted you to meet them and them to meet you, because we really want to see how we can benefit from some of the work and the work he has done. We don't have to start from scratch. I think we need to take advantage of the relationships that are being developed. And also I wanted you to meet them because of what they're doing in the Caribbean. Dr.
okay.
Paul is here, is doing dark sky, developing a program around dark sky tourism. And so I mentioned that to you because I know you're trying to figure out how are you going to keep going with your day job as a teacher and then having to do this on the side. And I think, I know that Nigeria doesn't have a lot of tourists going per se, but you do have some, right? And there might be an opportunity there for people also in what I call the more affluent side of the Nigerian economy that do have the extra resources to pay for these experiences because they're bored with everything else. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to learn from each other. I like what you're doing in particular with teacher training. And I'm wondering, Dr. Hack, as someone who's an educator at the university, now we're drilling back now into physics, right? CXC, physics. How might we maybe have a chance, not necessarily today, but talk again together to see if some of the work he has designed using scopes like SLU and other platforms like that to develop courseware to teach teachers how to use that to understand mathematics and data and astrophotography. That's the kind of work he does that you're, as a university person, you may be able to do some of that to physics teachers in the Caribbean as a fun thing, first of all, and then let them be the ones that advocate for it to be a part of the curriculum, an element of it, because we're not attracting students to physics and those places enough. And so this might be a way to attract students to physics, to see the fun things they can do, and not just think physics is hard. Physics is hard, but I actually loved it. It was one of the best subjects for me. It was the only subject I willingly studied, to be honest. I mean, I was a good student, but I didn't really study the other things. Whatever I got, which was normally a good grade. But physics, I really had to bust my chops to get that good grade. And I was so proud of myself when I got that good grade, because it's the only one I had to work hard at, right? And so I think that I'll leave you to ask him questions or him to ask you questions. I know we have a couple of minutes. We have about 10 minutes left. So let's see. Do you have any questions of him, Dr. Shirin, based on what I've said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance, Miracle, and I hope outside of this forum that we can stay in touch, because there's a lot we can learn from each other in the Caribbean, and the work that you're doing in Africa, the challenges you would have had, and the successes as well. Claire, so based on what you raised, I don't know what to say, good news and bad news. One, there's nothing like astronomy with its multidisciplinary nature that to attract children and people in schools to the sciences. I mean, that's a given. I could show you chemistry, mathematics, physics, biology. I could show you everything within astronomy. And young people have a lot, and of course, computer science, data science, you name it. And young people have a lot of intrigue for astronomy. But then you yourself mentioned CXC. I actually work with CSEC and CXC, and like I said, good news and bad news. And I've really been trying to push to have astronomy in the curriculum. And all I could say is that I have not met with much success. There tends to be that doing things as is the order, as we've always done them, and a bit of resistance to something new. And Miracle, I'd love to know how you are progressing, because even teachers, there's a small minority that would be interested, but a lot of them, once they're not familiar with something, there's a bit of a resistance to taking on something new in the curriculum, like astronomy. I mean, I've been despondent to discover that, but I don't think it's a reason to not continue pushing for it. In the past, we have held workshops for teachers and things like that, but in the curriculum for CXC, it still has not been able to make inroads.
Okay, so I will use my own experience to share on how you can make progress on that. You know, our projects are very professional, like very advanced, and yet they are very easy and fun. Okay, so, and all of them are computer-based. You don't need to come to a place to learn them. You can stay in your home or your office and get a training. And we have made it very easy that we have recorded all the projects, like the tutorials. So you listen to tutorials, you practice along, then you learn them. Okay. So how I do it is I reach out myself to teachers, because across Africa there are about 54 countries in Africa. And so I sent emails to different organizations that are into STEM education or anything STEM. Okay, I send them an email. Hey, I'm pitching this. Okay, are you interested in this? So meet, have a Zoom meeting. Okay, then from there they just develop interest, because I describe it to them, my slides on how the process works. They get excited. Then we hold training. Or maybe I recommend, if they don't have time, because training can take 3 hours straight. But I tell them, if you don't have the time, you can watch this video at your own pace, you'll learn it. Then as they are learning it, I'm following up, okay? We also have a community of very passionate people. When you are in that community, you will catch the fire. So that's how I managed to scale through. How much managed to scale through.
Yes, I mean, when I was able to do a presentation, he did a presentation. In fact, he's going to do a workshop next week, a master class next week, to talk about how he trains people, and he'll show you some of the software he uses, etc. And I think people like the idea of things like asteroid hunting. It sounds very dramatic, like people know there's an asteroid. And I think if we can, I really want us to do something like that in Caribbean. He also has a course on astrophotography, which is about the chemistry of mixing the colors. And I think that between the both of you, I think that we can get something started. And Dominic and Jamaica, we can get something started online that the Caribbean Space Society would love to partner with you guys to do. And then certainly to see how we as, I would say, we're more on the development side. We're not trying to get into the technical side of anything. Yes, that's your astrophysics part of it,
Yeah.
that's up to you. But we do want to create an ecosystem. We want to see how I can help build an ecosystem so people can see that it's part of developing of STEM foundation, STEM education. It's also important because even if people never ever grow up to be astronomers, these people are going to end up being our foreign policy advocates. They're going to end up being lawyers. They could end up being a space lawyer for all we know. This is critical because in the future that we're living in, we're talking about putting people to return to the moon permanently. We're having discussions about this now without many of what I call some of the ethical and human and psychological and social and spiritual and cosmological considerations, which I think we ought to take into account. And it's not that we can tell them you can't do this on the moon, but I think we should at least say, wait a minute, before we decide to do this, one particular group doesn't have the right to decide for all of us that this is what we want humanity's future to look like. I think we should be mature enough as a species to have this conversation about what it might mean for all of us, not just for one country and one company that happens to have the money to do what they want to do. And so for me, it's important to have every tiny island that has a vote in the UN to have enough people conscious of it. And the awareness is not that we want every single school child in Africa or the Caribbean to become experts at astrophysics, but we want them to be aware, to have awareness that we're entering a very important phase of humanity that could be very destructive if we don't manage it well. And so by holding on to the ability to have the awe and the wonder of looking and peering into the cosmos and looking back in time through a telescope, it's important for us to pass that on in the modern era and not have it just be an experience you have in virtual reality. And I say that because I remember the time when I first saw the rings of Saturn for real, right? And Dominic had asked her finally, said, listen, let's have a night. Let's go on a friend's roof. We went on a friend's roof in Kingston. She brought out her big scope and we went and we looked. And of course, my eyes don't see too well. So I finally could focus on what she was trying to show me. And I went, oh my God, there are really rings on Saturn. I thought it was just like a story, right? And it kind of, watching her as a young person, a young physicist, come alive, explaining all these things to me, understanding the frustration of being a solo artist in Jamaica where nobody kind of takes her seriously, for me was a very eye-opening discovery that we have these points of passion in every country, like you were saying, without having a community of practice. So us coming together is about building a community of practice. Us coming together is about ensuring that we are ready for if something happens, we have a community already. So we're not then calling for the first time to say, hey, how do we organize? And I think it's important that maybe we learn from what Merkel is doing totally online. He doesn't even own a scope at this point, he says. He just used what's online to do the training. And that is having a huge impact in terms of the numbers of people around Africa he's training. So I think we have something going on here. So I'd like to have some closing remarks from each of you.
All right. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Nelson, for all this amazing, inspiring things that you do. And as I often say, I kind of have a look back time being older and a senior in my profession. And when I look back, one of the things that I realize has made a lot of difference in trajectory of for people, for institutions, is the connections we make. And what you've done here, and I mean, I'm so happy to connect with Miracle and Cheyenne, and I hope after this that we continue to stay in touch and, add value, learn from you, and come together. So thank you for organizing this, and it was a real pleasure and honor to be part of it.
Cheyenne, yeah.
Yes, definitely echoing Dr. Hack's sentiments. Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for putting this together. And 100%, this is just the first conversation out of many. Especially, yes, both you, Dr. Hack, and Miracle. Luna, also, we're doing the in-person stargazing training right now, but we've seen a lot of interest from people in other islands in the Caribbean, from people who may not necessarily want to do stargazing experiences, but just want to have the training. So even having a virtual option, I think would work really well for us just to capture those people who have that interest. When we are marketing our training, we get a lot of interest for people who may not necessarily want to be stargazing guides, but they want to learn more about astronomy, they want to learn more about space. So I definitely think there's a space for collaborating on doing something online as well. But overall, I'm very hopeful. I might just be generally an optimistic person. I know we have a lot of challenges doing it in, the like emerging countries, but I do think that the future is bright.
All right, so I entered late to the meeting. I sincerely apologize for that, and I missed a lot of things. So I apologize for that. So I'm very happy now because I saw something on LinkedIn. The Kenya Space Agency will be hosting their Aris on 7th of August. So and we were at the center of that. So that's what I want to say.
Well, luckily or unluckily, I am seeing here that our panelists for the next session have not arrived. So as yet, so we have a little bit of more time. But having said that, what I wanted to add was that, and I have put in the chat if anybody had a question before these people have to drop off and would have other things to do. Depending on where in the world you're in your time zone. We are in the Caribbean, so you're probably at the same time as me. You don't have to drop off yet. So if you have a question for guests, anybody here, please feel free to do that. Ask a question. But since the other panelists are not here yet, I think we can extend. I just realized that they weren't here. Something popped up in my consciousness while I was listening about the training, this dark sky parks. I think we need to have a strategy in the Caribbean about the dark sky parks. I think we have to. I reached out to the gentleman who controls that space, and he says that they can do some kind of individual thing, but knowing how the Caribbean is, I think we should have a collective approach. And you use it as a tourism piece, right? Do it from the astro-tourism angle. And see if we can find somebody in Jamaica, like a Dominic, someone like yourself, Shane, someone like yourself, and maybe finding one other person from maybe Grenada or Barbados. And then we will have a body of people saying, the astro-tourism community in the Caribbean, right? And then we'll have more impact on our tourist boards. Because then when you go to talk to them, you're able to say, well, in St. Lucia, so-and-so is going to do so-and-so. Oh my God, they can't get ahead of us. So we have to use that sometimes to get stuff done. So that's number one. I think we should leave here with some agreements about astro-tourism. I see somebody's hand up and I'm going to allow him to talk. Alejandra Otero, I'm going to give you the floor to ask a question or make a comment. The floor is yours, Alejandro. You can unmute.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. No, I'm very excited to hear these stories and that the Caribbean has, in some estimation, becoming almost like the forefront, at least from my perspective, in global collaboration or cooperation in the aerospace or the space industry. And I say that maybe from the Puerto Rico Caribbean island point of view. And for me it's been like I guess a rough road from the 90s to now, uh, because some of the ideas that I had been, cultivating or, uh, pioneering and trying didn't really have a voice or an institution or an academic, sort of like standing. When I started this, I had to rely on the private commercial space sector of private relationships, you know, because not even the private commercial, space sector the past 15 years had been even in the forefront like they are now, and so it's kind of funny, like, maybe 25 years ago when I would be like, oh well, they'll build the rockets soon enough to get to the Mars. I'll focus on payloads, or like the networking or other aspects of it. And so I feel like I almost built a network of a secret space agency or a secret space force because I realized there were either setbacks or limitations within even like getting access to United States resources because like Puerto Rico, as a colony, we're not represented as a country, or and then when in on Puerto Rico we're not even represented within the corporate structure. You'd have to go through like the headquarters of different organizations to get your known off your project into the idea sphere. So I was relying a lot on like the ecotourism community, where we would bring tourists on these sort of like spaced out, spaced themed visits to the rainforest, but then talk about actual science and actual technology and and actual things going on. And so that evolved and grew, and then with other technologies, like for example, like VR space, uh, that was a very important. That's a very important step, in terms of mass adoption too, because we're looking at ways to mass adopt parts of the technology to then puzzle it in, right? And so VR, I guess not recently, but we had been using like for instance spatial as a platform to convene and get people used to the idea that if they're talking about space projects, then it's not just about phone calls or this. Like, you really want to be immersed in how it would be if there was a moon base or if there was spaceships work. So we used like the VR community and different tech platforms to simulate um role play, if you will, like if people are familiar with live action role play. um we would do a lot of like work with just creating your roles and how would it be if you were part of a moon base or part of this or part of that. And I guess if you do that for a long enough time, you get the attention of different groups and then different people. So it took me, it was funny because I went to the NSS 45th anniversary, and I was a speaker there. And it was funny because I was says, oh, it took me about 35 years to get here to talk about what I guess I'm, somewhat of a specialist in, or at least developing a network, to do that. And I relate to the because I'm Puerto Rican, but or I'm also Euro Rican, but I grew up more with like the indigenous Taino understandings, which is like bridge connectors from North and South America. And we always looked at uh our society or our collective as being part of Africa. So when now people say like, oh, Puerto Rico is part of the African diaspora, you could involve yourself in the space, world, through Africa. And I'm like, oh, well, we are, right? We already are doing that. And so there's a lot of different like perspective, I think, games that can be played, to sort of understand the way that we can network into communities that are not normally um, listening to the space community. And so there's a lot of progress. And I think this year, being that it's the 250th year, in some aspects it's celebrating, United States. From our perspective, we're just using that as a next 250 years campaign. What are we going to do to make our mark, in the next 250 years, based on the 500 years of, you know, um, cross, Atlantic um, bridge building, from when Christopher Columbus came to, America, and all that stories. But now we could tell it from a 500-year perspective, what it was like, not just from the Eurocentric view, but from the African, diaspora, or from the Taino, indigenous communities. And um, so we've gained a lot of attention also from interfaith communities, which is a little bit of a different way of perceiving the future of the space industry. But it kind of makes sense, with the talking of like, prophecies from indigenous communities, have us being star people.
Yeah,
And
let me just stop you there, right there. And
sure.
if you don't mind, Alejandra, thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, this idea of virtual reality, because yesterday we had somebody on from Virtual Moon, and we have Virtual Moon is a company that's in the western part of the US. And by the way, they're trying to find ambassadors to use their technology. So both of you who are educators in the Caribbean could certainly, and two different countries, could definitely be part of that network. His platform allows people to get VR headsets. And so as you go around and talk to people, you would put the headsets on and they get to experience as if they're walking on the moon. And so their goal is to have the most accurately mapped surface of the moon experience of people. And I think it's for those of, even though I might have my one woman show that says I'm going to be on the moon, I'm not sure if I really would be that brave to actually go to the moon in reality. I like to think I would be, but if someone actually gave me a ticket, maybe I would say, I'm just mouthing off. But I think that's one thing that's already ready for us to share. I do think there's a lot of benefit that we can get from having that what do you call it, having that experience. So Alejandra, I do look forward to keeping in touch with you and speaking with you. And I want to let you know, in particular, on August the 9th, which is UN International Day of Indigenous Peoples, we want to have a conversations, particularly around the faith and cosmology and spiritual things. So I'll be in touch with you on that, and hopefully you can help me pull together the people from the indigenous people on this side. And Miracle, if you happen to know some of the people on the African side who are cosmologists who kind of go back into ethnoastronomy, we'll be able to figure out how to get them on. So with that, I am going to now close off this session. I see our first speaker is here from the second group. I think it was my fault. I made a mistake in the email I sent them. And so they got 2 times and they decided rightfully so to pick the later time to show up, and so to be calling them. So thank you so much, everyone. We look forward to speaking again. Take care.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Yes. All right. So Dr. Richard Damore, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am going to spotlight you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and
Thank
bring you
very
on
much.
to talk about what it is you're doing. Welcome. Dr. Richard Damore is a professor at Morgan State University, a climate scientist, And while we wait for the people who are late because of my mistake, I'm not going to let it look like they were wrong. I'm going to own up to my error here. They got 2 times, one in the title and one in the body, so they took the later time as gospel. But I'd love to talk to you, Dr. Demore, because you were not able to join us yesterday. So you're kind of filling in. So we're going to go with God's flow, so to speak, and see how this works. So Dr. Demore, could you tell us more about yourself, the work you've been doing? Because I know a lot, but I want you to talk about what you want to talk about for right now till the rest of your panel comes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clara Nelson. Yeah, so my name is Richard Damoa. I'm currently assistant professor at Morgan State University here in Baltimore. And I'm a climate scientist using various tools such as satellite, drones, models to look at the interaction between climate, pollution, and human health. That's my main focus of research. In fact, those who are within the US will remember that just last week we had a severe forest fire smoke that originated from Canada and engulfed the whole US atmosphere. And that was last week, and it was all over the CNN. And I quickly gathered my students, and we went out with our air quality drone to look at the levels of pollution that this sort of disaster bring to our environment. But before joining Morgan, I was a research scientist at NASA Goddard here in Greenbelt. I've been there since 2011 when I moved from Canada to US. Before I joined Morgan State University. And so a little bit about what I've done previously. I worked in Germany, worked in UK, University of Edinburgh before I moved to Canada, and then my route back to US. But I have a lot of activities around the globe. I do a lot in Ghana, where I have some of NASA's instruments that we installed since 2017, trying to validate satellite data, and then also look at air quality within the region, which is a very big problem there, doing a lot of disastrous things, bringing a whole lot of disaster within the region. And then I also have some activities in Kenya, and then others in El Salvador and Nigeria. But I think what highlights me most, and I think it was true that I got in touch with my friend here, Clara, was when I led a project in Ghana, which was with All Nations University, and that project turned out to be the project that launched Ghana's first historic satellite in 2017. And this was a very big news all over the international media, because it was our first activity in space. And through that, Ghana has sort of evolved, meaning the government sector has now developed some interest in the space activity, although we are not almost there yet. But I think that has made some impact at that level. And so through that, Ghana established its Space Institute. Now it's considered Ghana Space Institute. I just recently heard they are working to upgrade it to an agency, but currently it is Ghana Space Institute. So that year that we launched our satellite was when the Ghana government, because of the international spotlight on the activity, Ghana decided to establish its space institute. And since then, they have been doing a lot. Well, I've been partnering with them, doing a lot of activities in the area of space space activities. So in the nutshell, I think that has been my activities in terms of what I do and what I've done.
One of the reasons, two of the things that interest me about your work from a Caribbean perspective, I'm going to talk about that first until we go back to the African perspective, is when we had the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent, and I so desperately wanted to find a way to get you to the Caribbean region. To get you to the Caribbean region. I'm gonna give me a minute here. Yeah, so as I said, one of the things about when we had the volcanic eruption, we had the opportunity and we missed it in the Caribbean because I couldn't find the right person in the Caribbean who could have participated in having you come and do research. And again, it was because we didn't have the connections, the community of practice ready to go. Could you talk a little bit about the work you have done in volcanic eruptions in particular? And then we're going to go to my next pet topic, which is the ocean.
That is amazing. That is fantastic. So let me give a little bit of how I ended up here in the US from Canada. Now, I was invited to come and give a talk at NASA by a colleague when I was in Canada. A colleague was at NASA and invited me to come and give a talk in one of their seminars. Now, when I came to give the talk, because in Canada, my research activity was looking at how, so what happens is that all the countries surrounding the Arctic, right? Canada, US, Russia, all those countries surrounding the Arctic, whenever they go for Arctic conference or Arctic gathering, they each accuse the other of polluting the Arctic more, right? And so what happened was that the Canadian government went to establish a research station at their Arctic part of Canada, right? They went to establish a research station there, measuring pollution that was coming to the Arctic. But the problem was that they didn't have someone who is expert in pollution transport to give them the idea of the sources of the pollution coming there, because the instruments they have there just give them the level of the pollution. So you look at the instrument, you say, okay, the level of pollution is this, but the instrument cannot give you where the pollution came from. But that was the bone of contention among the countries, to find out who is polluting the Arctic more. And so they needed someone to be able to, at every time that they do the measurement, the person will be able to tell them where that pollution they have measured, whether it is high pollution or low pollution, where it came from, right? That was what the Canadian government was looking for. And that was what I did in terms of my PhD, monitoring the transport of pollution. And in doing that, you can monitor it forward to tell where it is going and you can monitor it backwards to where it came from, which is the source, right? And I had a model that I was always running on my website when I was in UK. So when Canada realized that I was, expert in that, because the way I arrived in Canada was mysterious. I saw the advert because when I was in Germany, I did for my PhD, pollution transport. When I went to UK for Edinburgh, I was doing totally different thing, but I was still doing this trajectory modeling on my website just for fun. So you go there, you can see sources of pollution and all those trajectories. So when I saw the advert from University of Waterloo and I sent them an email, oh, I seem to be interested in your job advert, because it was something I was just doing for fun. It wasn't part of my work in Edinburgh. So when I send them the email, or anytime I send you email, at my signature, you can see my website and everything that is there. So they got to know that was what I was doing on my website. So when I have sent an email inquiring about the job, the email that came back to me was, we have given you the job. When do you want to come and start? And this is something I've not even applied. I was just inquiring about the job, but they went to my website and got to know that, oh, this is exactly what we are looking for, right? So I was a little bit skeptical. Is this a scam or what? Because a whole university, you didn't even ask me of my CV and my publications, and you just say we have given you the job. So I wrote back to them and said, but you never asked me of anything. They said, oh, on your website, you have your CV, you have your publication. We have already printed and opened a file for you. So there was no need. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I have all those information on my website.
Well, thank you so much. I really would like to come back to this but we have our speakers here. Right. And Dr. Gabriel Caswell, if you could turn on your video, please, so I can bring you on stage. Let me go ahead and introduce them briefly, just briefly. This session is supposed to be about space sustainability. And Dr. Damo has been giving us his background, but really he's here to moderate this session. I was just filling time and I want to make sure that people know that you were not late on purpose. It was my fault. I sent confusing times and you rightfully picked the later time so you'd have more time in your day. So it is for us 6:58. So let's jump right in to talk about space sustainability. Dr. Richard Demore, the floor is yours. Let's get the questions and the conversation going with what we're trying to get out of this session. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this important panel discussion on sustainable space infrastructure, building space secure and sustainable pathways to humanity's future in space. We gather at a remarkable moment in human history. Space is no longer the exclusive domain of a few nations. It has become an increasingly dynamic and interconnected environment where government, commercial enterprises, academic institutions, and international organizations are shaping the next era of exploration, innovation, and economic opportunity. As we expand our footprint beyond Earth, sustainable infrastructure for space is paramount. Satellite constellation, launch systems, orbital platforms, lunar facilities, communication networks, navigation, space travel, traffic management, future, which space remains accessible, secure, and beneficial for all. Yet this future also presents huge challenges. The growing conjunction of Earth's orbit, accumulation of debris, space weather impacts, cybersecurity, the need for resilient infrastructure, and the development of internationally accepted norms and governance frameworks, among others, demand thoughtful collaboration and collective action. Today's panel brings together distinguished expertise with diverse backgrounds ranging from space weather, space-based solar power, space debris, and space traffic management. Together, they will explore the technologies, policies, partnerships, and governance models needed to create a sustainable space ecosystem capable of supporting humanity's long-term aspirations. As we begin, I encourage all of us to engage openly, ask thoughtful questions, and consider how international cooperation can transform today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities. The future of space will not be built by a single nation or organization. It will be built through shared vision, shared responsibilities, and shared commitments. Thank you all. As we begin, I encourage, oh no, I've already. Thank you for joining us. It is now my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists whose expertise and experience will help guide this important conversation. First, I want to introduce, forgive me if I'm not able to pronounce your name very well, Dr. Paul Baki, who is a expert in space.
He's actually not here yet because he's late.
Oh,
so we only have Dr. Caswell and Dr. Murdan.
Oh, we Dr. Murdan. Okay, expert in.
Have him go first. Yes.
In expert in debris, right? Okay,
yes.
Good. So I think we can start with our first question. Now, if we say sustainable space infrastructure, what are we talking about? Maybe we go first, Dr. Murdan.
Right. Morning, everyone. Nice to be here. So I directly try to answer the question. Now, sustainable infrastructure in space. Just one example would be if we take power itself, right? Power, everything needs power, right? Energy, power, be it on space, be it on Earth. Until now, power has been considered as an accessory, right? Say spaceships have been powered, right, using batteries, right, and also using solar, right? And now more and more we're looking towards the solar energy being used as the main source for powering spacecrafts and also the space station, right? So the one thing that you have to bear in mind here, we have to stop considering power as an accessory. We have to consider it as a part of the infrastructure itself, right? Because we need power for everything, be it on Earth or on space. And on space, we don't have we will have the energy from the sun, right? And today we have new solar power cells, right, roll out, so which are much more efficient and also lighter, and also in general, normally if you take a solar cell that is producing say X amount on Earth, the best place, so on space can produce around 35% more. So given all this development in power, in solar energies, solar panels, we can treat solar systems for habitats, for mobility, for communications, for sustainable to sustain life on Earth, in orbit, and also on the moon. We can take power itself, solar power, as a part of infrastructure. So sustainability also means that we are not looking at the short term; we're looking at longer span of time, because of course every time refueling spacecrafts from Earth to the space, it's extremely costly, and this is why there is a huge limitations in terms of the duration of stay, right? So for me, we have to start treating solar infrastructure solar as an infrastructure, not as an accessory for sustainable space development.
Before we go on, let me just say and jump in before we go on. I should have introduced our two guests. So Dr. Andrew Murdern is Professor of Electrical Engineering in Mauritius. And it's important to have Mauritius in the room. They just signed the Artemis Accords, and we certainly want to make sure that Mauritius Engineering University is part of what Space Ungana is about, linking universities and STEM research in Africa and around to others around the world. And Dr. Gabrielle Caswell has her beginning in medicine, but she's now part of the conversation about, I guess, biomedicine or astromedicine as part of Spaceport Australia. But what makes her fascinating for me is that she also has an interest in ethnoastronomy, which is also very important. So I was wanted to say that before they continue the conversation. So I should have said it earlier. Sorry about that.
No issues. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clara. Back to Dr. Caswell. I think the same question goes to you. What do we mean when we say we want to sustain the infrastructure in space?
Well, I think we can maybe break it into two regions. And I guess this is the way that my mind sort of thinks. Completely agree with Dr. Madan that there has not been enough concentration on how we're going to sort of run things, so to speak, because everything we use one way or another, whether it is from diesel or whether it's from electricity or nuclear power, we require that transfer of electricity via electrons to do the stuff that we do. The other power that I think is important, and I put it under the same umbrella, is biological power, because we need the biology to work, and the biology is what gives the humans literally power. But I also think that there is a biological component to our habitats that need to be very much sustainable. And it's important that the two are working together. And some of the people on my team are engineers, electrical engineers, as well as medical doctors. And that's actually a very, very useful skill, because they look at both things from both sides. Because we all know that we can have all the electricity in the world, but if we have a pump failure, we've lost our crop in space. And the other side of the coin is that we can have all the biology in the world, but if we don't have the electricity to run the biology well in an artificial environment, whether it's a phys-chem life support system or anything else that we're supporting in space, because, you know, when I'm lecturing to people, what I say to them is, let's get one thing incredibly crystal clear in our minds. The space environment wants to kill us. So everything we do in space is to try and stay alive because it's trying to kill us. And I think this is where I think the meaning of upregulating the human phenotype, not genotype, but phenotype, to fit space better is the first thing. And then the second thing is to look at the power of resources, because everything that I do requires exactly what Dr. Madan was just talking about. It needs electricity in some form. I am not convinced that solar power is the way to go, and we can probably have an argument about this, but one of the reasons being is that we have dust. And I've spent some time this year in the dust laboratories at the University of Boulder, Colorado. And, you know, there's a lot to be said about understanding dust. And if we put out solar panels or some sort of solar collecting thing on the moon, for example, it's going to last about 5 seconds. So I don't think we resolve maybe one of the foundation things we need to resolve for infrastructure in space. And I always sort of think it gets down to 4 things: food, air, water, shelter. End of story. If we don't provide those, then really we're not really going to be in space, are we? And it doesn't matter whether the shelter is a craft, a biodome, a habitat. They all come down to the same requirements of requiring to provide us with an atmosphere which will be artificial, which requires power to run. And it's really interesting. We gave a talk, not last year, the year before, we gave a panel talk on phys-chem life support systems versus biological life support systems. And we have done a Monte Carlo regression on them to see how long things could last and how many things had to go down before the whole system was compromised. And basically, it was a symbiotic system. Is at the end of the day, we can't just walk outside, walk to a new forest. We can't just walk to a new country. You know, in space, what you've got there is what you've got to make work. And this concept of power is very important. Power, your shelter, the metals, all the materials you're using to make the shelter. And this is a conversation I have a lot with people because they don't understand the growing of tin whiskers on metals. So the new materials that are coming out, you know, are looking at how you get around some fundamental problems. Now, why are the tin whiskers that grow on all the metals in sort of low Earth orbit going to be a problem? Because low Earth orbit's about 90% Earth gravity. What happens when we move a little bit further out? What happens when we just stay a little longer? And so I sort of say this to people, we're very good at Leo. We know nothing about the moon. We know nothing about humans on the moon for a long period of time. You know, putting your foot on the surface and jumping off again is like putting your toe in the water. And when I look at sort of people with concepts for Mars, I sort of have to say you do know what the fluorite does to anything that's organic. And I think this is where the engineering comes in and it meets the biology. And the habitat, the bioregenerative habitat that we've been working on is biologically radiation proof. So in other words, it doesn't need any energy. And it's a habitat that uses the energy to increase human health and grow crops properly. So, you know, that's the synergy that I think is really needed. And what I think Dr. Mudan has pointed out that people seem to forget is that whatever technology we send up has to be robust, has to be what I consider basic, and has to be repairable. And I think they're things that people miss the message on. I live in the outback, so when you've got two, you've got one. When you've got one, you've got none. That's it. You know, I have a 15-metre flood. I don't really have reserves. I have a 15-metre flood I need to deal with. And I think that when we're remote in the space environment, we are so remote that technology is not going to save them. What's going to save them will be robustness and resilience and being able to fix things. So for infrastructure, I'm always looking at what's robust, what's resilient, what does more than one job, okay? Because we have what we call mass power volume to, you know, we have to consider when we get mass off the earth. So what does more than one job? So if I'm taking things into my operating theatre, I take what does more than one job. I don't need a tool that just does one thing. And I think this is where the thinking has to be a little less technical and more practical. And I think, Dr. Moran, that's what you were sort of hinting towards, that, you know, the basics have not been counted for strong infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I get you both right, it looks as if there are a lot we have to investigate in terms of how to generate energy in space, whether we go solar panel direction or looking at the bio direction. But it tells me that we need to do more. There are a lot we have to investigate. But coming to these two sources of energy that both of you have touched on, what are some of the challenges that you envisage if we want to embark on a similar source of energy? Maybe we start with Dr. Baden. If we want to look at the solar direction, What are some of the challenges do you think we will be facing if we want to go that route? You are muted.
Okay, now it's okay.
Yes.
Yes, I will specifically talk about solar, right? Because as Dr. Caswell also mentioned, it's not only solar, right? If you go to deep space research, traditionally it has been nuclear, right? And also we have techniques like electrolysis, right, for generating oxygen and so. We have several techniques, but for power, the new energy sources, power, solar has also been there for more than 30 years, right, in space. But today, what we are seeing, it's much more. We have newer technologies that are much more efficient than it was already earlier. Now, what solar enables is solar leverages abundant photons already present in space, right? So there is this is one thing that is good, right? So it also eliminates, well, not eliminates, sort of decreases the need to sort of continually launch heavy chemicals fuels from Earth, right? But then, as you mentioned, we have a huge amount of challenges, right? We face one of the first challenges is launch cost, the cost of the launch, and also the other challenges like mass to orbit constraints. So we face mass is a big issue, structural mass and even volume limits in rocket sending, right? So this is one, and also second, you have the arrays, right? Large space array that we were talking about. They require extremely complex robotic deployment, right? They if we miss by a few degrees, right, we are not capturing the maximum amount, right? So installation is not as simple, right? And in space, whatever you install, it is much more complex than on Earth, right? Another thing that you have mentioned, right, and it is true for anything that you send, we have meteoroid debris. We have even micro meteoroid debris that causes a lot of dust, right? So this is one of the biggest problems that has to be addressed, right? Even on Earth near the desert, right? We have a lot of huge amount of dust. Imagine outside on space. But there are also techniques for dust management that is cleaning of these solar panels. But even cleaning will take some energy, right? So whatever we produce, maybe if 2 or 3% goes for cleaning, then we can maintain a sort of optimal yield. Otherwise, if the cleaning takes 50%, then it's 50% has gone, right? So so we're talking about challenges. We have dust. We have maybe damages also caused by these debris, and also you have other damages that is from solar flares. Yeah, you have irradiance events that are caused from extreme solar flares. So they will sort of affect the solar panels, right? So yeah, I think these are the real challenges facing energy power production by solar in space.
Yeah, thank you very much for that elaboration. So back to you, Dr. Caswell. What do you think are the pressing challenges if we want to go biological way in terms of solar, in terms of power generation in space? You are muted. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Look, I think everything that Dr. Moran just sort of said, I think it's a really important concept is that we have a lot of challenges just to, I guess, create the basics of a good long life in space. And this is where I think little things become synergistic. and we have to maybe think a little bit more create in a more creative way to problem solve. And the reason that I sort of say that is that we have two things that really bedevil us in space. The first is radiation, and the second is microgravity. And they both have different effects on the human body and human physiology. What we do is we create an artificial environment to try and maintain balance for the human body. Okay, so when we sort of break it down, we don't have a lot of things that we can rely on to continually go. Artificial generation of electricity, whether it be sort of nuclear fuel, chemical fuel, solar power, at the end of the day, you need a backup system. And the backup system, I think, has to be something non sort of mechanical engineering. And I think maybe we need to stretch our imaginations a little bit. There have been some bioluminescent lights and things that have been made and being used in different cities around the world. Maybe we need to investigate that a little bit. Star Trek, everybody loves Star Trek. The Enterprise, they had algae. Remember, they had the algae batteries in the wall? And that's actually not that far-fetched. I'm amazed at how much is in Star Trek that I'm going, that's actually not a bad idea. But I think it's not an idea by itself. It's one that complements every tool that we have to get the required level of electricity and power we need. But on top of that, also builds into a redundant system. And we're not there yet, and we have about 3 years or maybe 2.5 years now before they settle on the moon. And we've got about that long, I think, to really put our collective thinking hats on and come up with not only robust systems, but also systems that have redundancies that are not relying on perhaps the same source. And when I say that, I mean, if we collect our solar power and we store it in a battery, and then the battery then might contribute to A, B, C, or D source, what happens when the battery breaks and or burns, or, you know, we don't store the electricity like we thought we were going to in the battery, and or it doesn't hold the charge. These are the things that I think, you know, when you've got two, you've got one. We have to think outside the square and come up with solutions that, you know, there might be possibly two ways to store electricity in space. And the thing that we need to factor, just because something stores well on Earth or the battery works well on Earth, doesn't necessarily mean to say that it's going to actually work in space that well. And again, we have the changes, as I was saying, to metals, the tin whiskers, the changes to things in microgravity. We're not 100% sure how things are going to work when they're exposed to that environment for a long period of time. And then we have radiation. I mean, how much of our energy are we going to use to sort of shield ourselves from radiation? And that's a really important one, because unless we're going to put 2-foot lead sort of walls into ships, which obviously costs a lot of energy to get off the Earth, how are we actually going to look at sort of protecting everything inside? And then we've had the argument, and I'm sure everybody will sort of understand the sort of jest in this one, you know, oh, we'll just send robots. Well, robots still need electricity. So I went back to, even if you send a robot, we've still got to charge them, don't we? So I think it's an argument, or a problem, we should say, a problem that requires more than one solution, and they need to be run in parallel. That's definitely what I think. And maybe we look at where we could use something like a bioluminescence. Do we use that for our lighting or ambient lighting, or not necessary lighting, so that we preserve the electricity for the more important things that we can't use the bioluminescence for? And I think this is what we really haven't interfaced, in my mind, what sci-fi might think about, we haven't yet designed, and we certainly haven't tested, is sort of, you know, so overcoming that, I think, is possibly not for my generation, but probably for my grandchildren, because their imagination and their flexibility of where they will see solutions are going to be far beyond mine, you know, simply because I'm 2 generations removed. And for us, it was gee whiz that we even went to the moon. For these kids, it's like, well, why aren't we sort of, you know, why don't we have a spaceship already? You know, it's a very different sort of attitude, and that's their expectations. And I often think you have to imagine something before you can create it.
Excellent, excellent. So it looks as if we have ideas of different ways that we can generate energy in space for sustainable purposes. And we also appreciate there are some challenges, no matter which route we decide to go. But can we build this sustainable space infrastructure without strong international collaboration? I'm saying that because of one, equity. We know very well that when we talk about space activities, right, there are a lot of countries that are now even beginning to have some activities in space. They are still what I call them baby nations when it comes to space activities. What are some of the roles that we think we are already there can give these emerging countries, right? Because we need that international collaboration in order to be able to build this sustainable space infrastructure. But some nations are higher than others. And so if we are able to bring those low nations to a much higher level, that will create a lot of opportunities, not only for those who are already high up there, but also for the emerging nations like Ghana. In fact, Ghana, we just our first activity in space was in 2017, and in fact, I was the lead scientist for our first satellite that we launched in 2017 through a university that I was collaborating with, and that became the historic icon for the country. But since then, we are still sort of struggling in terms of advancing on what we already did a couple of years ago. So how can we, work internationally to be able to build this sustainable space infrastructure that we are talking about? Maybe I go to Dr. Moda.
Yes, I think the cost issue is the biggest barrier, right? It's extremely costly to have a space program and even send satellites, right, in space, right? And only a few nations till now have been able to send continuously, say, manned missions or even unmanned missions. But having said this, Mauritius, very small island, a few years back, with international cooperation, we did send the CubeSat, right? And it was we had a huge support from European countries, from A to Z, from the building conception, design, sending. We have also very much help from India as well, right? And they are a nation that growing in this space, right? They are building satellites for very many countries because they have the satellite infrastructure, that bases, and they have the launch pad as well, and they are cheap, quite cheap, right? So if Mauritius or any country in Africa would have gone alone, impossible, right? It would have been impossible. But then even we had our footprint, right? The first CubeSat was sent from design in Mauritius, right? Developed with international collaboration. But I think this is the way forward, because we cannot just leapfrog, just like we can't do what China or India or US is doing. Impossible for us. We're a very small nation, and I think very many nations in Africa also would not be able to send any space missions alone, right? So what can we do? We can go say step by step. I know very many. There is a big push towards space analogs in Africa, right? Last year I participated in another conference, space analog. So instead of sending to space, we can sort of form these future astronauts to be on an analog mission. Okay, it's similar to space. It's sort of a very harsh environment whereby maybe in the desert or in the polar regions, and there have been several experiments like this conducted. Say, 15 days in space. What would it like? Would it be like on Earth? But then in a very remote area in the desert or in the polar regions, whereby you have only whatever normally goes to the space, you have only this to survive, and also what are the communications. And this is sort of forming people. So we can start there, right? Before reaching to what China, US, and India is doing. And it would be very stepwise. So people would be in a position, right, be it of Africans, Mauritius, or any nation, they would be in a position to sort of train themselves before even space. They could be in analogs. And one thing is very important. Very many of these agencies, right, from US, UK, US, and China, they select people who have already had experience in space analogs. And very many of these are employable at even at NASA, ESA, right, or in Chinese, because it is experience, right? It is some experience, maybe not on space, but on analogs. So I think the way forward is to go step by step like this.
Yes. So yeah, Dr. Caswell, what's your opinion on that?
I sort of agree. In my mind, we really have three countries at the moment that actually we say fly, and that's China, Russia, and the US. My understanding is the US economy is something like 200 times anybody else's. And the advantages, I think, of coming in as a smaller country, and I would consider Australia a smaller country. We have to remember that I was in existence before we had a space agency, and our space agency is only about, 7 years old. And I think that there are advantages because, one, you can actually step back and have a look at what everybody else is doing. That's the first thing. And then work out what your strengths and weaknesses are and what your resources are. And this is where I think the whole sort of continent of Africa is a bit like Australia. You've got lots of resources. And where I think there is things to be done are in the areas of materials, life support systems, habitats, the internals of the habitats, how people live together. And there is just simply not enough analog training. Now, there's, I guess, two sides to the story with analog. We have what I call the athlete professional astronaut, okay? And then we're going to have about 10,000 plus workers in space, is the estimate, in a very short period of time. So they require training in the space environment. Now, the space environment, apart from radiation, microgravity, and the rest of it, is also an enclosed environment. And that's where the analog training comes in, and the psychological side of things, the human side of things. Because the technology, technically, to a point, particularly in low Earth orbit, has probably, done the work to a bulk, if it all works and nothing breaks down, of keeping humans alive. But humans and humans in the 3 by 3 meter space and all the problems that come with it, biological, from a microbiome right through to the psychological, I think the only training is isolation and containment, in other words, in an analog. So the analog industry per se, I don't believe is developed. I don't believe it is rugged enough. I think that the training within an analog needs to also encapsulate disaster training. And one of the reasons I say that, because there was fire on the space station in Soyuz capsule, and they survived, not because they had training, but the individuals were quite rugged, robust individuals. So their background before they became astronauts were what actually kept them alive. And I think when we're looking at it from a country that is perhaps taking baby steps into space, and I actually did counsel my own government on this, and they ignored it rather beautifully. But I said, don't do what everybody else is doing. Look at where the gaps are and become a specialist at the gaps. And the reason you become a specialist at the gaps is because you'll find the gaps are like coat hangers. Every hotel you go to in the world has a coat hanger. And if you're in the manufacturing business and you want what we call bread and butter, then you want to manufacture the coat hangers. And, you know, I think this is where learning what everybody else has done. You've got great education systems. We may need to filter those down to a level where everybody gets a great basic education, but that's work in process in just about every country in the world at the moment. But you don't have to learn how to make the cookie dough to make the cookie. What you're actually doing is you've got the cookie and you're deconstructing it and you're finding out how to make the cookie better. And I think this is a great advantage because the work's been done. We know what doesn't work in space. We know what is not good for space. It's where we know where the problems are. We know that computers don't work in space. We know that there's massive gap. Everybody wants to put AI and data centers in space. And I can tell you, we've got a report coming out. We have a technical report series, and we've got a report coming out where we have concretely shown we are at the limit of our computing in space, which means there needs to be a solution to what computers we send in space. So when they sent Orion around the moon recently, I don't think people were very cognizant. They sent the 1980 shuttle array in computing. So just let that resonate for a minute. Just think how much. Now, I was there when I saw the first floppy disk, and I thought it was a miracle. And they sent that level of computer around the moon for navigation. And we have more computing in our iPhones, and yet they defaulted to what would work and would be robust. So I think the gaps in the market don't, I guess, try and remake the wheel. Have a look where the gaps are and where little improvements are actually big improvements. Materials science, the biology of things, space, agriculture, life support systems, analog training, bioregenerative self-sustaining habitats. You know, you want to take your oxygen factory, as we say, to space. And then device and medical equipment. It's possibly the biggest gap area. Nobody's actually run any of the medical equipment in space. A respirator. Nobody's ever run it. They've never had to. They've just had their first medical emergency in 25 years on the space station, brought him home, had a clot. Okay? So I think that these are the type of things that are a little bit more natural thinking. And they might not be, as we say, as sexy as making a Raptor rocket, but they will certainly make the Raptor rocket worthwhile if it gets to its mission and everybody survives for a long time up there. And this is where I encourage everybody to sort of look sideways and say, well, are you going to catch up with any great leap of evolution in the next 10 years with SpaceX? In all honesty, of course we're not. Okay, they've been hard at it and they put a lot of money into it and they've got their rockets sorted, they've got their engines sorted. So I don't think we're going to take that on, but what they can't deal with is biology in space, and they can't deal with computing in space, and they can't deal with materials in space. And this is where I think when you start to think and think more about it, there's a lot of work being done in 3D printing and radiation-proof materials that then can be extruded into just about anything they want to be extruded into. I think that is an absolute platform for everybody to go and actually, have a look at where you fit in the materials world. And the materials world is from heat shielding to the metals, to the interiors, to the clothing, to the boots, to what you make them, the steering wheel out of. All of that basically is an opportunity as far as I see it, because I don't think it's settled yet. And then we move into things like, can we make better solar panels? Is there another way to make them, perhaps, that they're more robust and that there's another way to make them without the cadmium? Okay, or there's another way to make them where you can reutilize resources around you in the craft if you need to repair it. And computing is a big one. So it is now moving from what, is a transistor gate problem and into either quantum computing or computer and memory computing. Now, the problem with quantum computing is you need like a hugely fragile gizmo in a minus 300 Kelvin room to work. Okay. So computer and memory is a bit like how human brain cells work. And so it's a biological computer technically. But I think that a biological computer, if we get back to really the same issue of keeping biology alive in space. So therefore, there's an opportunity there, I believe, to look at it differently. And again, if you're sitting in, a continent full of materials, and gold is some of the best conducting stuff we have on the planet, there are perhaps other ways that that could be used in different ways. And again, this probably won't be anything that we think about. It'll be something kids that are trained from a young age to understand space will come and think about it in a different way to us. But these are the opportunities that I see. And I think that people focus on the rockets and the actual going up, but that's becoming routine now. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, at the moment, we've probably got 3 countries that do it. We've probably got 5 companies that do it really well, but that will expand out. So that'll be like your taxi. Think of it as a taxi. They're everywhere. And cars are everywhere. When they first started, they were very novel, and now they're just absolutely everywhere on the planet. So that bit, as far as I'm concerned, is not where the finesse is. The finesse is the next bit. And that's where I think your huge opportunities are. And you don't need to, I think, necessarily have a lot of money. I think you need to have a lot of curiosity, and you need to have the resources for education that then you deploy in the laboratories that you already have. And, space is expensive because it's a bit like I do medicine, and in Australia we call it doctor's tax. If I ring up and I say, oh, it's Dr. such and such, the price goes up 30%. My assistant rings up, the price is the normal price. And space is a bit the same. The minute you say space, the price goes up. But I think there's other ways to do it and have more people involved. And the bonus is you don't have to start from the very beginning. There's already a lot of knowledge there that you can learn first to capitalize on. And that saves you a lot of cost, startup costs, if that makes sense, or investment costs. So that would be the way I would target things.
Well, we're going to have to call it quits right here. Thank you so much, everybody. I know we went way over time. Yeah. I know that Dr. Damore has a hard stop, and he warned me about it. So I apologize, Dr. Damore, for keeping you over time. Dr. Murden, thank you. Dr. Caswell, thank you. Please, Dr. Caswell, I do need to speak to you about what I'd like you in Australia next week. So I'm going to say, let's cut it up. This has been a very rich discussion about sustainability in space, for living in space. We focus a lot on energy, human energy, bioenergy, solar energy, and we have a lot more to go. So thank you all, and let's get ready for the next group that are ready to come on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, folks, thank you so much for being with us, and thank that last panel that dealt with the issue of sustainable infrastructure in space and for space. We focused heavily on energy, both the use of energy in space, on the surface of the moon and elsewhere, as well as bioenergy. How do we ensure that humans have the energy they need? We're going to be moving now to our armchair chat session, and we're going to be joined by Dr. Nsame Jaja, who is our host for this session. Let me bring her on. And in our first half an hour, or 20 minutes rather, it's not half an hour, first 20-minute round, we will be speaking to Dr. Nola Haynes, who is a space security expert. And part of our discussion is centered around the question of how do we ensure peace in space? And really the whole philosophy of the Space Ungana platform is to ensure that when we talk about becoming a spacefaring civilization, it's not at the expense of Earth, because as far as we know, there's no planet B, right? And so we want to make sure we do it safely, and we want to make sure we go to space with the philosophy of Ubuntu and Ukama, two African philosophies that I think center us first in our interconnectedness and interdependence as humans, as well as our interconnectedness with all things on this planet. Even what you would call non-living things like rocks have a role to play in our thriving. So with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Dr. Jaja, and she will have this conversation that we're looking forward to hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. It is such an honor and a privilege to be hosting this armchair chat with Dr. Nola Haynes. Throughout this conference, we have explored many dimensions of emerging space economy, from innovation and entrepreneurship to Earth observation, sustainability, and international collaboration. Today's conversation, however, addresses perhaps one of the most consequential questions of our generation. As humanity prepares to return to the moon, establish permanent lunar infrastructure, expand commercial activity in space, and eventually journey onward to Mars, we must ask ourselves a very important question. Can humanity build a future in space that is more peaceful than its history on Earth? And you and I know every time we watch any kind of space movies, it's all about war. Yeah. We grew up watching Star Wars, and that's what we saw. So today's conversation challenges us to think beyond reacting to future crises. Instead, we explore how we can design systems, institutions, and partnerships that reduce the likelihood of conflict before it begins. And today we are just so blessed to have one of the best who can speak to this from an experiential standpoint, Dr. Nola Haynes. So, my friends, all of us on this platform, let us put our hearts, our hands together and welcome Dr. Nola Haynes.
Oh, Auntie, thank you so much. You warmed my heart so much. That is the best introduction I've ever had in my life. Thank you. That was so beautiful. I wish that this conversation can continue with the same spirit. But I often make a joke that the things that I study and think about in space are the things that go boom in the night. But here's the reality. Here is the picture. Can we live in space peacefully amongst each other? Absolutely, 1000%. We just have to want to. There's a difference of you can achieve any goal when the mission puts peace first. If the mission puts let's say, aggression first, it puts supremacy first, it puts dominance first, and the way we're going to get there is through deterrence first, then we're not putting peace first, right? So I love how this conversation is also grounded, in the Pact for the Future, because I think that's very important to have this conversation with that as the foundation, and not necessarily starting at militarization, but starting at where we're trying to go. And where we're trying to go is peaceful space.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Dr. Haynes. And why is this conversation so important? No, what is it that has changed in recent years that makes this issue more urgent than ever before? And are we approaching an important turning point in space governance?
We're not approaching, we're there. And I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to go back to a Financial Times article back in 2021. And if you were in the space community, you probably remember this headline. It was something scary about China testing a successful hypersonic missile in space. That happened back in 2021. Then Russia came back and we tested. It just became this cycle of testing. So right now, where we are is we are in some sort of arms race. Now, what level of temperature is it dialed up to? That I don't necessarily want to suggest at this point, but it's pretty clear to me that we are in a arms race to space because, our goals to get to the moon have increased and our goals to get to Mars have increased. And anytime when you bring competition into the conversation, it typically lends itself to a conversation about militarization, because competition also means that you want to win probably by any means necessary. And where we are right now, competition first, deterrence first. The way that, some spacefaring nations, including my own, are thinking about achieving those goals is through a very aggressive strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. You are an international relations political scientist, yeah?
Yes.
You are a national security expert. You are an adjunct professor at the Georgetown University of Foreign Services. You have also served as a White House representative on security.
Oh, I served at Department of State on the International Security Advisory Board, and I advised the NSC at the White House on different international security issues.
Okay, great. So you really are coming from a very informed,
yes, ma'am,
experiential space. And so one of the questions I want to ask you to comment on is, how does this growing diverse, because a lot of people are in space now, right? It is no longer a handful of major superpowers. We have emerging space nations, private companies, universities, startups, defense organizations, international partnerships, and even citizen science initiatives. So we have, as you say, this race for space. Yeah. How does this growing diversity, Dr. Haynes, change the way we think about peace and security in space?
Thank you for that question. And there was a very recent-ish example with Russia. The United States got intel, and I was at Department of State during that time. Sorry, I remember this. The United States got intel that Russia was trying to place a nuclear warhead on a satellite and orbit it into Leo. That was the intel that we received. It was credible intelligence. And so what happened was, it was this kind of beautiful return of multilateralism. The United States reached out not just to spacefaring countries, but also to non-spacefaring countries, took the problem to the UN, Paros, and basically the point of that was kind of like a name and shame blame campaign regarding Russia. Like, we see you, and it's not just one country, two countries, it's all of us. We see you and we're watching you, right? So that was a moment of multilateralism and diplomacy. And of course, Russia came back and said that they did not attempt to put a nuclearly armed weapon up in space, because we all know the 1967 Space Treaty says, no, no, you cannot do that. So that is just an example of how multilateralism can be activated and how it can be applied, because that is a very scary situation to think that any country, especially Russia, would attempt to do such a thing. And then, also from an arms control perspective, because all of this is from an arms control perspective. My specific area of expertise is arms control and international security. And I argue in 3 upcoming book chapters about space security that this is the time for arms control, as we are thinking about building a colony on the moon, as we are thinking about how to get to Mars. This is the time for arms control to update itself, and for more countries to come on and to make a set of promises so we can all coexist and live in space peacefully, and not repeat the same ugly missteps that we did here on Earth when we were trying to figure things out.
Thank you so much. There's so much to be done because the mindset here on Earth is a very aggressive mindset.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
And it's not a peaceful one. And if we are the same ones who are going into space, then it means that some mindset shift has to take place.
1000%. And I'm so you mentioned Star Wars. I'm a big Star Trek girl. I'm sitting here because my mom was a Trekkie. Like, that is why I am here, because my mama, she loved Star Trek, and she took me to my first Star Wars movies. So I am sitting here because of my mom. And I always grew up with this idea of the Federation, this idea that race, I don't like to say that things like race and gender and all those things don't matter. They do matter, but they don't matter in the ways that they matter here, where it's about oppression and subjugation and all that stuff. But the idea of these different groups of humanoids, or whatever whatever, can coexist, live in space, have agreements, have some form of space governance, right? And maybe put peace and science and exploration and research first.
At the center.
Exactly. It's those beautiful tenets of space exploration. But to be clear, this is not a new problem. This is not a new problem. Cosmonauts, they take a gun up to space since day one. I'm just saying. So this is not a new problem. The military has always had a presence in space, but the
Yes.
competition is what's different and what's driving different decisions.
Oh, thank you so much. The recently adopted UN Pact for the Future recognizes that humanity faces increasingly interconnected global challenges requiring stronger international cooperation. From your perspective, Dr. Haynes, how relevant is the Pact for the Future to outer space? Does it provide enough guidance for the rapidly changing realities of commercial space, lunar activities, AI, resource utilization, and emerging space nations? Or will an entirely new governance mechanism eventually become necessary?
I have it open, and I have it in front of me, and I'm a I'm a policy girl. So anytime you write things down, to me, that is a step in the right direction. Anytime when you sit down, you convene people and you come together and you put peace first through diplomacy, I'm going to say I'm all for it. Now, I have not gone through all 56 commitments. I have broadly read the five core areas, and here's where I see alignment, and here's what makes me excited. Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins, she had brought in Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) into the T Bureau at Department of State. So while the Biden-Harris administration was on its way out, we were having a lot of conversation about SDGs. So I'm very excited to see sustainability as one of the core tenets. International peace and security, this is my wheelhouse. So when we say international security, the thing that my students always ask me to kind of break that down, and what does that mean? That means war and conflict, right? That means big scary weapons. It means the entire apparatus of war, including weapons and weapons of mass destruction. And we have very powerful conventional weapons. So the fact that this is being thought about in the context of and we can apply it in the context of space is very important, because this is how we should be thinking, how to avoid conflict in space. This is the thing that keeps me up at night. How to avoid it, how to, like you said earlier, how not to just react, how to have preventative measures. That is what governance is about. We need rules of the road for this new construct in space, where it's not just the US and Russia. We have China, which is a big player in all of this. And like Russia, we have a lack of transparency problem. And what happens when you don't have transparency? People get nervous and people start to build up their arms, right? So that lack of transparency leads to lack of trust. And that's how we get caught in this kind of racing cycle. And this is the pattern that I'm seeing where we are right now. So the fact that the UN is coming together and thinking about these things, and I definitely do believe that these five, I'm actually going to incorporate this in my class this fall about militarization in space. I think it's very useful that was a long way of answering your question.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
thank you. And you did well. And once we have the rules, then we have to commit to abiding by those rules. Now, you have spoken a lot about the big nations and countries, Russia, China, the US. But let's kind of shift our focus to Africa.
Yes, let's.
Space Ungana, Dr. Claire Nelson and her team have always emphasized inclusion. And as more countries develop their national space programs, how can emerging space nations help to shape, not simply follow, the future rules of space? What unique perspectives can Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, and the global South contribute to building a more peaceful space future?
I love this question. So in my spring space security course, we spent a good 2-3 weeks going over all of maybe about 8 different space policies. And one of the ones that I find encouraging and inspiring, and I think about this in the context of spacefaring countries on the continent. So I look at Canada's space strategy, and I'm encouraged because they do something interesting. They kind of weave the entire space economy throughout their larger economy, right? So there's so many different areas of space, and where I see the continent coming in and contributing, and yes, having launch capabilities, all that is important. That is not the only part of space. And what Canada does, they kind of specialize in different areas of space throughout their economy. And I love that model. I love that model because it's not just about the launch. What about the piece that can be developed that one country builds really well? Like there are different parts of this kind of supply chain within the space economy that a lot of different countries can get involved in. Now, here's the thing, the barrier to entry, right? So it's one thing to say that countries that may not have launch capabilities can also get involved in the space economy in different ways. But we need partners to make that happen, right? We need people to shed their misconceptions. We need people to want to be able to work together without this kind of elitist attitude in the community. Because when I genuinely mean spaces for everyone, and I genuinely care that we do not repeat the same mistakes that we did here on Earth. And that means people are going to want to have to open the door to let more people in and to play fairly.
I see a transformation and renewal of minds, because if we go in with the same mindset that we have, it is going to be absolute disaster. So as we close, I wish we had 2 hours with you, because your knowledge, your experience is so rich, and I think everyone is so engaged in this conversation that they want to hear more from you. But the good thing is that we go through from now until the 20th of August, and Dr. Nelson has been talking about some mastermind sessions where she brings back some of the speakers on the conference to do a 2-hour session, 1 hour, 2-hour session with others. But we want to continue. What is one international partnership that gives you hope at this point?
I would have said Japan a few years ago. I'm still very hopeful. I am still very hopeful that once the United States can get out of this situation that we are in, that we seriously return back to our partnershiping with African countries. That was something that meant a great deal to me because, again, I'm a policy person, right? So when you use words like partnership, that means something, right? That means that we are moving away from colonial mindsets and we are entering real substantive partnerships. Those two relationships, those two things give me hope. We have to kind of, continue to crawl through the tunnel right now, but I am hopeful that we will, and we will make it to the other side, and to continue growing these incredible international partnerships, because we all have to be up there together. At some point, we will all be cohabitating. And let me tell you something, people that look like me and you, Auntie, guess what? We are not going to just be downstairs sweeping up. Okay. I'm just saying.
This is awesome, and because this is for the long haul. This is for long term.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the next generations of us who will be the leaders in this space, and so we need to spend some time working with them and their mindsets so that they enter this space from a position of peace, collaboration, and cooperation. Now, if every world leader could hear one message about space governance from you, what would that be?
I mean, I don't want to live in a Wild Wild West in space. Do you?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, what is the message?
I mean, space really is for everyone. That is my thinking, my philosophy. My co-author, Amber McIntyre, and also the Planetary Society. That's also their motto. And because it is the next frontier. It's going to be the next frontier. It is the next frontier. And we have an opportunity to get it right, because we got it so wrong here. And I'm already worried because we done already created a mess. I mean, the debris, it's already a mess up there.
Wow.
I hope that is not a snapshot of what it's going to look like going forward, but it belongs to all of us. It's our collective responsibility. Space is a commons. It belongs to no one. It belongs to all of us.
Thank you. We've had some good conversations on space debris in this conference. So thank you very much. But I don't want you to leave without telling us about your podcast.
Oh,
That's important because that's how
yes.
we can follow you moving forward with
Thank
our
you.
relationship.
Nola Haynes is Not a Spy is the name of my podcast. It is the intersection of national security, foreign policy, and culture. It is my little subversive way of kind of sneaking in, these hard topics, these scary things that go on around the world, but also bringing in some deep culture critiques too, because it all goes together. The same way I came to space through Star Trek, that's culture. Right. So we can't have one conversation without the other. So that's what the podcast is about. It's available on Spotify and Apple.
Okay, thank you. I invited my 12-year-old grandson who has an incredible interest in space and space-related issues. So he's actually on as we speak. His name is Mahari Jaja. You're going to hear about him in the future. Yeah. So as we conclude today's conversation, I'd like to return to where we began. Throughout history, humanity has often allowed competition to shape our institutions before cooperation could catch up. Today, we have a rare opportunity, as you said, Dr. Haynes, to reverse that pattern, to build governance before crisis, to strengthen trust before conflict, to create institutions that reflect not only our technological ambitions, but also our shared humanity. The future of space will not be determined solely by rockets, satellites, artificial intelligence, or lunar bases. It will be determined by the values we choose to carry with us. If we succeed, future generations may look back and say that the greatest achievement of the space age was not simply reaching new worlds, but learning how to explore them together. Thank you, Dr. Nola Haynes, for sharing your insights with us. And thank you to everyone joining on the Space Ungana 26 platform.
Thank
Remember
you, Dr.
our
Jaja.
guiding vision: one moon, one vision, one future. Blessings in overflow,
Amen.
Dr. Nola Haynes, for what you bring to the table and what you will continue to bring to the table.
And
Thank you very
I just want
much.
to say shout out to the University of Legon in Ghana. I went there.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Have an absolutely wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the conference,
I
everyone. We
will.
have some big things in store for you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Thank you, Dr. Jaja. This was incredible. You have just warmed my heart this morning.
Thank
Great.
you. So, folks, we are in the middle of our last day at Space Futures Forum, but not the last day of the conference. We're only on day 3 of 30. And we are just delighted that we're able to hear from Dr. Nola Haynes to kind of begin our conversation about this idea of advancing peace, future in space, taking it out of Action 56. She talked about the Pact for the Future, and Pact for the Future has Action 56. And us at the Space Futures Forum, we are the co-convener of the Space Matters Impact Coalition. And throughout the calls with everybody so far this week, I've been asking people to join that Space Matters Impact Coalition, which is really just a way in which we organize ourselves as space citizens or citizen activists or space actionists, space enthusiasts, advocates. Oh, so they're enthusiasts, they're advocates, and they're actionists in my nomenclature, right? So if you're an actionist, it means you're actually doing something. You're not just saying something, you're actually doing things. So you're doing camps, you're doing trainings, you're doing things. If you're an enthusiast, you're just kind of interested, you might show up at an event. And then if you are an advocate, you are probably just doing more on the speaking about it, but not actually doing projects and putting money into events and building things. And so those of us who are actionists, whether we're public sector, private sector, civil society, the fact is we are activists and actionists. This distinction, activists from actionists as well, that comes out of the whole climate movement, right? We are really trying to make sure that we find the tribe of us that believe that no matter what country we belong to, we all understand we belong to Earth. The Earth does not belong to us. And we carry that forward to say we belong to the cosmos do not belong to us. And this notion of space as a commons is actually very controversial. There are many people who will say it's not a commons upfront because they're trying to apply current law about property rights in space. And so this is a very contentious situation. So we're being joined by our own Caribbean citizen astronaut, Keisha Shahaf, who was able to go to space to explore the overview effect on the courtesy of Space for Humanity and Virgin Galactic. And I'm very pleased that she's here because I happen to also sit on one of the advisory councils of Space for Humanity. So she has agreed to be a spokesperson for the Caribbean Space Society, but I think I'm going to take her out of that smaller environment. I'm going to make her spokesperson for Space Ungana and start bringing her more of my African-centered stuff and my other global spaces where I'm active, because I think she may be the only Caribbean person, no, we have two, I believe, that have experienced the overview effect. And so with that, let me turn the floor over to you, Dr. Jaja and astronaut Keisha Shahab, to continue from a different perspective. How do we create peaceable futures? How do we advance peace for humanity in space and humanity's peace through space?
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Welcome everyone to another inspiring armchair conversation at Space Ungana 2026. And you have been with us and seen how we have navigated this space and the conversations we've had. Today, however, we shift our focus from institutions to individuals. For more than 6 decades, access to space was reserved for a remarkably small group of people: government astronauts, military pilots, scientists, and engineers. Space represented something extraordinary, but also something very distant for most of us, belonging only to a select few. And that reality is changing. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of a new generation of explorers, citizen astronauts. They are educators, entrepreneurs, physicians, artists, environmental advocates, students, and community leaders. They are proving that the future of space belongs not only to governments or corporations, but increasingly to humanity itself, as Dr. Nelson said. Our guest today embodies this extraordinary transformation. Keisha Shahaf made history as the first Caribbean woman to travel to space aboard Virgin Galactic, becoming an inspiration not only to the Caribbean, but to people around the world who never imagined someone like themselves could one day cross the boundary into space. Keisha's journey represents much more than a personal achievement. It symbolizes possibility. It demonstrates that space can become a place where ordinary people become extraordinary ambassadors for humanity. Keisha, Welcome to Space Ungana 2026. We are so delighted to have you, a real astronaut, having represented us in space. Keisha, turn on your camera and come on, we can't see you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for having me. Such a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Jaja. Can you see me?
I am seeing you. I'm not sure why she's not seeing you. Are you seeing her now?
Claire, if you stop speaking, we will see her. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so my camera is on and my mic is on, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, and you are so pretty.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Caribbean, beautiful. So we know that us who are beautiful and pretty, we are not just beautiful and pretty, but we have substance behind us. Welcome,
Yes.
Keisha. It is such an honor and a privilege.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Jaja and Dr. Nelson, for inviting me here. I represent the Caribbean, but I also represent so much more. I represent the humanity, the people, the cosmos. And I had such an extraordinary experience. And I knew when I won this space flight that it was more than just me. It was beyond me. And I'm very proud to represent all of humanity. The first man that went to the moon inspired me, and Neil Armstrong. And you remember what he said? This is one step for man, but a gigantic leap for mankind. And I definitely understand what those words meant, especially when I was in space and I opened up my nation's flag in space. I had that incredible opportunity to do that, and I was beyond proud. So being here, I'm not being here as a scholar or as a scientist or as a military person. I'm just an ordinary woman who had a very big dream starting from the age of 2 years old. I had no idea how I would make this dream happen to go to space, but I started working on myself. I started changing my mindset from I can't to I can. And I started showing up for myself, and a perfect alignment happened where I said, yes, I can. When I saw the space entry, I entered this lotto and I won. Mr. Richard Branson came to my house and said, you are going to space. You won 2 tickets where you can take with you anybody that you want to bring with you. And I decided I'm taking my daughter with me. So it was a very amazing experience for an ordinary girl to show every woman on this planet, no matter what age you are, your dream can come true. You can live the life that you imagined. And I can say that it was a bittersweet experience because it opened up much deeper than what I could have ever imagined. The emotions that flowed through me that helped me to clear away even more, like, like you're peeling an onion. So many layers has been shedding off of me, and it has been an incredible ride. So space was only the beginning.
Awesome, awesome. And with the work that you're doing in inspiring and public speaking and motivational talks and inspirational stuff, I know that you will be inspiring a whole generation of youngsters to dream.
Yes.
Because that's where it begins, dream and take action to make it a reality. So we have spoken to a number of astronauts who have gone up there and they're talking about Earth, but I'm not going to say what they said. I want to hear from you the experience of seeing Earth, because one of the most profound ideas associated with human spaceflight is knowing something known as the overview effect.
Yes.
That remarkable shift in perspective astronauts often describe after seeing Earth from space. You've experienced something very few people on the planet have. Can you take us back to that moment? What did you see? And more importantly, what did you feel?
First of all, my mind just exploded when I saw the planet floating 290,000 plus feet above the earth. I was just floating there, very light in my body. When the way that I went to space, it was in a rocket, but I was very fortunate because I had two pilots on board and a chief astronaut on board with me. So I had three persons taking care and looking after me. So when I got up to space in the space rocket, and the pilot said, astronaut pilot said, "Welcome to space." First of all, that blew my mind because I could never imagine that I would have made it that far up. And then looking out of the window as the craft started to turn, and then I just saw Earth. It was just pure magic. She was blue orb, just floating there. It felt like a she for some reason. And I was just blown. I think I was speaking in tongues when I looked at the earth from so far above. But what was really remarkable from seeing Earth was the feeling that I had inside. It was such a peaceful experience to just see this planet floating there in this mass of darkness and the blue light around her. She was shining her own light. It was a beautiful blue light coming out, and we know that is the atmosphere. But from space, looking at it, it looked like a shining blue fire breathing around the planet. So you could see that she was alive and she's there, and it was so peaceful, as if she's greeting us with so much love. So the love that I felt was overwhelming. And then that brought on another feeling of connection. I am a part of this. We're not separated from any of this. So there's no separation in the cosmos. We are the earth. We are the cosmos. We are the universe. We are each other. Where did we ever get it wrong that we're separated and thinking that we can have ownership and all this confusion that comes with it? And all I wanted was to stay right there. I wanted to stay
Wow.
there and just be there. I didn't want to come back to Earth. That's how I felt because of the peace that I had while being out there. And then the moment that we're told, put back on your seatbelts because we're re-entering the atmosphere, I felt so sad, but still very happy because I am here and I'm returning to my family. But at the same time, how can I bring this peace to Earth? I have no idea how to do it. So the only thing I can do is talk about it. And it still brings such emotion inside of me that I feel like crying every time I go back into that experience. So it's not even being an opportunist, like what can I do with this to gain something, is what I can do with this to give everything that I can so everyone can understand this is real. And I don't know how to do it, so the only way to do it is to do it together. So I brought back that concept. We have to bring communities together. We have to bring the whole planet together. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it and talking about it. So I'm so happy to be on this platform because being in gatherings like this is how I'm able to bring this emotion out so everyone can feel and know that we have to do this together. I know that we're trying to build government and we're trying to build order and all of this stuff, but we have to keep in our mind, do not bring separation, bring unity, bring us all together, take care of each one of us, not just humans, but the plants, the animals, the entire ecosystem, because all of it together is who we are. There's no separation.
Wow. And that is what you're communicating to us, is that national borders are not important now, based on what you have seen, because we are all interconnected and we are all one earth.
Yes.
How was your daughter's experience? How old is your daughter and how was her experience?
My daughter was 18 years old at the time when she had that experience. So she became the youngest person to have gone to space by 2 weeks. And
Wow.
at the time when we both were experiencing this, we did not have the mental we did not understand exactly what we were getting ourselves into because it started as a dream. It started just as a dream, but going through the training, and it was very stressful going through the training because realizing now that this is something bigger than who we are. This is something bigger than our ego or our desire to just want something like this. And what bigger cause can we connect to? But at the time, I couldn't understand what that even meant until experiencing the overview effect. So my daughter is going through her mental transformation right now as well. I mean, it's been 3 years, but it's like it's still working on us. So it's like who maybe we are yet, because the transformation is still happening, the process is still happening. And she had no idea that she was going to go to space or even wanting to go to space. She was like, okay, my mom is going to be doing this. I want to be a part of this too, right? So being a part of this is like you're not you didn't have like someone to like advise you like what you should be doing. So it's like you've just been thrown into the water, not even knowing how to swim, but you know you're doggy paddling. So it's like you're figuring everything out as you're in it. So that is the responsibility of being a citizen astronaut, a regular person going into space, because you're going without even a mission. Like, what is your mission? My mission is going beyond fear. That is what I could think of back then, because all of this is scary, because we never had, there was no one for me to pattern off of from the Caribbean. I'm the first from the Caribbean to have done this. So it's not like I saw someone that, you know, you could pattern off of or have an example of. It's just people are talking about, no, you don't do that. That's so dangerous. You're taking your daughter with you. Like, yeah, but this is what we actually want to do. So it was incredible. That's what I can say. It was incredible. So she's still going through the transformation at the moment, and she was studying physics and philosophy in university, which is a very big coincidence with this alignment with everything. Unfortunately, the physics is extremely difficult for her, so she's more focusing right now on the philosophy, but she's not even going to give up on that. So realizing that we all operate differently, we all move at different speeds. So it's like take your time and see where you are right now and work your way through. So understanding there's no competition, there is no time limit to anything, because in space, guess what? Time doesn't even exist, right? So all this pressure that we're putting on ourselves on this planet, we're building gravity onto ourselves, that no wonder a lot of us have so much pain in our shoulders and our neck from all this stress. But in space, you don't feel any of that. It's like all of it is just lifted off of you, and it's just this place of freedom. So it's amazing.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's shift our thinking now and our conversation to the democratizing access to space. Organizations such as Space for Humanity are supporting individuals whose mission extend beyond personal achievement. So why does it matter that people from different cultures, professions, and backgrounds have the opportunity to experience space? I'm talking about teachers, artists, doctors, entrepreneurs, community leaders, and young people. How important it is that they travel into space to change the story of space exploration.
Dr. Jaja, that is an amazing question. Wow. Let me take a breath with that one. Now, for something like this, I'm sorry?
Democratizing access to space.
Yes, yes, yes. So this is very important because space does not belong to anyone. Space is free, right? That's the first thought that I would like to express. And we are a species that like to mark things as our own, right? And that's from an observation, right? And when it comes to teachers and different types of people from all dimensions, from all mindsets, from all likeness and unlikeness, we all deserve a right to experience experience what space is like. Because only through experience you can actually know something. We can hear about other people's stories and try to live that experience within ourselves. But unless you can be there in person in real time and go through the action of, experiencing that, it's the only way for you to actually know. And when you actually know, you will better able to grasp and know what is happening and how we can protect this, how we can understand how precious this is, and how we can understand the vastness and what is actually out there, and the limiting all of the different conspiracies and belief system that people are creating inside of their minds, and somehow convincing other people that this is true when you've never even experienced it.
Yes.
And that is one of the things that I am facing right now, that I feel like it's really difficult and time consuming, and it takes so much energy trying to explain to people that no, that is not true. This is something that is real.
Great. As we wrap up, Keisha, we talk about citizen astronauts as ambassadors. Could citizen astronauts like yourself become ambassadors, not only for exploration, but for peace, empathy, international understanding, and planetary stewardship?
Absolutely, yes. I consider myself a peace ambassador for Earth, especially after meeting her face to face, because somehow I felt like she was communicating to me, and her communication was three very important things that stamped my heart: through peace, through love, and through connection. So when we can, that made me understand that that's the kind of ambassador that I need to be, one that promotes peace, love, and connection. So I live that by example in everything that I do, my thought pattern. That's my affirmation. That's the feeling that I take with me. And it has just caused me to be so calm and so forgiving to everything that comes, because I know that this comes with a higher understanding. So yes, absolutely. We need to be more ambassadors for peace, for our planet, and connectivity out there.
Awesome. So one final thought. Complete this sentence for me. The future of humanity in space depends on
me.
How so?
If each one of us can do the work to heal yourself and realize how important you are to our planet, to each other, you will take it more seriously. Instead of pointing the fingers everywhere, point your finger at yourself and know that peace depends on you. Everything out there, it depends on yourself. There's no one coming to save you. It's just you. You have to do the work to save each other, yourself and each other. When you can work on yourself, that is how you're going to heal everyone else and the planet.
Thank you. So we have a number of young people. We have first-year students in university doing aerospace engineering. You have like my 12-year-old grandchild and maybe some others who are listening in. What's your message to them? One sentence message.
My sentence is: believe in yourself. You can do it. You can accomplish anything that you put your heart into, and you have to anchor it with the desire in your heart, the passion inside of your heart. You have to connect to that core energy inside of you that you are created to be. And then you just take one step at a time, because out there is going to be a lot of challenges. There are going to be a lot of obstacles, a lot of things going to come your way. But because you have that passion inside of you, every day you have to nourish that so that flame can keep burning, so that you can keep doing the things that you came here, your purpose, what you came to do. Keep your fire burning and keep going. That's what I can tell you.
Keisha, we could go on and on and on. It's so inspiring. Your passion comes through
Yes.
so forcibly. Today,
Yes.
you've reminded us that the
Yes.
future of space is not about technology alone, it's about people. For generations, astronauts
Yes.
represented the very best of science, engineering, and national achievement. Today, you're telling us that citizen astronauts represent something equally important, the possibility that space can belong to all humanity. Perhaps the greatest
Yes.
contribution citizen astronauts will make is not simply traveling beyond Earth, it will be helping the rest of Earth see differently, to see the earth differently, to recognize that from space there are no visible borders, no divisions of race or nationality, only one beautiful, fragile planet that we all share. If we are to build peaceful futures in space, we need more than rockets, lunar habitats, and advanced technologies. We need empathy, we need trust, we need courageous individuals willing to inspire others to think beyond themselves. Keisha, thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing your remarkable journey, your vision, and your hope with us. And thank you for joining us on Space Ungana 2026. To all of you all on the platform, take it from Keisha and apply it to your life. Thank you for joining us
And
for
I would
another
like to add one
inspiring.
more thing if possible. I'd like to add one more thing that's possible.
Sure.
Sorry?
Go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
yes. Right. So I have officially launched my Inner Astronauts program as a coach. So that helped to have the astronaut experience for yourself as well in your healing journey, in your building journey. And you can follow me on my Instagram, Keisha Shahaf, and you can find all information there.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaja. And thank you, Dr. Nelson.
As we continue exploring humanity's future beyond Earth, may we remember that the greatest frontier is not only the one above us, it is also within us. Together, we build a future worthy of generations yet to come. One moon, one vision, one future. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Nelson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was wonderful. As I said, it's interesting what she talked about. We're going to go back into now the analog astronaut community, and some of our people are here interested in building that experience. But Dr. Jaja, you know, and those of you who have known me for some time, I've long been talking about this idea of planetary stewardship, that if we're going to talk about the SDGs, if we're going to survive our terrible genius as a species, we're going to have to change our consciousness as a species and become planetary stewards. And so when I wrote my one-woman show, Moon Runnings, in 2016, the life and times of the first Jamaican on the moon, and I wrote that I wanted to be an ambassador to the moon, and I wanted to live on the moon. I had no idea that that was going to become a reality, because I was really writing a story about how to develop planetary consciousness. How do we become planetary stewards? How do enough of us, we need 15% of humanity to think like this. And I think many of us in the analog astronaut movement, I was so happy to find that movement, because many of us in the analog astronaut movement who think about living in space are very conscious of issues like how do we do so sustainably? Because if we're going to design hardcore engineering and technology and food systems and waste management systems to survive in orbit or on the surface of the moon, we certainly can design a system that is a circular system that knows how to treat waste or make less waste, and to do metrics that matter. So this thing about the overview effect is about using what I'm saying, the principles of Ubuntu, first recognizing I am because we are, and extending it to the Ukama principle from the Shona people that speaks about our interconnectedness of all things, not just living things, because in that reality, even the rocks have a life. It's not living the way we humans conceive life, but they too have life. And just to say to astronaut Shahaf that I really am excited that she's now decided to throw herself fully into this messaging, because on July 30th, when we do the UN International Day of Friendship, I'm going to rely on you to come and tell this story, not just once, but maybe 4 times, because we're going to be spending 24 hours online with our friends. So if I can get our guests for this session to turn their mics on so I can bring them on. I don't see the moderator, but I'll go ahead and moderate. It's Alan Musumbo and Dr. Caswell, who are going to be talking about becoming analog. How do we live sustainably on the moon? What does it take to have a life on the moon? And the humanity of it, the habitat of it. I'm going to bring back Dr. Caswell here to join me on stage. Let me first see how I do this. I think I have my systems wrong here. Yes. So how we're gonna be talking about becoming analog astronauts. How do we live on the moon? And I'm really excited to perhaps bring my experience doing a lunar analog for the first time with, as I say, with a shoestring budget, but still being able to learn so much about how we go forward to create an opportunity. So hopefully the other gentleman will join us. And since he wants to build a space in Uganda to do this, we can join the conversation. So welcome again, Dr. Caswell. Thank you for joining us in this session as well. Alan Musoma, thank you for joining us. We're talking about the ability to live in space. And Alan Musumbo, let me just introduce you again. You're with Thai Architects. You're also now a member of the Futures Forum team in Kenya that's trying to build a permanent analog astronaut research center, which will be a dual purpose. Most analog astronaut research centers are single purpose. We're going to be building a dual purpose one in Kenya, where it's looking not just for space for exploration, but also space for Earth. Because whatever we do out there should be able to be applied to the people who actually live in Kenya and need this kind of research applied to them. Also, Alan Musumba, thank you for joining us from Thai Architects and from Futures from Africa, based in Kenya. And Dr. Gabrielle Caswell is with Spaceport Australia. And those of you who were on earlier heard, if not, just to say that her work began in medicine, but now she's really focusing on what it takes to be to be a human in the space economy, the space ecosystem. So let me start by asking Alan Musumbo to put his 5 minutes of dissertation, if you will, on the table about your perspective as an architect, about how you see us designing habitats to make it possible for us to live in space. And if you could answer at the same time, why as an African who should be worrying about designing for people to live in Africa, right? We see those awful pictures on television, people living in huts, struggling. How is it that your work designing for space will also support, I believe, humanitarian architecture or sustainable architecture for Africa that actually is designed for Africa and not just taking a design from the global north and plopping it down in the middle of Africa? So begin, Alan, we'll begin with you.
Hey everyone. Thanks for the introduction, Dr. Claire. And you've mentioned everything that I had not mentioned when I introduced myself. But maybe what I can start with is sort of a question I get most asked for. A question is often asked when we talk about space exploration. And why should humanity invest in space when we still have so many challenges here on Earth. For Africa, that question feels more important. And why should we think about Moon, Mars, or life beyond Earth when we are dealing with rapid urbanization, climate change, food insecurity, energy excess, and the need to build resilient community for the growing population? That's more of a fair question that I've been also getting. But I believe we are looking at a relationship between Earth and space. In a sort of a wrong way. Space is not an escape from Earth, moreover, on my end, but I see it as space is more becoming one of humanity's greatest innovation platform for solving Earth's biggest challenges. So as an architect, when we design for Moon or Mars, we are focused to answer fundamental questions. How do we build when resources are limited? How do we create energy systems that are independent and reliable? How do we recycle water and waste? How do we grow food in extreme environment? How do we even construct habitats where element has a purpose? They are all not only space questions. They are sort of questions that will define the future of our cities and also community on Earth. So the future of human life beyond Earth will require a new generation of technology. We will need autonomous construction system that can assemble habitats for humans arrive. We will need modular infrastructure that can expand and adapt over time. We also saw there's a need for artificial intelligence, robotics to operate in environments where human labor is limited. We also saw a need for closed loop systems that manage water, energy, food, waste, and integrated ecosystem. So, and to sum everything up, for Africa, these sort of represent an opportunity for our continent to experience one of the fast rate of growth in urban and in also urban growth in the world. We need millions of homes, we need new infrastructure, we need resilient cities. We also need industry that creates opportunity for young population, but we cannot build that future using the only method of the past. We need innovation, we need new manufacturing system, we need new business model. We also need technology that allow us to build fast, smarter, and more sustainable. So for my end, the space economy provides that opportunity. As an architect, also as a space researcher, the future for space, we are looking at not only belonging to countries that build rockets, it will belong to countries that also build technology, industries, and companies that make space possible. This includes space habitats that we've started working on in Marsabit in Kenya, also advanced materials, robotics, as I said, artificial intelligence, and also digital infrastructure and simulation technology. And as for Africa, has the opportunity to participate in this industry, not only as consumers, but consumers of the technology, but also creators. So, because mostly we've been consuming a lot of technology coming from outside, which sort of hinders the quality of our development. So space industry sort of change. We can do like a rapid way of urbanizing our world using space technology, and Africa becoming its own creator of the technology. So my work at our architects, we believe the future of architecture is moving beyond buildings that are static objects to the next generation of habitats that will be able to move like living systems, where they will adapt. We can monitor the buildings. We can also optimize the habitat for the resources that we need in extreme environment, and also the need for assembly and the evolving over time of the habitat. The same principle that we require to build habitat on Mars can inspire how we build resilient community here on Earth. The same technology for extreme environment can also help us address the challenges that our own environment we are facing. The question is not whether Africa should participate in the future of space. The question will be mostly, will Africa help design, or will we simplify the importance part of the technology? Because the next century will not only define by who reaches the new world, will be defined by who build the system that allow humanity to live there. And those systems can begin here in our university, through our researchers, through our entrepreneurs, and also engineers, architects, and also young innovators. Also, to end my point, I hope I'm on the right track. Space is not about leaving Earth behind for me. It's about expanding what humanity can achieve. And perhaps by learning how to build beyond Earth, we will discover how to build better future on Earth for all of us. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go straight now to Dr. Gabriel Caswell about this issue of living in space and hear your take on it. And then let's have a discussion about what's possible in very frugal environments, because we want to focus on the reality that, certainly from my experience, and I should say, so last year I decided to do the world's biggest analog. As a matter of fact, Space Ungana was born because of the world's biggest analog, to be honest. Because when I went to the Analog Astronaut Conference in 2022, that was the first in-person one they were having. And they had one the year before for the first time online in the middle of COVID. And it was the first time the Analog Astronaut community from around the world was coming together. And I want to give a big shout out to Jasper Wall, who is a mother of the movement, as I like to call her, and Dr. Stan Proctor, because without those two, we would not exist. So they got together and they decided to host an Analog Astronaut Conference in Arizona at the Biosphere, which is its own place. So it already makes you feel as if you are somebody coming together. And the conversation has come about, why don't we move it to another center? And I'm like, unless you can find another center that feels like the Biosphere, we should not move this conference, because this is not just a conference. When we meet, we feel as if we're literally at space camp. It's a small destination. We're the only people out there. We're not with other people hanging around. We're not distracted by restaurants and those things. We're isolated in the desert, and we get to experience literally a facility that was built to mimic what living under a dome might look like, a fully contained living experience. No, we're not living in a dome, but we get to go in there and have meetings, etc. And in that conversation, when I was getting very excited, because I'm an industrial engineer, I was like, well, I don't build rockets and I don't build satellites. What am I going to do in space? And then I was sitting there, all of a sudden, I said, oh my God, this is where I fit. I know how to do this. I know how to do system stuff, bring people together, make things work. And so when they said, oh, the world's biggest analog, and I look on the map and I see all these pins, and I go like, but Africa isn't there. Okay, the Caribbean wasn't there either, but we don't have a space agency, so we don't count, right? But I said, but Africa isn't there. They said, well, there's no African group. And I'm like, when I look, it's only me. I said, well, I could possibly do something. Well, we don't know. It takes a lot of work. And, we don't think maybe. Now, when the minute you start telling me I can't do something is when I kind of get crazy, right? So, certain people who know me very well, is when my brain just kind of gets, yo. And I said, well, Africa's going to be there, and we want to have a camp, and we will do it. So no matter what was going to happen, no matter all the challenges I went through, nothing was going to deter me from doing that camp. So we did a very frugal operation. We could hardly find people who wanted to be analog astronauts in Kenya. I decided to thrust the Boy Scouts into becoming analog astronauts. Half of them had no idea what was space. They didn't have any interest in space, but they liked camping. And the reason why I went after that group, because I knew I didn't have much time to do the human factor engineering and training, I said, if I work with scouts and Girl Guides who already have camped, who already know to work as a team, to do logistics, to know how to do, how do you sleep? How do you get water? How do you start a fire? How do you manage waste? Half of my work will be done. So that is how come I end up going after the Girl Guides and the Girl Scouts of Kenya, because I figured for me to find people who don't know each other and get them trained and up to running, that would have add more expense, more money, which I didn't have. And so then what to have as a habitat? Dr. Canswell, let me tell you, we have like zero budget. And everybody always asks me, what's your budget? And I always say, I don't have one. Because that's what I don't. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing something, right? And I go to analog astronaut camp, and this is May. This thing's supposed to happen in October. And the gentleman says, well, have you ever heard of a hexayer? That's what they use in a Burning Man. And, it's easy to do. We can just use cardboard. I'm like, we can't be in cardboard for 2 weeks. But anyway, I thought, when I went, I said, aha, I have an entry point. And so hence the design of our camp was born. And we got to do the energy thing right. We got the water thing halfway right. We didn't get the waste management totally right. And we didn't get the design of the habitat totally right. Hence, when I met Alan as an architect, I said, aha, I have a new victim, if you will, who would help me to redesign this thing now to really be functional and improve it. So that's the background I bring to this particular conversation, because one of the things we also did was we brought to bear some of the telemedicine people in Nairobi to partner with us to serve as our medical team virtually, right? So we could have somebody on call to talk to the students about, the astronauts about their mental health, because this isolation thing was real. And trust me, some of them couldn't handle it, right? So even though they knew each other, they were not happy. So against that backdrop, let me now give you the floor, Dr. Gabriel Caswell with Spaceport, that does a lot in terms of space engineering, but the biology of space. The floor is
And
yours.
Dr. Nelson, you forgot to tell them that I was able to do some team building and emotional intelligence training with those youngsters to make sure that their mindset is the right mindset.
Thank you for reminding me of that. So Dr. Caswell, the floor is yours.
Well, I am in such esteemed company here. So thank you so much again for inviting me. Now, I probably do have some news, Claire, which I didn't think to tell you. I was approached, and I have the robots on the ISS, the Astro beams, and I was given a project to take them from maintenance to medical. And it just reminded me when you were talking about the telehealth, how we've got 3 projects where we will use the little robots in a medical capacity, because they're maintenance robots, and we're looking at how we can expand what they do and how we can use them from a medical point of view, because we may be in a situation where we've got ground staff directing, staff on station, etc., etc. So I think that was a bit of a masterstroke bringing in telehealth, because I do think, well, I think 2 things. The first thing, I think that every long mission needs a proper doctor. Secondly, we are creating the Hamilton Project, which is the holographic Star Trek doctor, as in literally, and we're about to open that up, and I want every country in Africa and every physician in Africa to come aboard on that. So that's an important worldwide project. But the reason that we're doing it that way is because when we go to space, we will have to grow the medicine. Now, young Alan there was saying, the question was, what, can Africa do for space? I want to turn that around. I'm seeing, maybe as an external person observing, my statement would be is, how much can Africa do for space? Simply because you have a wealth of knowledge you're not quite sure that you're sitting on right now that can be utilized. And that's again with the Hamilton Project. This is worldwide, but I specifically want the whole of Africa. I want the whole of South America. I want the whole of Southeast Asia. Very, very strategically and very importantly, because you are probably culturally still using things that we've moved away from because our culture has forced us to move away from. And it's the knowledge and that intimate knowledge of how close you are to sort of a bit like me. I grow all my own herbs, I grow my own spices. I can go out and kill a beast and make it into sausages, but anybody from the city has no idea. And I think we need that connection. And as you said, you learned a lot in an analog, and I call it tin can syndrome. That's just my name for it. It's not in DSM 4, 5, 6, or 7. It's just what I call it, where you're stuck in 4x4 and there are consequences. And surprisingly, people who may be quite social outside the tin can are not very well coping inside the tin cans. So Dr. Jaja, that resilience training and that social sort of training is more important than anybody actually gives credit for. And I think my unique set of skills is that I wasn't always a doctor. I was a trained ecologist, and I worked outside on boats in remote areas, underwater with sharks, and in dangerous environments where you had limited resources. And this is where I think, the reuse and use of resources is going to be cardinal to how well people survive in space. And these are not technologies made in high-tech countries. They're not technologies made in countries where the technology is the thing rather than the human survival is the thing. And there is nothing out there that I have seen that is so clever that keeps them alive in space well, which is sort of almost how I ended up sort of being more biology, because I am a systems ecologist and I see the human body as a system of ecology. And what we've been looking at and doing a lot of work in, and we've got now a medicine ready for clinical trial, is upregulating the human body so that it is better suited to space. Now, why is that important? Because the best scrubber technology we have on station in the world, we still get carbon dioxide toxicity. And that leads to all the problems with fatigue, cognitive issues, like after 12 months in space, you might lose about 30 IQ points. Now, if your IQ is 180, you're probably not going to pick that up too much. But 5 years in space, that's a different issue. And that is directly due to carbon dioxide toxicity in the cells. So that is a materials issue. Certain materials make that issue worse. Certain environments make it worse, certain designs of environment. And this was something that was never thought about, that you could get pockets, even in the space shuttle, you've got pockets of carbon dioxide toxicity in different areas and less oxygen in different areas, just simply because of the way the machine was designed. And these are the sort of things that, okay, right now we're not really thinking about, but they are going to be cardinal when we go further and farther, where everything needs to be recycled, where there needs to be literally zero emissions, because the emissions need to be recycled and put back into the system in a usable form. And, this is often, particularly with vitamins, I find people don't have this conversation in that, we don't have a recycling system that reclaims the vitamin B that goes out in urine. But when you think about it long term, well, you're not really going to get that from anywhere else. So you're going to have to look at the filtration systems. And this is what I was saying about the biological engineering sort of thing. So sustainability in space, whether it's a habitat, whether it's on the moon, whether it's on Mars, whether it's mining on an asteroid, I think they're all linked to that same basic thing. And when I look at things like, you built an analog, okay, done on a shoestring budget. Most analogs were done on a shoestring budget, except for the biodome. That's a little bit of a different kettle of fish, as we say. And not only is it a different kettle of fish, it failed. And that's a really interesting thing. And it's also got something like 400 kilometers of plumbing underneath it to keep it alive. And we can't have 400 kilometers of pipes alone and water in space and continual refreshment of the system. But the biodome itself actually was a problem because of the soil issues. But the biggest problem, Dr. Jaja, if you've ever watched the documentary on it, it's on YouTube, and I think it's just called Biodome 2. The biggest problem was psychological. And they could grow food, they could grow fish, they could clean the water, they could sleep, they could eat, they could occupy themselves, because boredom is obviously a really big problem. The biggest problem was human nature and the way that they fractioned off the disputes that they had, which in the real world, we would just walk away from somebody. It wouldn't become the major issue. And again, when we're in these situations, we have to appreciate tin can syndrome. Again, not an official title, but I think it's apt. They're stuck in a tin can like rats in a cage, and the behaviour comes out that can't be suppressed. And I'm not quite sure how we prepare humans for space other than perhaps allow them to select their own teams. And that has actually been tried. There was that Mars competition, if anybody can remember it, where they had 100 people or 1,000 people whittled down to 100, and they picked their own teams. And it ended up, even when they picked their own teams and did everything the way that they wanted to do it. So some people had a commander, some people didn't, some people it was by vote, some people it was this. It was all a disaster. At the end of the day, it was all a disaster, which tells me when we look at the whole history of civilizations, regardless of culture, there are certain things that in the organization of an operational village, so to speak, there are always a commander in some form, but it's a different person for a different task. And, I think that we somehow think that's not needed in space. I think it's imperative in space. And then the second thing is your environment, because if you have an ugly environment and it's totally functional, it's revolting. I mean, nobody likes grey cement walls and grey cement, it's a human thing. We need colour and dynamicism and entertainment, and the environment needs to be a welcoming place, or at least you have a retreat to a welcoming place. And it's sort of why you don't take work to bed sort of thing. You don't take your computer to bed because bed is for sleeping and resting. And I think somehow people think that people will just keep functioning normally without these things that we innately do. We all make a nest, we all make a home, and the materials that go into that. And when we look around the world and we have, cities, and we have these big complex cities on every continent, but they're not the ones I'm really interested in. What I'm really interested in are the ones that are quite functional, quite practical, doable, livable, repairable, that word again, repair, and have a resilience from a psychological perspective, but also from a life sciences perspective. And the life sciences is very much tied to things like materials. And this is where I think, in Africa and all the different countries do everything very different ways, because they're at different environments, different tools to hand, different types of sand, different types of cement. And I think this is as I was saying, when I was sort of listening to Alan, I'm going, well, actually, the question is, from my perspective, not how Africa contributes to space. It's like, well, wow, look what you've got to contribute to space. And, you know, the little things that are increments that add up. And if we break everything down into an increment, you know, from the psychology, team bonding, starting children early, seeing who is suited to space, because not everybody is going to be suited to space. And this is a really important thing as well. Not everybody is a good communicator, but that doesn't mean to say that they don't know the subject really well and don't have a lot to contribute. And this is where I think, you know, we have to broaden the concept of what space is, from biopharmaceuticals to the agriculture, to the water systems, to the plumbing. And, you know, my husband's a farmer, and he said to me, you know, it's going to be down to the farmers and the plumbers. And I said to him, I think you're right. It is going to be down to the farmers and the plumbers. And we can be as sophisticated as we like, but at the end of the day, they're the two things that might just keep every habitat habitable. And, you know, it's important to remember the you know, what we would call in medicine, you know, when we have a case or a patient that we can't sort out, or we can't work out the problem. And I'm teaching students and young doctors, and they say, well, you always go back to first principles. And I apply that to space. Everything is first principles. We can't eat if we can't breathe, if we don't have shelter, you know, if we don't have water, then nothing else matters. So they're the first principles. But those first principles, think about it, you know, just in your own sort of countries, and then think about it from a world platform. How many different ways do we do every one of those?
Yes. You know, I'm going to say this because I think that the analog astronaut community, I think the world's biggest analog as a first opportunity to bring us from around the world to experience something together was a good start. And I really hope we spend the right requisite amount of time kind of decompressing and analyzing what happened, what worked, what didn't work, and what each of us brought to the table. Because obviously our analog Mwezi one was not, it was a baby in the bunch. I think there's two of us who were not first time analogs. There was one in the US, I believe. But I think the reason why I think the Kenyan outback, quote unquote, the upper north region part of Kenya, which is like nomads, desert, and a road going to Ethiopia, nothing else, is so important for a destination to begin to do analog work out of, is because our theme for our platform will be the road to Marsabit, road to Mars runs through Marsabit, right? Because if you cannot psychologically survive in Marsabit, don't even think about going to Mars. If you're asking me questions like, oh, you know, Kenya, is it going to be safe? Is it going to be, I'm like, okay, and you want to go to Mars? I mean, I'm just saying, if you cannot think about the fact that, yes, you're not in Nairobi, you're 9 hours from Nairobi, but you're so anxious about what I called, some of the questions I got when people were thinking about should they come to Kenya or not, was showing to me that people like the idea of thinking they're ready for space, but they're really still in the movie version of space. Like they're still in the movie version of everything is going to work like a game show, and that it's just going to be easy because they can call someone to fix something, and they'll be pushing a button and it will work. And I think that is what having an analog astronaut research center in Marsabit, or in, you know, in the middle of maybe a desert, another place I want to have one, it's going to be really making it real, because you really have to, first of all, psychologically understand you are in the middle of a region where, yes, we're going to probably have access to helicopters and those things to move you out. But the reality is, it's the nearest stimulation of real anxiety that you're going to feel. And so you get a better chance to practice it in real terms, being alone with 4 people in the desert in Kenya, the desert in Namibia, is different from being alone with 4 people in Utah, right? Or in Hawaii, where you know that the hospital is only like 1 hour down the road. When you're in the desert in Kenya, the best hospitals are 9 hours down the road, right? And so we have to make sure we have airlift, yes. But guess what? In space, there'll be no airlift. So we have to have the thinking about what we're going to do. And I think the reason why I want to have, when we're functional, the nomads to be part of our, let's say, our training team, to call it that, is because they're used to being alone and out with their cows all day. Yes, and now they may have a cell phone these days, but my point is, even if they have a cell phone, they may not have enough credit to use it all day. So they may have to ration themselves. Okay, we're not going to call my family, 5 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day. I know that we do have the towers out there in that region now where it reaches some places, maybe not everywhere. But the reality is that we can learn a lot from the nomads who live out in the desert in Kenya, to be able to talk to people who want to know, how do they cope with being alone in the middle of nowhere with 4 people, the other herdsmen or the other people that are with them, and nobody else? How do you cope with that, right? And so there's a lot of lessons. So I really have been, when I've been talking to people in Africa about this positioning, I often say, don't assume that you have nothing to teach or nothing to offer, right? Because the learning for us to do space correctly is going to have to go 2 ways. And that's how I'm positioning it. So we want to have a destination that allows us to bring people to Africa to participate in these places. We'll be building these simulations, but also because we're going to still be not too far from some people, in some cases, like an hour, 2 hours, even half an hour. We want to be able to have those people be able to be part of the conversation because they know about living in extreme environments. They live there every day. So we're just visiting the extreme environment. They're experts at living in extreme environments. And I think that's what we can get from them. And can you imagine if we're able to design a habitat that now can deal and treat my biggest pet peeve right now, when I go to remote parts of Jamaica or Kenya or Nigeria or anywhere I've been in the world, it's like, why am I sitting on the plastic bottles? Why don't we know? And it's the most distressing feeling ever. She talked about the overview effect. I don't know when I became an environmentalist, because I was not one really. I think it was when I saw a beached whale. I saw a movie of some beached whales, and I went into emotional crisis. I just literally broke down, weeping loudly at these poor whales. And it's then I started paying attention to the interconnectedness of us as species. And I thought about this giant whale. It's so, when we stand up beside a whale, we're so tiny. And it's a prehistoric mammal, and yet we're killing them faster than they can reproduce. And I thought, this is really can't be right. And I think I had my overview effect from seeing the ocean in a particular way, and then seeing our interconnectedness as a species, as humans, how we're interconnected. We're really no different, and how we need the Earth. And I think even if all of us don't go to space, we may have opportunities by living out in the desert, by going out into these open spaces. Australia has a lot of open space, right? Africa has a lot of open space. We may be able to provide more people with this experience of something similar to an overview effect, when they realize how insignificant really we and our ego problems are against the long arc of time. And then we come back and we reintegrate it. How do we design what we're designing better so that we can move forward and not self-destruct? Alan, do you have anything to add in terms of the work you have been doing? I know you've been doing some meetings out there with some of the people in Marsabit that you're trying to build. Do you have anything to add? It's time for us we have about 5 minutes. Our next team is here. Do you have anything to add?
Currently, no, but the plastic thing that you're saying is something that we had worked on with the school, the Tigo school.
Yes.
Where the school also won a competition. because we designed a plastic home, a model like that we presented as competition, science competition here in Kenya. So while you were talking about that, I was actually thinking there's a concept I've been working on where we can use the plastic to repurpose them into something at the school, maybe
You have
even
to think about that because I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
and Dr. Caswell, I want us to talk after this call is over to see really how we begin the work. This is not Space Ungana is not for the sake of talking. Really, we're not. We really want to use the platform to find people who are committed to partnerships, committed to working together to achieve our common goal of surviving our genius as a species. Because
I would extend your analog, and I'm just going to nudge this your way because I know it'll get you very excited. I think you should put in a mission control and start training the kids on the mission control and talking, because yes, they'll have the isolation, but you can broaden it. We are looking at putting in a mission control.
We actually were there. So when we built last year, our mission control was next to where the astronauts were. But
but I think if we separate them so that it's real, and the other thing I would suggest, and everybody just gets a bit horrified when I say this, you need a portion underground because space is very quiet. It's got no stimulus and it won't have windows. And you've got the opportunity there to do like a biohabitat as if we're on the surface of the moon. And then if you construct it so you've got the underground as well, that's like being in a spaceship. And I think this is, I know I'm evil, Alan. I've got 5 boys, you know, like.
It's okay.
I can see his brain going.
Going, oh, I can do this. Exactly.
I can do that.
And we've got closed systems, okay? And, you know, sort of, humans
What about
are
caves?
part of an ecology. And this is the big thing you teach them when it's a closed ecology, okay? That everything has, like the butterfly flaps its wing chaos theory, has an effect downstream. And I think that is one of the most difficult things for people to learn. And, you know, we were sort of talking about, you know, plastics and things like this. Well, I rarely have anything plastic, okay? Because one, it's not recyclable, but also, you know, I guess I was born with a brain that sort of says, well, you know, I can have that, or I could sort of like have glass that I can recycle, but also glass that maybe I can fix. And plastic degrades and all the rest of it, and it's no use to me once it's broken. But I also live in a very harsh environment. So a lot of the things that might survive in a gentler environment don't survive in my backyard. And just like backyard furniture, you know, it seems small, but it's really important because I want to buy it once. And the current set we've got now, for example, is about 15 years old and it's molded aluminium. So it survives the outback. And this is what I think is really important in building habitats and learning to build habitats and learning to understand their enclosed systems. Apart from the psychological and everything else we're teaching them, it is also about, you know, what is best, because, you know, at the moment, yes, it's dominated by the US, but it won't always be dominated by the US. I suspect there'll be a time when everyone just pops up to space, like we now hop on an aeroplane and jump continents. And that is coming. And I think unlike airplanes where it might have taken 67 years, you know, it's probably going to take, I don't know, 20. And that means that the evolution of interiors, materials, that understanding of a closed system, that's going to be much quicker than what it was for my generation catching a plane. And this is where I sort of think these analogs play such a huge part. One, it sorts out who can go to space. two, you can always have two crews, and then mission control, you know, become sort of analog, and analog become mission control. And I do this in my own practices. Everybody in my practice has to be able to do every job. And I think it's really important because you learn their strengths, their natural strengths and weaknesses in different environments. And why is that important? Because somebody may really want to be an astronaut, but they're just, for whatever reason, not wired that way. And it's important to find out young, not older, if that makes sense, because they might be excellent in the command room, but really lousy as an astronaut. And they might be excellent then looking at solving problems like materials, but not really good as an astronaut at the end product. But having had the experience of being an astronaut, they'll understand how materials are used in an enclosed environment. And that's what we sort of, well, I consider, I call it the tesseract. And when I talk to the Americans about it, they go, we don't know what you're talking about, a tesseract. What's a tesseract? Well, you just need to learn a bit more geometry. But it's about learning the layers within the layers and turning your geometry upside down, because that's problem solving in my view. But my view is kids should be taught this in kindergarten. You know, if we're going to have a spacefaring, you know, species, then these kids need to understand, like the back of their hand, that you just can't take your helmet off and take a deep breath in space. And that there are other hazards, because we're sort of having to compress that training to get people there in the next 3 to 5 years. And it's 3 to 5 years, it's 36 months. It's, you know, it's not that long. And that's what I keep saying to people. It's no longer down the road a bit, as we would say in Australia. So that down the road a bit means it's, you know, down the road a bit. That could be 1,000 kilometres. It could be 300 kilometres. It's down the road a bit. It's no longer down the road a bit. It's like on doorstep. And it's blindingly obvious there are a lot of problems to be solved. And when they go to the moon, it's going to be a test site. And there are going to be things that work, things that fail. I imagine they will get through, but that won't be the technology that goes to Mars. And I'm pretty confident about that. I think the technology that goes to Mars is the next generation, and possibly the generation after that. Except instead of taking 25 years a generation, it's going to take about 5. And that's because everybody's going to be thinking about it, and it'll be the young ones that look at things differently. Not the people who've looked at the same problem all their life. It'll be the young ones that turn the tesseract up the other way and find the solution that will escape all of us, you know. It's sort of, we're redundant before it starts, which I don't know if is a good or a bad thing, but we'll do our best to keep our finger in the pie.
Folks, thank you so much for this rich conversation. We will continue. Alan, I think we're going to have you do a masterclass sometime this month with your plastic house. Dr. Gabrielle Caswell, please reach out to me. I think I sent you my number. We're having, let me just announce this right now. We're having a 24-hour online global moonrise watch party on the 30th. UN International Day of Friendship, and I would like Spaceport Australia to be a part of it, because we're coming from Oceania westwards. So you see the moon before we do. So that's what I want to talk to you about, to make sure that you and your friends can get involved, and you can tell me who I should be talking to. And it's going to be a party, right? It's going to be like, you know, hanging out, looking at the moon and talking about what would happen if we live there. So thank you so much. I see our other panel is ready and waiting. And I look forward to continue our dialogue as we move to bring, as you say, Africa more into the conversation about how do we create flourishing life. Even if it's just 10 people, flourishing life for the 10 people who will begin settling the moon for the rest of us. Take care. All right, folks, that's it. Thank you so much. We are coming up on the second to last session of day 3 of our journey through space and time. We are in space Ungana. 2026, so the first globally fully online version. We began in 2023 in Kenya. We moved to Ghana in 2024, Nigeria in 2025, and here we are globally online building our community. And along the way, I've connected and found new voices that have a lot to say that can bring us some information. Now, this is the first time I'm having a panel dealing with the digital part of things. And so this is our inaugural panel on what it means. We have with us Professor Colleen Campbell, who will be our moderator for this session. She is a cybersecurity specialist. We also have Danieta Mangana. She is the head of, I know my brain just went blank for a while, but she will talk about
Security
her company.
Solutions.
Yeah. All right. And that's a cybersecurity company that does training as well as development for companies who need support, but also training is a big part of what she does. And we have Buki Ogun Sakin, and we met in Nigeria. She's an AI and cybersecurity lawyer in Nigeria. So we have UK, and to be specific, Wales, Nigeria, and US. I'm hoping that we'll be joined by Dr. Cheyenne Powell, newly minted Dr. Cheyenne Powell. I'm so proud of her, a Jamaican, who actually has come up with some new explainable AI technology, algorithm, software, whatever, that is trying to figure out how to get this into the space industry. But she did her research on that facility, and it's a really fairly new area of AI, explainable AI, and she passed her exam with flying colors. That said, we have the experts here. I'm gonna leave the floor now, and Professor Colleen Campbell, take it away. We have these are two experts here, so you can just have them talk and just ask questions when you get interested. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks for having me. Good morning for some persons, good afternoon for me. Let me briefly introduce myself. Yes, I'm Professor Carleen Campbell for Cybersecurity and Computer Networks at the University of Wales Trinity St. David here in Swansea, Wales, UK. So it is my pleasure to moderate today on the Forum on Space Uganda 2026, which convene under the theme One Moon, One Vision, One Future. So I want to thank you for agreeing to participate in this space on Ghana 2026. We are really pleased to confirm your participation of day 3, and we're going to explore the intelligent systems that will enable the next generation of space exploration, the cislunar operation, and autonomous missions. So I'm having with me Dr. Shan is not there yet. Danita, please correct me if I pronounce your name wrongly, please.
You did
So I'm
just fine.
having Danetta Mangana from United States, and your focus is on cybersecurity for space system. I'm having Dr. Cornelius Kalzenzi, Makerere University, Uganda, and your expertise is in intelligence cislunar system. Do we have Buki Yugunsakin, Nigeria? And your expertise in space law, governance, and emerging technology. So there's a lot to talk about and discuss today. So as humanity, we build permanent infrastructure in Earth orbit, cislunar space, and on the moon. So how can artificial intelligence, digital twins, cybersecurity, and intelligent autonomous systems enable safer, smarter, and more resilient space operations while ensuring responsible governance and equity global participation. I want us to explore these, going through the intelligence aspect, the capability, the reliability, security, governance, inclusion, and action as we move into this. So I'm going to open the floor um, to firstly get 5 to 7 minutes of each person's you know, discussing your area, and then follow up with some real questions of, so that the audience can understand fully how we are transitioning into this whole new emerging era now for us. So may I start with, let me see on my screen, Danetta Magana. Let's hear from
Yes,
you.
yes. Thank you so much, Professor Campbell. And it's a pleasure to be here with Ugana. Actually, I'm going to share my screen. I had put together a brief presentation um, for everyone to follow along with in terms of what this looks like from the cyber perspective. The biggest thing that I wanted to share out of the box, which might surprise a few people, is that Africa is right now the #1 cyber attack target on the planet. Matter of fact, it averages around 3,400 attacks per week. And that means that Africa as a continent is about 73% above the global average when it comes to cyber attacks. So we're not talking about something that's going to happen in the future. We're talking about something that's a real world impact right now across the continent. And what does this mean in terms of real incidents? We're talking about telecoms that are getting hit. Namibia got hit with the ransomware attack in December 2024. Libya got hit with the denial of service attack earlier this year in January 2026. And then Senegal got attacked. They actually had data exfiltrated from their citizens' database, which took biometric data, it took immigrants' documents, citizens' information. So, why is this important to this discussion that we're going to have this morning, afternoon? Is that the underpinning for the space infrastructure of Africa is under attack already. So people are already attacking the telecommunications, the government, the financial services, and the energy, which is where the space infrastructure is going to sit on top of. So that being said, let's pivot a little bit to what does this mean specifically for space systems? This means that we're in a pre-conflict, actually not even say pre-conflict, we're in the midst of a conflict era, right? We've got wars, rumors of wars that are happening all over the planet and specifically in the continent of North Africa. So what we've seen already is a 400% surge this year in attacks on space systems. And whether it's nation states, hacktivists, they are coming after satellites, ground stations, and space agencies. And a particular item, just to show the sophistication of this, we've seen the European Space Agency was actually attacked at the end of last year, in which someone affected their aerial exoplanet mission, in which they took the tokens, APIs, different credentials that had an impact on that. And then also looking at bad actors being able to use satellite communications. Nigeria in particular had to confiscate over 400 Starlink terminals as a result of bad actors coming in and being able to use this technology. So we're talking about a threat that is active right now, not one that is coming forward. So one of the things, and I heard this actually mentioned in the session prior a little bit, is talking about what does that mean from a sustainability standpoint? What does that mean from a workforce standpoint? And we're looking at the continent having to create additional people that can come in and support cybersecurity and support some of the other high-tech areas. Right now, there's roughly around 300,000 professionals. And as you probably know, Dr. Campbell, we're in a dearth of the number of professionals that we need in cybersecurity. So we need estimates about 2.8 million globally, but I think you'll see as I continue forward in the opening remarks that we probably need more than that as we continue to have higher, I call it hyper interconnectivity that's happening across the planet. And in specific for Africa, 63% of the organizations in sub-Saharan Africa lack adequate cybersecurity professionals. And even more concerning is that that gap of the professionals that are available is only about 13.5% of that are women. And so, being able to encourage professionals across the continent as well as encourage women to join the technical field is going to be critical. And why is that critical? Because the lack of expertise is going to be a crisis when you talk about space, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all cryptography. These are all high-tech fields and high-tech skills that are going to be critical in order to be able to manage space. So just giving, and I kind of went into this a little bit already, talking about end-to-end communication security, being able to protect the space, the links, the ground station, and the users behind that are going to require these newer skills. The only thing that I didn't mention was blockchain, cross-chain, the decentralized piece of that, as well as IoT. And I'm sure that Buki we'll go into more on the artificial intelligence piece when she speaks. And why is this important? Because these systems are highly technical. And when you're looking at being able to, and I believe the lady in the last session was talking about, 20 years from now, we're probably looking at being able to take space travel like you fly from here from the US to Ghana or US to South Africa. You're talking about being able to do cislunar flights, communications. So all of that is going to be AI enabled. That's going to require cyber. A lot of that's going to be autonomous. And so that is what's critical about space cyber communications. And as I wrap up, I think one of the key things to think about is why is this important? Being able to have digital sovereignty. We hear people talk about that all the time, but what does that mean? You can't have digital sovereignty when the technology is being created and manned outside of your jurisdiction 100%. So this is something where we're looking at being able to help organizations as it relates to both governments and individuals and nonprofits as well, be able to create that sense of digital sovereignty, being able to break the brain drain cycle, and having people have this technology, having the expansion of space right on the continent is absolutely critical. That's why I applaud Dr. Claire for continuing to expand this talk and this forum over the years. And I was super excited to have been part of the first one in 2023 in Kenya as well, talking to cybersecurity. And last but not least, understanding being able to provide the sustainability of youth is not just about governance and digital sovereignty, but it's about being able to have defenders for the next generation of where the planet is going. Okay. And I always like to end, and I ended the 2023 with this one as well. This is an African proverb, don't set sail on someone else's star. So with that, I'm going to turn that over back to Professor Campbell. And thank you.
Thank you very.
Take your screen down, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And let me bring up add to the spotlight Dr. Powell, who has joined us. Dr. Cornelius sends his apologies. He double booked. He's in actually another conference speaking live as we speak. So he can't be here. All right, go ahead.
Right. Thanks very much for I do have questions for you. But before I move on to Buki to start her 5 to 7 minute, and then we just start doing interactive question. There's one thing as you go through and you mention all that is currently happening here on, on planet Earth, but our target is, to to the lunar or the moon. So a question before I move on. Should a cyber attack on space infrastructure be treated as a technical incident, a criminal act, or act of aggression?
It depends. It's all of it. It just depends on who's performing it. Space systems are constantly being attacked. We just don't put it in the news as much because a lot of data goes through those systems. That's probably one of the most efficient ways to get data from is to take it through space. So people aren't hearing. I mean, I think it was just a few years ago, AT&T had a major hack of one of their satellites in which they had data that was compromised. So it depends on who's doing it. And it's very difficult because if those systems aren't built and conceived, and there isn't a way from the ground station to understand who is attacking the satellite, who is going after the space um, aspect, and that's why I was saying you need your own defenders, it's very difficult to attribute, right? Because most people, especially when you're talking about systems built, probably I would say maybe up until about, probably even now, I was going to say maybe up until 5 years ago, but even now, when you talk about systems being built, people think that, oh, it's in space, it can't get hacked, and that's absolutely not true.
Right. So, okay, we'll move on. After all the presentation, there's going to be quite a number of questions for you linking with AI and other areas. So, let's hear from Dr. Buki. I don't want to get her name wrongly. Dr. Buki.
It's fine.
Okay, so let us hear from you on your perspective as it relates to space law, governance, and emerging technologies.
All right, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. I'll go ahead and share my slides as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson, for the invitation. I don't know if I'm able to share. Let's see. Okay.
I think you should have the share on the,
Yes,
yeah.
I do. I have it now. All right. So you can see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much again. Today, again, the conversation is never ending, but we just have to try and narrow it down to a few minutes to cover. Like we said earlier, I usually work within the governance, policy, and legal side of space and artificial intelligence. So it's all about really building trust within the system. So I wanted to start with a scenario to say, okay, we should imagine ourselves in 2035, and then we have multiple nations, in the lunar space. China, for instance, maybe having a lunar base in the South Pole. The Artemis Coalition has a habitat and a research station somewhere else. And then, of course, different commercial companies, operating and mining within the different spaces. Then we have a critical event that occurs, which I've put here, a debris generating collision between two different spacecrafts in lunar orbit. And then, of course, knowing that there is a collision, there's debris that threatens the multiple assets that you have. There's evacuation and mitigation that is then necessary. And you can imagine the other repercussions, that follow through from that, both in space and then on the ground personnel as well, who are rushing to kind of coordinate and sort this out. But because there isn't communication, perhaps between nations or between corporates, then we find that there is a huge gap and it potentially becomes a mess because of the lack of communication between the different systems. So I try to put this out so that we can just imagine a scenario. And like I put here, it's not science fiction. This is plausible future if we fail to collaborate. And then I wanted to touch on different things from this scenario for us to understand that fragmentation is actually an enemy of resilience. And, just like we heard earlier, resilience is very pertinent in the cybersecurity. When systems don't talk together, they cannot coordinate. And so that's why interoperability between systems is very essential. Also, we have to talk about data, which is a very sensitive part as well. When nations do not share data, they operate blind because data we know is king. Data allows you to have the information that you need access to. And then, of course, when companies use proprietary standards, which is what is prevalent today, we create silos. And then in those silos are vulnerabilities that either bad actors to take advantage of or general circumstances could happen to. And in the cellular economy, we will only succeed if we're able to build foundations on this interoperability and collaborations. It's something that is overflogged and oversaid, but we have to keep talking about it and giving scenarios like this so that we can understand downside of it. Here we see three failures: the interoperability failure, where the systems could not communicate. And then we see governance failure because there's no agreed upon frameworks between nations or between organizations. And there's generally that gap that is created. Then there's collaboration failure as well, because we see that the top organizations are putting competition over cooperation, and of course, putting short-term goals for competition above the long-term sustainability, which we're supposed to focus on if we're talking about regulations and governance. And of course, we talked about here the stakes, which is the close calls, the rising tensions. It could be amongst corporates, it could be amongst individuals, it could be amongst nations. And then, of course, there will be lost trust and catastrophic risk, which, of course, we ought to mitigate by considering all of these. So what is the solution? We're seeing that the solutions are to have interoperable standards, and these will be common protocols, shared data frameworks, and alliances across board. There's also space traffic management, which we need to coordinate the tracking and sharing and coordination of information across nations and across different protocols. And then thirdly is the information sharing, which would help us regarding the threats, anomalies, and then, of course, best practices globally, continentally, etc. And the enablers here are the policies, the workforce. The previous speaker touched on that as well. The ethics, which is transparency, accountability, and equity of the autonomous systems or the artificial systems that we're creating. And then finally, I wanted us to look at the international collaboration, which is not just continental. We need to increase it to a wider collaboration where it's international collaborations amongst companies, governments with inclusive frameworks, public-private partnerships, and then, of course, the formal agreements, not just oral or not just in work that is done, but actually in the agreements. I don't know if I have more time for this because I prepared this as well. So for the standards, I wanted us to understand that they're not constraints on innovation, because a lot of people, when you're talking about standards, be it global, be it regulatory, they say you are trying to stifle innovation. So they're not constraints, but they're just to be created in a way that it allows innovation to thrive. And then we see the example here that the internet succeeded because of open standards. So something like this is what we're asking for in the AI space system as well. And then, of course, with the space traffic management system, we're saying it's not just about safety, it's about trust as well. We need to build trust as government agencies, as corporates, with users, is part of nation building as well. And so we need to create that confidence within the space ecosystem and within the artificial intelligence system that allows for safety and trust to thrive at the same time. Also, I wanted us to understand that collaboration is not optional. With a number of things that we've seen developing globally, developing as a continent or as a country, we see that collaboration is essential. Is essential for nation building, is essential for corporates to build. And of course, in this case as well, the cellular economy cannot build alone or in silos or as a fragmented piece. But we need to share the infrastructure, the standards, and the governance as well. This is not just cost alone, but it's coming together to build together so that we can actually win together. I also wanted to touch on the Soluna space and emphasize that it actually requires, the resilience that we talked about earlier and communication of navigation systems that we have. We have to make sure, like I said earlier, that the systems are interoperable. Where there are issues of sharing data and information amongst corporates and amongst nations, that is where the confidence and trust comes by the building of the frameworks and the agreement. So in the process of talking about terms and conditions and what works for one nation versus another nation, you can actually outline all of this in an agreement or in a document where there is agreed terms across the board or across the parties that are involved. And it's just to talk about generally that these communication standards are very essential for us to be able to create that bigger, more inclusive, and more diverse community across the space ecosystem. And then lastly here, I touched on the autonomous robotics, which we must work together again with sharing of data and interfaces, because that is very essential for the technology itself to grow. So I just finally end, I kind of rushed through that. So I wanted to get all the points out, but the essential part is just for us to ensure that we build a future together that we can trust. And these are some of the solutions that will actually allow us to be able to do that and enjoy that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Buki. So much to take in. You before I move on to to Dr. Shannon, one question for you. But we have other, I mean, this discussion is going to get interesting with you, Danette, and we're looking forward to hear what Dr. Shannon is. You talk about governance failure, collaboration failure. We're looking at trust, international collaboration, interoperability standards, inclusivity, diverse, and it goes on. But before I move on, I'm going to ask you a question. If who should ultimately be accountable when an autonomous AI system makes a critical decision during a space mission? And this is in the context of governance, policy, regulation, ethics, and so forth.
So that's the question that we always find comes up in discussions, especially with builders and generally while policy building. It actually depends, and that's the answer that we always give for that. So we're seeing that developers and builders are going to be responsible for the back-end systems that they have created. So things that are embedded in the system and then are controlled by the developer or the builder or the company that is building the product. But when it comes to maybe decisions that take place on top of that technology, because we know the technology has different stacks. So I'm going to say it's going to be shared liability in most cases, but it depends on the particular circumstance. So what will happen is it depends on where the failure occurred. If the failure occurred with the system where no one has a say in what the system is going to do, obviously it's to be in the build, and in the build will be the company and the developers behind it. But if it happens on the tech stack that is built upon the technology where the human is involved, or maybe a staff is involved, or someone has done something that is human causative, then that liability will then shift from the platform itself to the person who has used it in an inappropriate way, for instance. So there are different levels, but I see that for failures like that, it will go into investigative, and then once the failure is pinned down, that is where the responsibility will lie.
Okay, thank you. What I've gathered from what you have explain is that, in short, responsibility should include everyone.
Yes, and that is the reason why we need to trace why they call it transparency, because you need to see at each stage what each person is able to do. And that's how you're able to trace back to at what point there was the failure. And I see in the future that when systems become in the future where there's AGI, where systems now have the capacity to decide on their own, and we're able to audit the system to that process, we will then see scenarios where systems can be shut down, or systems can be suspended, or systems can penalize, things like that. But again, that's the reason why traceability and transparency is important across board.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move on to Dr. Shannon, and she's going to now do her presentation on artificial intelligence for space systems. So over to you, Dr. Shannon.
Thank you, Professor Campbell. Hi everyone. I'm Cheyenne, and the founder and CEO of a small startup company. It's an AI-related company called Depart Norm. I recently completed my PhD in explainable artificial intelligence for satellite mission planning and scheduling. So you might ask, what do I mean by explainable AI? So I'll give you a little snippet on that, and then I'll go into AI for space systems. So explainable AI, it's built on 3 layers that adds up to trustworthiness. So as Vicky mentioned earlier, there's transparency, and that is the degree to which an AI system's data sources and mechanics are open and accessible. Then that takes you to interpretability, and it's like, how easily can a human, aka yourself, comprehend the cause of a model's decision? And then that takes us to explainability. So there's a difference between explainable AI and explainability. So explainability is the representation of the mechanisms behind the operation. Now, all of these layers will add up to trustworthiness. So what I mean by trustworthiness, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Can I trust the system? AI has exploded so much in the past, past 5 years. It's existed for a lot longer, but there's just this massive explosion of LLMs, for sure, which is large language models that all of us use today. So I will give you a little summary on AI for space systems. So let me start my presentation. Can you see that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. So it's just an overview. During my research, we looked into, so my company, we provide explainable AI solutions for existing AI systems. And we also provide consultancy for companies that are looking to expand into applying AI within their infrastructure, or they're looking to explore it, the feasibility of use for their company, for their business. So I'll give you a little rundown. And this is from the ground, controlled operations to deep space autonomy. So here's just an overview, and this is the interplanetary latency block. And basically, of course, there's always a delay with communications. And sometimes, depending on the type of mission, the delay can be a few minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, depending on where the satellite is going and the mission objectives. So overall, I'm not going to go through these slides in details, so I'll just give you a summary. So space exploration, it just requires decentralized autonomous decision making. So we're having so many missions occurring nowadays. And as each mission gets larger and gets more complicated, and we are looking to implement AI systems into them, well, of course, it can be a bit overwhelming for the ground station operator to manage and handle all of this data that they're receiving. So as a result, AI is being looked into to assist the ground station operator and also the engineers behind the development of the mission. And with AI, there comes the computing dilemma. So it's computationally heavy. It uses a lot of GPUs, and of course, it's something we cannot run away from. If we're going to be using AI, this is something we have to face. So for we're looking into cutting-edge AI processors, they're susceptible to radiation-induced bit upsets. And then there's a massive deep learning compute power. But overall, the fix here is the software fault tolerance. And using AI software, it can correct the hardware radiation errors. So there could be errors occurring on board that we are unable to control, or due to limited communication or limited access. It is feasible to have an autonomous system on board that can assist with making the decisions and like making the corrections on board. So this is just an example that I put together quickly. So there's Earth observation architecture. This is just an overview. And using AI Edge. Here's an example. The satellite captures imagery, which then allows onboard processing to occur because it has an image. With that, you have small amounts of data, as opposed to if it didn't have any AI system on board or any AI autonomy on board for onboard processing, you'd be looking at downlinking gigabytes of data. So as a result of implementing AI systems, you're looking at near real-time data coming down, and you get alerts. So you can actually set alerts up for your system. So that makes it faster for disaster response, and that could be wildfires, floods, whatever natural disasters that occur on Earth. And then there's the debris consensus. So yes, debris has been discussed a lot, and it is there. We need to find a solution around managing all of what's happening out there. There is a lot of research going on with regards to using robots to deorbit debris or satellites or whatever. You can have debris from a collision or a satellite failure, and then that satellite itself, because we don't have access to that, it then becomes debris. So a single collision can trigger a cascade of fragments, and so a satellite gets affected, it then collides with another and another and another, and then you just have an infinite, well, I wouldn't say infinite, it just gets it gets quite messy. So you have the damage potential here with the traceability. So you can actually, using AI, it would help with tracking when there's a damage or anything occurring, or if there's a lot of noise, as well as, so you have your detection, and then that takes you to the prediction. So the satellite, well, the AI, depending on how the model is designed and trained, you can have your prediction there, which will then support the avoidance. So in a scenario which I know has been applied to many games, there are many games out there that you can play and explore this, but due to the costs involved and the risks around this, explainable AI is key for supporting not only the ground station operator, but the engineers and the let's see, all the legal factors as well, which was previously discussed. It would help with guiding the teams behind it to know what is going to happen and what could the side effects be if this incident was to occur. And then that takes us to the orbital traffic control. So you have the autonomy, you have your swarm coordination, and the predictive maintenance. So I'm not going to go too much in this slide because that I believe it was discussed recently about that. And then there's the off-Earth economy. So everyone knows about the Mars rover and different and other missions where we've landed onto the moon. So in a case where we were to do mining and we were to extract water or rare elements from the source that were from the target that we have landed on or we're mining from. The main requirement would be to deploy the closed loop system on board a robot to assess the hardware on board itself and to be capable of doing continuous learning, adaptation, and be self-sufficient overall with its operation. So AI at its core, so it's really used for like perception and the fault tolerance, as well as planning. So my research when I was doing my PhD was focused on planning and scheduling of a satellite to monitor the hardware on board and to determine when instruments were to be executed. And if an error occurred, getting the satellite to explain, not this satellite, but getting the system to explain why this error occurred was found useful for the ground station operators. And that was, so that was more around of like, another thing that we have explored was different users will require different types of explanations. And we're not talking only LLMs. Some people graphic learners. Some people like detailed information and breakdowns of images and so forth to summarize the scenario of what is going on. And also you have to look at the security levels as well. Some operators have a certain have a level where they may only be interested in just the output of the system, the operational side of it. Engineers would want to know the details. So depending on who is accessing the system as well, it's important to know that there are certain security levels that are there with regards to how much data is to be provided from within the system itself.
Can I interject a bit, Dr. Shannon? I just realized we are almost out of time. And so is it okay to wrap up within probably the next minute?
Yeah, sure. So I will just stop sharing my screen. And I will just basically say, yeah, so explainable AI is a growing area, which is it's growing everywhere, really, not only for space, but you're looking for autonomous vehicles. You're also looking at robotic lawnmowers, vacuum cleaners. It's everywhere. We're surrounded by it. And so here's the thing I would like to leave with you. This question: how much do you trust AI? Do you trust it because you trust the developers behind it? Or do you trust it because you've grown accustomed to using it? And if your answer is yes to any of these questions, do you think you have become vulnerable to the system? So I will leave that question with you, and that's a wrap of my presentation.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to everything is so interesting. I have so many questions to ask, but I'm running out of time. I'm going to throw one question to see if we can.
5 minutes.
Actually, 12 minutes.
Yes.
Oh my, thank you for that then. I thought I had like 2 minutes.
No, but other people aren't here, so we're going to keep going.
Okay, great. Because I'm still going to throw out this question because this question I think is very important. And I want to see how, from a cybersecurity perspective, from the governance perspective from Buki and from Dr. Shanai, and it's about looking ahead. Um, looking ahead to permanent lunar settlements. What type of intelligence will become indispensable? And we want to look at it from a cybersecurity because there's a risk, there's a security aspect, there's a compromisation, vulnerability, all of that. We're looking at AI, how to make things intelligent. We look at governance. We talk about collaboration and importantly, trust. And it should incorporate not just a niche, but it should be international. So how let's have a open discussion on looking ahead to this permanent settlement and what types of intelligence will become indispensable. Who want to take on?
I'll start. I think Dr. Cheyenne Powell hit the nail on the head. It's about trust, right? And that's been the case with systems, going back 30, 40 years, right? How much do you trust it? And part of the issue that we're dealing with in cybersecurity, just as a whole, is that we've have run ahead and said we can do it, and we place trust in places where we're not always have thought through some of the governance items and what happens when things goes wrong, who's talking to who, and what should people be able to do with that data and information. And when you talk about colonies on the moon, I think they're even trying to think about Mars. They're still trying to work that out, but I think they're looking at Mars down the road. Do we trust it? Do we trust that the autonomous system that's maintaining your air quality systems on the moon, do you trust that that's not going to fail? And if it does fail, do you trust the people that are watching it to be able to say that they'll react in real time? So being able to have that interconnectivity and that idea of not just us going out and saying collaborate, but how do we collaborate? So I'm going to turn that over to Buki because I think that's more in her lane of the governance aspects. I think that's going to be critical.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just thinking in my head, how am I going to answer this question without sounding biased? So for me, obviously, it has to be governance and control because I think there's so many different components. There's the building, there's the development, there's so many parts. But I feel like because of the singularity and because of the powers that AI will hold, we need to be able to control that. And the only way that we can do that, I know cybersecurity is part of it, trust is part of it, but then we need to have controls. We need to have regulations, especially when we're thinking of AGI and quantum computing, a lot can go wrong. It can go sideways really quickly with any of those technologies. So we need to be able to contain it, right from development to coordinating nations, because it will get really competitive, to coordinating teams in corporate organizations. So that entire trust, just for me, goes down to the core, which is governance, regulation, and control.
May I follow up with this too? And I'll come back to you, Dr. Shannon, because AI is definitely very important. But I think I want to touch a bit on resilience. How do we design resilience into space systems so that if one compromised components happen, it does not disable the entire mission or network? Any thought process on this as it relates to resilience?
Yes, so I can give a little bit about my background. I'm also an electrical controls and automation engineer. So it used to do robotics, industrial robotics and so on. But this was before the AI boom. So it was around, let's just see, developing a system to ensure that if anything occurs, there's always a backup. There is always a plan B, especially for long-term missions where it can be really costly. If we're talking about the use of AI, then there's always the option to have the human in the loop. And that is where you can provide advice or guidance and even disable the system as well. So these are areas that are being explored. Like worst case scenarios with every mission, there's always what's the worst that could happen, and of insurance as well. When you have human on board, however, it gets a bit more. You have to be a bit more control of like the situations and how the system operates. But from digital twin, where you create an environment, you run multiple simulations, of course, that could introduce bias, and that could, you know, where a system will experience something it's never been trained on. You can't quite guarantee on the output from that. So currently it's being monitored where there's always a human operator that would monitor the entire system and the process to ensure that if anything was to happen, there's someone there to stop it before it gets worse.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. I know we're probably going. I hope Dr. Claire is keeping a tab on time. But before I do my final wrapping up, I have my final question. It could be or, and I have so many, but I have to now be selective. And I hope this is my final question. If you could recommend one action for governments, one for industry, and one for academia to ensure trustworthy AI for future lunar mission, what would those actions be? Any thought process on that? Or maybe you could look at it from a different angle to say, what should we begin doing tomorrow, not 5 years from now, to prepare for AI-enabled lunar exploration? I think that's
Okay.
Dr. Shannon.
I'll,
Go
I'll,
ahead, Danita.
did you want to go first? You can go, Dr. Shane.
Okay. Are you sure? Okay. All right. So okay. So the first thing to think about is the requirements. What do we need? What are we going to do? Well, first of all, what are we going to do? Then what do we need? And how are we going to get there? How are we going to get there safely? How are we going to land? What infrastructure do we need? Do we need robots to build the infrastructure before we get there? Or is it better to have humans do it before, at the beginning of the mission? And if we're looking into using robots to build the infrastructure, what materials are there? How can we build this environment that is, I don't want to say habitable, but more like a station where we can go? If we do go, what psychological support do we need? Or if something happens, anything medically related, will we need medical robots to support us in these situations? And worst case scenario, surgeries. How will we, do surgeries in an emergency situation? Will the robots be trained enough to carry out these things without any input or support from a human? And it's an ongoing long list of questions that
I know it's kind of
we take for granted
thought-provoking, but
here.
it's
Yes,
something to consider.
yeah.
May I hear what Danetta was about to say?
Yeah, actually, I'll piggyback off of her comments. One, I think the biggest thing, and I shared earlier, is that we get so tied into the technology and the systems that we forget about the human capital that has to be developed. In order for, say, for example, if you need um, automation fails or artificial intelligence is in a situation it's never seen before and the human controls need to take over, you have to have the humans to take over. And so I think the first thing I would say to many of the governments is while you're looking at the technology, also look at the workforce. Because
Yeah.
without that capacity, you're leaving the technology to make decisions that it really, we're training it, and we can't forget that we're the ones making those decisions. We're the ones telling it these are your boundaries. And if we don't have enough people there to enforce that and to understand that and understand how it's operating, how it's coming to its conclusions, how the algorithms are working, we're in trouble, because then
Yeah.
we're leaving that up for the machines to make the machine decisions. And so I think that would be one of the big things I would say for governments around the world. There's still always going to be a place for humans.
Thank you.
Mhm.
In one sentence, and okay, go
Just add on
ahead.
to that.
Yes.
While they were
I'm
speaking, I
not,
was
I'm
thinking
not
of
happy
the
to say, but you have more
educational
than one
aspect.
sentence. You have more than one sentence. I'm not
The
seeing it coming, so
okay.
yeah.
Okay, for the educational part, thinking of taking people to space, thinking of the workforce, we need to think about the children who are growing up now, the kind of education that they're having, the kind of orientation that they're having, how we're training them when it comes to trust about space and the like, because we will need people there and they need to understand some certain things. And I know that certain governments are beginning to create policies around this to make sure that in schools, in universities, in colleges, we're able to equip the people that are going to be part of that society to actually be able to run that kind of environment. So I think that's, for me, with academia and with government, those are top burner for them to begin to be implement in the schools and curriculum.
Thanks. So here is my last. Okay, go ahead, Shannon.
Yeah, that's okay. So I just wanted to quickly add on to Vicky's statement. And there's something what I personally have observed over the years. The younger generation, they're growing up with AI.
Yeah.
However, the older generation, they've seen the transition from analog to digital age. So the younger generation, when it comes to a child will pick up a tablet, not a problem. So when it comes to using AI systems going forward, will there be as many blockers as there are today with the use of AI? Because we're new, they're not new to it. So that was just something that crossed my mind as well.
Very good outlook. Okay, so before I give my closing remarks, here is I need one sentence from Dr. Shannon Daneta Buki. What does one moon, one vision, one future means to you?
So to me, that means, well, it means to me, you're speaking about the human race. All of us as a people, we're coming together. So we only have one moon. We have one mission. We are trying to, well, regarding the longevity of our existence, we're trying to exist as long as possible. And we're trying to find a way to not only stay on Earth, but if something was to happen, we have a plan B. We have somewhere else to go. So it's just from my point of view, I see it as we're all coming together to plan for our future.
Okay, thanks. Danetta?
Wow.
You.
I think it just means convergence of us to understand that we're one, that they're really, I mean, as much as we are talking about all these different nations and we're dividing things up into government and industry, at the end of the day, we're going to find very quickly that this idea of all these separations is an illusion. And that we've got to think about what does this mean for us as the human race, and what does it mean for us as intergalactic citizens, right? That's a whole nother version of reality that's emerging. So
Yeah,
that's what that means to me.
thank you.
So for
Okay.
me, what came to mind, just like what Daniela said, is togetherness. I see it, once you focus on one, it's like a marriage of
Mhm.
some sort. So once you're coming together, there has to be some certain elements. For instance, collaboration, there has to be trust, there has to be communication. If there's not any of those three, you're going to find yourself in a divorce very soon. So I think that's what it says to me. That togetherness on all fronts is very important.
Wow. And what can I say? Today discussion has taken us on a journey from, what would I say, nature of intelligence to the necessity of action. We explore AI expanding human capability. We look at reliability and cybersecurity, which are essential to trust. How governance will provide accountability, while inclusion ensure that the future space benefit to all humanity. I think I picked up all of those from these discussion. So, wow, as we pursue this vision of returning to the moon, if I'm correct to say that, and venturing beyond, I think we should all remember that the greatest challenge is not simple building smarter systems. It is building systems that are trusted, secure, ethical, and designed for the benefit of everyone. So I want to thank you to to my panelists, audience, and everyone out there who will be watching it if it's recorded at a later day. And for me, as a cybersecurity um, expert that's sitting at the intersection of every stage of this discussion, I am leaving with in mind intelligence, capability, reliability, security, governance, inclusion, and then the action behind all of this is strategic vision, ultimate. So it has been a journey, so much to take in. I mean, I will just leave you with three things as the expert, to as we wrap today's session. How do we ensure AI remain trustworthy when communication with Earth are delayed? Who is ultimately accountable if an autonomous AI system makes a mission critical decision? How do we balance innovation with resilience against cyber threats? So these are the three questions I'm going to leave everyone with. So I hope that our mission, one moon, one vision, one future, will be a reality real soon. Thank you very much. You're on mute, Dr. Claire.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was a team. I felt like I was in a master class, and I feel like I have to bring back this whole team and just take the show on the road because I learned so much. And it's interesting because I had told every other panelist, no PowerPoints. For some reason, you all had PowerPoints. It's like really weird. And I'm like, uh-oh, I hope the other two have PowerPoints. So when I see you flip out your PowerPoint, I'm like, wait a minute. Did I say no PowerPoints? And then I see Bookie flip out her PowerPoint. I said, whoa. Then she flips out her PowerPoint. I'm like, oh no, you guys are too much. But this has really been a rich discussion because we have really, as I said, it's the first time we're having this conversation on this platform as a separate intentional design mechanism. And it's important because when we began on Monday, we had members of the Africa Space Agency on board. Unfortunately, we have a glitch, so some of them left, but I did get to talk to some of them after. And it is clear that they have several space conferences stacked for Africa this year. And it's all about the big hardware, right? And we're not hearing enough of us talking about the really hard stuff, the people stuff. How do you get the people? And this issue about trust in terms of AI and cybersecurity is really not just about space. In this case, you have to even do it on Earth first. I mean, we're talking about cars. They call those cars in the streets of America. The way more cars started, I don't know if somebody hacked them, but they end up in a neighborhood, very high income, posh neighborhood of Atlanta. Somebody got them parked up over there. The residents were furious. I'm like, aha, because I'm one of these people like, why are we having these autonomous cars on the road? We've had no hearings. There have been absolutely no public hearings on this. I feel like the public needs to weigh in on this before they're put on the streets of our cities, because we do not know if the law has made arrangements for who to get blamed if one of these things runs amok and plows into a sidewalk. Who are we suing? Are we suing Waymo? Are we suing the software company behind Waymo? Are we suing the power company because they had a glitch just at that moment? That's why it went down. Who is able to do the forensic of what went wrong? How do we, the public, know? And I think that we're in a very critical time in human history where we, the people, recognizing that certainly here in the United States of America, there is no technology assessment function. The office does not exist. Every NGO that has tried to do it has not been successful. Europe is much better off, so we should be thinking about maybe as humans joining and Americans joining some of these European organizations so at least we can learn what is the standard and bring it back to this side of the world. And as for Africa and the Caribbean and the global south, we tend to get things thrown upon us. But luckily, because we have some of our older judges and people very skeptical and scared of change, we have that block where just because of stubbornness, they're not rushing to take on these things. But I think those of you who are experts in this space, and myself as a Futures Forum, that's not just doing space, but looking at this for ocean and healthcare systems. AI and cybersecurity are going to be like the blood and backbone of every single human system that we use. And so I'm going to be calling on you ladies time and time again, because this is really something that the developing South, countries developing South, have to have a conversation on. We've got to get them to put in place, not just the few one and two people in their office who understand a little bit. We've got to train their workforce, the current ministry workforce. The people who are taking exams now have to be prepared to learn how to learn, because this thing is going so fast. We are putting ourselves at risk if we do not do that. So thank you again for coming. And I see one of my speakers who is here. I'm going to go ahead and start with her and see who else comes. But I'm so grateful. And if I call to come back before August the 20th, please do not run me. There's a reason why. Okay?
Dr. Claire, before you go, because I know I have to go as well. I endorse everything you said, and I do hope with you would now create that collaboration. Myself, Shannon, Deneta, Buki, and who knows, maybe we need to put a center together for training, collaboration, advice, something, and not just ends today and we are back here
You
only
know
when
me.
you need
I
us
never,
again.
no,
I'm
and
hoping.
I never ever do things without a purpose. Everybody who I've invited to this platform is in my line of sight for some permanent thing of some kind. Nobody escapes the jaws and the clutches, right? So I'll be in touch with all of you. We're gonna be figuring where do we go from here. We will not come back here next year being in the same place, put it that way. All right?
Okay,
Thanks so much. All right, take care, everybody.
Bye.
Okay, so we have come to the last but not least panel of our session on day 3, and I see that 2 of my speakers are missing, but I always say I'm going to go with the flow and go with what is, and right now we have with us, are going to be joining us soon, Isabel Mario, who is into the topic of space sustainability. And we touched on one aspect of space sustainability earlier, but she certainly has another perspective. And so she definitely wanted to be in a different place and said, well, come back, because we're talking about, in this last session, we're going to be speaking about the issue of frontiers, right? Space as a frontier. And Amber, if you could turn on your camera, please. Amber McIntyre is also joining us. She is a policy person and also works in industry, private sector. And we want to talk about the future. Where do we go from here? This is the last session of our 3-day Futures Forum. We're looking out into the future, and there's some immediate issues like space debris that Isabel is an expert on and certainly passionate about. I don't know if any of us are expert on anything these days, because everything is changing so fast. But at least put it this way, we all are keeping up. She's keeping up very rapidly with what's happening in space debris. I'm trying to keep up with the whole ecosystem. And Amber, you're keeping up with what industry is doing. And so we want to have a conversation in this session on where do we go from here? Space, as Star Trek taught me, because I learned everything I know about space from Star Trek, I'm sorry, is the final frontier. Although some would say not really. Internal, our ability to control our emotions is our final frontier. But until we get to that one, in the technical side, space being our final frontier, we have so many unanswered questions. And you're just joining us, but what has come up on many of the people on this platform, if not all, and I'm sure probably because these are people I admire, therefore they probably already think somewhat that I think, the issue of understanding this space as a commons, which I know has not been agreed on, and certainly private sector would rather it not be thought of as a commons. But for those regular people who are concerned about how and where we go out into the frontier. So as we talk about these new economies, the space economy, what are some of the issues and challenges? And I'm going to begin with you, Isabel. Can you lay us some groundwork from your perspective as somebody working in the space debris question, which is a big challenge facing our own potential future access to space? If you could start us off with about 3 to 5 minutes, Isabel, on you're thinking about that as one of the frontiers we have to fix. One of the fences or grounds in the frontiers we have to fix. And if there's something I'm not asking you that you know about that I need to know about, please put it on the table. And then Amber will go to you as somebody who's working in the industry and hearing a lot of people from different perspectives saying about how they want the industry to move. What are you hearing? So Isabel, maybe the floor is yours. And you could also talk a bit more about where you're coming from to give us the grounding in your right to your opinions. I'm going to say that because a friend of mine who's a fine artist, he's passed on now. He was the head of the fine painting department in the Jamaica Art School, fabulous artist. So we go to the Museum of Art in Washington, D.C., and he points to this beautiful white canvas with one red dot. And he goes, wow, wow. And I'm going like, what? Where's the wow? He said, white canvas with one red dot. And I said, but I could have done that. Oh no, this is a great modern artist. I said, it's one red dot on a canvas of white. Yes, but he has earned the right to call it art. So in that regard, make sure we know why you have the right to your opinions, and you have the right to be as notable as this guy who could put a white canvas with one red dot in the Museum of Art in America and be hailed as a great hero. Get us started. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Claire. I'm Isabel Miro. I'm from Germany, and I joined the space debris and zero debris discussion in 2023 when I was joining the Zero Debris Charter of the European Space Agency as not as a person who signed it, but as a person who was co-creating it. So the ESA did invite a lot of different stakeholders to come together to create a charter to decide on some principles on how we want to manage space debris. Because back then already some actors were noticing that if we continue like we do today, space will become unusable for future generations. Not just that, but it may also cause some significant threats to life as we know it and our civilization, to the banking system, to satellites that are currently operating, because space debris is a challenge that in the end will affect everyday people if the space industry is not able to get a hold on it. So in this community of the Zero Debris Charter, we were discussing on what principles should there be, what is something that we can all agree on as a bottom line. And then when the charter was ready, we continued to work together for a technical booklet, which is all available online for free, by the way. So if you want to look it up, you can have a look. The charter is very basic. And I think it's a good example because you have to balance like the principle that everyone can agree upon without being too specific. And then the technical requirements, the how, are more covered in the technical booklet on how to mitigate space debris. So I was involved in both processes. And when we speak about governing the commons, I think that was a great example of how it can be done because it was a very inclusive process. And I know that there were researchers, there were some students, even some people working in the industry on it. Airbus was there, OHB was there. So a lot of industry actors, but also people working in policy for different space agencies. So it was a very inclusive process in that sense to agree on those principles on how to use space sustainably, at least when it comes to debris, right? There's a lot, space sustainability as a whole topic is a lot broader because we have to look at all the different things. It starts even with the whole life cycle of the satellite, like even the transportation and the supply chains until the satellite is built. Technically, that's all part of space sustainability. But in the Zero Debris Charter, we are mainly focusing on the disposal of satellites, right? So what happens at the end of the life when the satellite, realistically, when the fuel tank is empty, because that's part of the sustainability issue right now. So we cannot refuel satellites. So once the satellite is done, what do we do with the junk? And this is still, I would say, an ongoing question. From my experience, to make it short, we are currently, have a tendency to go for design for demise, which means that in order to not have space debris constantly being in orbit with all the satellites, so to decrease the risk of collision between space debris and satellites, we're now saying, okay, let's burn the defunct satellites, like at the last act of a satellite, to re-enter the atmosphere in order for the satellite to burn as much as it can, so that the junk will not stay in orbit and possibly risk other missions or possibly have like cascades of collisions, which is known as the Kessler syndrome, and which the whole industry can agree on that we don't want that. So the problem here is we are yet not exactly sure what is the most sustainable option for dealing with space debris, because even the re-entry into the atmosphere is technically an unknown because we don't have enough data yet to know how that affects the atmosphere, right? So my personal background is not in engineering. I have a bachelor degree in psychology and in sociology, and I'm in the business incubator of the European Space Agency because when I was joining this charter, I realized, well, this is not an engineering problem, it's more an economic problem because we are not incentivizing the good thing. We are still in a global economy, not just in space, but in most economies, where it's like the person who is making the profit isn't really rewarded for going for the sustainable option. So my startup is called the Cosmic Guardian, and we are focusing on economic incentives for zero debris and space sustainability as much as possible, though we know that space sustainability as a whole thing is much bigger than what we are currently focusing on.
We're off to the races, as you would say. Amber McIntyre, you're with the Industry Association here, but you probably have a lot of, what do you say, like background that you might want to share that informs your opinion. Could you please get started on your perspective?
Absolutely. And thanks for having me, Dr. Nelson and Isabel. I really appreciate your comments. I agree with almost everything you said. So I'm Amber McIntyre. I'm the Senior Director for Civil Space at the Aerospace Industries Association. We're about a 100-year-old trade association. Our role is to lobby and advocate for America's aerospace and defense industry, and that absolutely includes space companies. Before then, I was the Director for International Space Policy at the White House on the National Space Council. Before then, I was a Senior Advisor to Administrator Bill Nelson at NASA and have spent most of my career at the State Department working in international affairs and foreign policy. So again, really appreciated Isabel's global perspective and being a part of this broader coalition for space safety and sustainability, because no one can make money in an environment that is inoperable. And so we have to figure out how can we balance safety, sustainability, and also profitability and like developing this economy. So Dr. Nelson, you mentioned the space comments and the space economy. I'm going to start with the space economy. The initial comments I have is that even the smartest people in the space industry, in government, space policy experts don't have consensus on what we're saying when we say the space economy. I would say it is still very ill-defined. I was late today because I was on a conversation with NASA's newest office of strategic capital. And this is a new office that was stood up in recognition that NASA has a role to play in enabling the growth of the space industry, of the commercial space industry. And so what that looks like is a lot of different things. But what it doesn't look like is NASA going out and spending taxpayer money on everything related to space. So we have, so a lot of my job, whether when I was at the White House, and it's kind of spilled in here, is understanding the roles and responsibilities for America's space ecosystem, but also how America fits into the global space ecosystem, and who is responsible for doing what from our government perspective. In the US, we are very, very fortunate to have a very robust, very mature space program that has enabled an industry to be born and to grow and to develop. But that did not happen by accident or without intention, right? We have space policy experts who understand the connection between what NASA needs to do and the fact that NASA, as a government agency, can't do everything alone, and that NASA is going to need private sector, commercial partners to meet their mission, but that also NASA is going to need the money from Congress to be able to fund their goals and their missions. So it really is an ecosystem that government is really at the center of, because the reality of the space economy is that the majority of the money being spent on the space missions that you and I love is government money, right? It's not money that just came from, an economy that scaled. It's government anchoring launch providers, companies that build satellites, companies that build sensors for their science in orbit or outer space. All of the little things that NASA is doing, most if not all of it is taxpayer funded. And so in our country, there is an assumption that Every dollar you spend that is collected from taxes needs to go for the best interest of the country, and ideally, depending on what you believe, the best interest of humanity to a certain degree. And we certainly see that play out in space. So I think for me, just being a part of conversations every day that help us understand that defining the space economy and evaluating that economy is still very elusive. I was a part of a conversation yesterday where the head of the Space Force Association asked a group of people, well, is Uber a part of the space economy? And I think depending on who you are, you want to argue both sides. I would argue that Uber is not a part of the space economy, because if you were to factor in Uber revenues and Uber profit into the space economic numbers, it would skew the numbers and it would make it seem like the space economy is valued higher than it really is, right? Uber is a lot of different things. Uber leverages space technology, i.e. GPS, to bring about a downstream service. But someone could sit, a very smart person could sit across the table from me and argue to me that Uber is a space company, right? So it's still like this debate about what is a space company? Because once you can identify a space company, you can identify how much money they're cycling, what their revenues are, and then you can start to evaluate the space economy. And when you evaluate the space economy, you can make all types of arguments for all types of things because now you have an economic case to make. Up until, I would say, the last 20 years, the case for space has been all about national security and exploration. This conversation about space for economic growth and commercial space is still very new, and it's happening alongside national level conversations at the UN and in places like the Artemis Accords about what nation states' responsibilities still are when it comes to space sustainability and safety. So it is a very dynamic time because there are a lot of conversations happening. And if we're talking about orbital debris, I think it's a perfect example because you have this tragedy of the commons where it's everybody's problem, but nobody's responsibility to fix. It's a very costly thing to take on, even the notion of orbital debris removal, which is one part of how we address this issue, not to mention who pays when everyone benefits. It's like this whole conversation we had back in the day about cars and safety and, you know, you're not going to expect an automobile manufacturer to decide where the stop signs go, right? You're not going to expect the person that builds the cars to also decide how long it takes you to sit at a red light or how to avoid collision on the roads using traffic lights and stop signs, right? That architecture, that basis is policy, is law, is regulation, and that's something that has to be done at the government level. So when you talk about space and economy and all this stuff, it is absolutely still very much a public-private partnership. Government can't do it without industry. Industry has no market without government. Now, there is a small sector of the space economy that is commercial to commercial, but oftentimes, more often than not, those partnerships still roll up to being a part of a government program or a government mission or providing capabilities to a government, even if it's not the US government, right? It could be the Japanese government, it could be ESA, it could be other places. So those partnerships matter a lot. And there are companies that are worried about orbital debris, worried about collisions, taking steps to honor international norms and also emerging law and policy in the US around how we mitigate orbital debris, how we build into our regulation, whether it's at the FAA or the FCC, or even at the Department of Commerce, how we build in rules to avoid adding more debris to LEO. So whether that's end of life requirements for your satellite, whether that's, other things that you can do to mitigate the chances, whether that's providing your data to a coalition of folks to be able to have that right situational awareness, to be able to communicate with each other, to be able to avoid when you can maneuver. Because to Isabel's earlier point, no, right now you can't necessarily refuel a satellite in space, but companies like Astroscale and Northrop Grumman are working every day to ensure that that's not our future. So once we do get to a point where we do have, you know, even if we got to a point tomorrow where every satellite that was licensed by the US government had a orbital mitigation debris plan, had an end of life plan, and had maneuverability. That would still only get us halfway there in terms of solving a problem because there's still so much legacy debris out there that we haven't figured out how to remove. So it's a bigger than life problem, and companies do care about it because especially companies that operate in LEO, Starlink, Amazon LEO, OneWeb, Viasat, all of these companies, they know the threat of Kessler effect. They understand that that will be millions of dollars in sunken costs if and when their satellite bus collides with someone else, right? And this is all through a civil space perspective. We haven't even talked about what this really means on the national security perspective and being able to ensure the safety of national security assets, ensure that we don't have an issue where GPS goes down for half of the world because a teacup-sized piece of debris ran into the constellation, right? So it's a big issue, and it is a problem because there are only a handful of companies that really see a business case to be made by establishing a business model just around orbital debris removal or mitigation. Astroscale is one of them. Starfish is one of them. Northrop Grumman has a program that is supposed to, refuel and stuff like that. And these companies have said it is worth it for us to do the R&D and the technology development to build these systems that can do this work because at a certain point we know that at least some governments are going to require satellites to be serviceable and interoperable because that really is the future. So we'll see how these companies grow over time. We'll see if they're successful over time because of widespread adoption of this idea that maneuverability is one way we address this issue. I think that's sort of where I see the intersection between commercialization and how we really address the orbital debris issue. I worry that something bad has to happen before anyone actually steps up and says, hey, we're going to fix it. Because really, to truly fix it, it's got to be multiple countries, multiple companies, a single vision of understanding of not just the opportunity, but the threat itself. China's got to be on board as the biggest debris producer in space. America absolutely has to be on board, and it has to be clear what's in it for everyone, and then the cost has to you have to make sense of the cost. Capitalism is so real, and the space economy is not happening in a vacuum. The same economic principles apply. So thinking about as a government, and I'm not government, I'm pointing to myself. I'm so used to being government, but I'm not government anymore. It's the government's responsibility to create an ecosystem that demands companies understand this and fall in line. Outer Space Treaty requires nations to authorize and supervise missions of their industry. So we all have that responsibility. In the US, we take it really seriously. When I was on the Space Council, we were so proud of the role that the United States was playing in promoting space safety and sustainability, the work that we were doing at the UN to bring together space situational awareness experts, work that we were doing with the Japanese and Indian delegations on how we look at this as a global issue. It was really something that we were really excited about and thought we would see a lot of progress on. And I think it's still happening. I think those conversations at a global scale are still happening, but I don't think with the same enthusiasm and excitement for safety, right? We're now in a position where we're talking about space superiority and space supremacy and space dominance, which sometimes feels like that means safety and sustainability has taken a back seat. But I don't think that's actually the case. I don't think that, I think the space industry is incredibly resilient to a lot of different things. And I think that the people that understand the threat also understand the urgency in addressing it. And then one last thing I think I'll just say about the bigger picture when it comes to the space global commons piece is when I was at NASA, I did a lot of work on the Artemis Accords, and I'm so excited to see African countries. I think Mauritius just joined, Botswana joined recently. This is how the conversation about lunar responsibility happens in a way that is equitable and fair, right? We had almost 71 countries are part of the Artemis Accords. 10% of those countries are actually, I don't know, I don't want to put numbers on it, but very few of those countries I would call actually spacefaring, right? Some of them are in the merging bucket. Some of them have more of a focus on space science and just leveraging space data, but they all have this interest in being a part of lunar exploration and being a part of this next era of how humans permanently live and work on the moon. If it weren't for the Accords, where else would these countries be able to weigh in on what they see as important, what they see as worth preserving, their plans for science, their plans and ideas and goals for lunar activity? So we're going to see how this plays out in terms of the moon, but no one owning the moon, but a lot of people wanting to leverage the moon for all of its benefits, including the economic benefits, including lunar resources that my opinion on this has changed, where I used to be staunchly kind of anti the use of lunar resources just because I can see how messy it gets. But there is a way to do it responsibly. There is a way to ensure that companies that make the investment to go to the lunar surface to, I don't know, gather regolith, to test that regolith, to figure out other purposes that it may have on the surface or back here on Earth, they should have the ability to leverage that capability and that resource toward their ends. That's what people do with the ocean. Just because you go and fish, you get that fish out of the ocean, you still don't own the ocean, but you do own the fish that you caught from the ocean. So I think we have to continue to think about things in that way, because my hope is that the humanity can explore space responsibly, safely, in a way that drives us all forward, in a way that has clear governance and laws applied to it, and that has clear enforcement and penalty measures. Because the other thing with space is it's so hard to truly regulate and it's so hard to enforce bad behavior in space now. But ideally, with space experts and lawyers and folks in this budding discipline of specialized diplomats who can really talk about space and what it means to share resources and what it means to share transportation and what it means to launch from this country versus this country. All of those things are coming into play in a way that is like, no one person is going to figure it out. No one country is going to figure it out. The UN alone is absolutely not going to figure it out. So it's going to have to be just a lot of different conversations that coalesce in the right way. It's going to take a lot of good leadership. And it's going to take the governments doing what they can do to ensure that space companies can survive the long haul. What I worry about is, like, right now, NASA's really focused on moon base. They're really focused on nuclear power and propulsion. They are all about getting to the lunar surface. That is the number one thing. But in 20 years from now, a company that said, okay, we're fully going to invest in the capabilities that NASA needs. But in 20 years from now, we get a new president or we get new political leadership that completely says the moon is useless. That company won't have any work to do. Or maybe they can pivot, but more than likely they can't, right? Science is very bespoke, it's very specialized. There's very few things that you will do in science that will apply terrestrially. So my goal, my hope is that we get some consistent leadership over the next 20, 30 years when it comes to space. Because these are long view missions, long view programs. And when you have to do starts and stops, or you have to pivot because there's a new leader or a new administrator, you really slow down progress. And more importantly, you slow down the ability for companies to grow. And so I want to be able to go out and talk to students and people and say, hey, the space economy is growing. There is a role for you in the space industry. It's an interdisciplinary field. And there is a shortage of people that can contribute to the space industry. We need all the minds that we can get. But I want to be able to do that with confidence, to say, hey, I may be recommending you this startup. I want to also have confidence that that startup is going to exist in 10 years. So if you do want to grow your career, you can. So it's all a web, it's all an ecosystem. Happy to take questions because there's so much more I can say, but it's very real.
I'm going to preface my question by saying today, our students who are participating in the African Parliament of the Future got started with the onboarding. And so tomorrow and Thursday, no, tomorrow is Thursday and Friday, we're going to have 2 days, 2 to 3 hours every day of debates and consensus building. And what they're going to be debating is what position African countries should take on public-private partnership, public-private people partnership. There's 3 different models that we've been talking about. So I'm excited to see what they're going to come up with, because what we're doing is very different from a traditional moot court. We're really putting in place a very African-centered approach to decision-making, which is consensus building. And one of the things that I got noted for when I applied to be in the diverse dozen in Ascend some years ago, I had put forward in that concept note a proposal for there to be a Space Futures Collaboratory. And it did get selected, and I did get highlighted, got a chance to speak. They flew me there, as they said, as one of the diverse dozen, somebody coming up with new ideas. And then the Saudi Space Agency invited me to Saudi Arabia to talk about space debris, and I pitched again, but then I didn't get any traction because, again, we're a small nonprofit research organization. We don't have backing. And I don't see, I haven't found the right person who can say what you're saying. So for me, as I would say, small startup, which is kind of not connected to people with the big bucks and not connected to big companies, even to join an industry association would be like a burden of money to pay for what I don't know. We're down to me. But concerned about human survival and beyond survival to thrival, my fear is that if there's not an intentional inclusion of voices like mine that's saying, before we go off and do things, we're talking about space debris, why could we not have all of these companies that are already spending billions on hardware, spend $100,000 a year and having a membership, they're spending that on ads alone. If they give me 10% of their advertising budget, if every defense company that's doing space for NASA gave me 10% of the advertising budget that they're spending on just putting pictures in the airport, right? To develop a Space Futures Collaboratory that will allow us to develop the simulation models and the simulation platforms, which might include even VR and AR and XR parts of it. That would be a shared global laboratory for exploring the second and third order consequences of decision making. I think that would do a good way, be a fantastic addition to our arsenal of decision making. But I fear that we're so intention on resource extraction, getting to the moon to resource extract, because what propelled me to go into space, one of the reasons, not the only one, was when I heard a company say, we have to get to the moon before China does because the moon is up there doing nothing. I really beg to differ. The moon actually is doing something. It's not up there, sitting up there, waiting for us to come and say, hey, we need your minerals. If the moon does not exist, we do not exist. The moon actually is a piece of the earth that blew off some billion years ago. And the moon is why we have gravity, why we have oceans, why we have the ecosystem that we have. And so for me, I think we have to broaden this discussion. And I tell people, we have to go smarter. And by smarter, I mean solidarity, mutuality, altruism in our approach, reciprocity, the trust factor, which we talked about in the last session. Then the R is H, a little bit of more humility will be helpful, right? E for equanimity and R for reverence. Because I think we've forgotten that also the moon is not just a physical object in our culture. We're going to have a culture war if we do not do the moon in a way that allows people for whom the moon represents a god, something to be worshipped. And here we go, coming to literally throw waste on it. or to dig it up. There's some tribes where you cannot dig the face of a mountain because that mountain is your God. So we might be setting ourselves up for a different kind of a dislocation between the people who believe in this thing and the people who have skepticism, if we don't take into account all the different varying points, and not because we can do something, we should. I don't believe we should be manning the moon, particularly. Now, I said, but if we have to mine the moon, however, why did you go and mine the dark side of the moon or the far side of the moon? It's not really dark. So it's the far side of the moon. Why would I say that? Because number one, we're not seeing it, right? So when we peer through our telescope, our high-powered telescope, we don't want to see any little dots that represent, some leftover shoe. There are really all these pieces of debris on the moon anyway. Do we want to have more on the moon, or should that be on the far side? The fact there is debris on the moon right now, which we cannot get rid of, is already a mental problem for many of us, right? So as someone who talks about going to the moon and living on the moon, I recognize it sounds like weird. How can I talk about going to the moon, living on the moon, but have complaints? But we could certainly be on the moon as an Earth defender, because we know how fragile our planet is. We've been limited in terms of our ability to actually monitor it as a whole system, and whole system including having the atmosphere as part of our ecosystem. And because we know the Earth moon is one ecosystem, why not start off with having the moon rather than talk about mining first? Why not set up the first environmental operations to just monitor the Earth ecosystem from the moon, while we have figure out what is the impact of all this back and forth of rockets and carbon dioxide, going off, and we can monitor what's happening to the atmosphere, what's happening to, anything impacting the outer atmosphere, while we work out the laws and the tools of how we're going to get, if there's any minerals that we need from the moon that we can get there. Or maybe the moon should just be a staging ground, because nobody cares if you go to the moon just to go to an asteroid. We really don't care. You can do that with no problems. But the moon is very different in people's hearts and minds. So as I'm saying this, I'd love to hear your response to that, because I think that is not put on the table often enough for us to really air it out, see the pros and cons of this perspective. I know I'm not the only one with this perspective, because I've been told I'm very brave to say these things in public in a room full of industry people. And I know normally when I say it with industry people, they look at me like I've grown two horns. But the reality is, what I said in one of my meetings was that you may think that a small person with no money is not a threat. But let me tell you that because all of this is cybersecurity and AI, somebody with very limited resources but a very sharp mind could take your system out.
Yeah.
On the basis of a spiritual, not only because they want to get money or because they care about, because it's spiritually against their belief system. So we really have to think through this very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a big thing to think about. I think that there's just a lot of contradictions we have to hold in the same container. And what I lose sleep about at night is that, like, we don't understand these problems terrestrially very well. We don't understand putting humanity first well on Earth. So to think that we're going to grow this new capability as a group of humans and export values that we only somewhat live on Earth to space is a long shot. I also think that it's inevitable that humans are going to go to the lunar surface, right? That is happening whether we want to or not. The billionaires have decided that that's what's happening. The powerful government leaders around the world have decided that's what's happening. So I do think, to your point of, if this is happening anywhere, where can we affect the most change? Where can we have the biggest impact in terms of understanding the sacred nature of space, understanding that space is a finite resource? People think of space as infinite, but there's an end, right? Thinking about a lot of this work will outlive us, right? It will outlive our systems, our contrived societal norms. Like, space is gonna outlive all of us. And so what does it mean to also do no harm for future generations? And what does it mean to leave decisions up to future generations as well? It's all very philosophical and spiritual, and it's very hard to get those types of arguments to land with the CEO who has 40,000 people that work for them across the United States. And his biggest issue today is he can't find enough valves. Talk about supply chain, Isabel. He can't find enough valves to finish his work order for his rockets that he already sold to NASA. So it's just a lot of disconnect, I think, with the folks who can see the bigger picture, with futurists who understand that nothing is really happening in a vacuum. It's all connected systems. And a part of me thinks that, like, a lot of this stuff, like forcing people to do right and be responsible, it has to be forced. It has to be incentives, disincentives, and penalties for not being responsible. Whether that's orbital debris, whether that's lunar mining, all of that. So we got to figure that out. And that's really the work of governments. What I have seen in space, though, is that companies can often take on characteristics of individuals, and there are companies that really do care, right? That want to be able to be responsible actors, support their country, bring pride and energy to their country, and be a part of the thing that protects their country, whether that's national security or being able to, detect the weather or do like whatever that protection, whatever that security looks like. There are companies that truly full-throated want to be a part of the solution, want to be a part of Space for Humanity portfolio, right? And I don't get to even say these words a lot because it's just not the focus. But I think in a perfect world where like resources were unlimited and you had all the time and money to hop on a plane and meet with as many people as you wanted to, you would meet people who understood where you were coming from, who had the same vision for the future that you had. And maybe 1 out of 1,000 people could have enough influence to actually move the needle in that direction. So it's also about just knowing where we can control and where we can't. And then, some of it's coalition building, some of it is just getting the message out there as much as you can until somebody hears it. And maybe they don't hear it this year, maybe they don't hear it in this administration, maybe they don't hear it, for a while. But it's our role to put it out there. Like, I just think about like, what is within my responsibility? What can I do? And the things that I have decided I can do is advocate for capacity building on the continent so that at some point, African nations have sovereign space programs that rely on no other countries, that don't rely on the US, that don't rely on China, that is self-reliant or that is regionally reliant. I have this vision of, the African Space Agency superseding what NASA has been able to do, going to different galaxies, doing deep space science that nobody else has ever done. I might not be allowed to see that future, but there are things that I can do that I hope when I'm no longer here affect change in that way. But yeah, it's a hard thing because, and people in the space industry, they're not all futurists, right? You might think, oh, if you're in space, you care about the future. That's not necessarily true. And there are also people in the space industry who think so far beyond their own project or mission that they're on right now, right? There are people who have worked in NASA their whole lives toward one dream, toward one bit of information that they were curious about in the universe. So there is this level of spirituality in the space industry, but there's no time to talk about it. There's no time to care about it. It doesn't result in partnerships, money, contracts, procurements, like the things that make companies move. So the conversation ends up being had, when it's had at all, at the government table. And that's still not enough. So it's something we could think about and talk about all the time.
Yeah, I want to hear from Isabel because she said something about this commission. Was it a council, a commission? What was it? And does that still exist? That this space debris grouping in Europe?
The charter, yeah.
Yeah, sure, it does. And by now it has over 100-something signatures already internationally, not just European actors, but globally. I know that we have also people from JAXA join some of the meetings as well. So it is becoming a global initiative, the charter. It's non-binding though. Hence, I developed my startup based on this idea of, hey, we need to incentivize that. So what we are doing is we have been building a community for the past 3 years, more or less. I have been touring the world. I've been speaking in Hong Kong, in Las Vegas, in Europe, in Germany, like different countries on gathering people together who care and who want to find solutions for it. So the charter still exists, is non-binding, but we are building incentives so at least we can give the pull factor for operators. So it will be, they get some kind of reward to do it. It doesn't compensate for the lack of enforcement. That's what Amber said before, right? There needs to be all the penalties for non-compliance with like some basic requirements. But unfortunately, as we can see in like climate regulation and so on, that may not come. So what we do is like, at least we can offer these economic incentives for the actors who choose to comply with principles from the charter, with technical recommendations from that charter. So that's what our company focuses on. And something else that I wanted to highlight, because I know the frustration that comes up when we are talking about certain powerful governance that basically act like they own space or like companies, right? Of course, there's only so much smaller actors can do unless they learn how to unite, right? So there's only so much money that one individual actor can gain and invest. But if a lot of people globally choose to invest together or choose to develop capabilities together, that is a significant number of investment that can come together. So I have to leave in a short amount of time, but I want to mention that. So
yeah, I definitely want to get so that we come to the end anyway, but I wanted to say this is an unfinished conversation. It's actually the beginning of the conversation because now that I know this charter exists, I think we have to have a meeting of the minds. Let's talk after this to figure out how do we get more US entities to even know that it exists? Because many people in the US just only focus on what the US is doing. How do we get people in the global south, other countries that have things to begin to have, if not the governments, have the people like me and you. So it may not be the government person, but it has to start somewhere. How do we get the young students who are just finishing school, who are doing startups in Africa, in Asia, to know that this charter exists so that they can be part of this community so we can think about how do we solve the problem? Because what you said is very important. If many people come together to do it, it's going to happen. That's the proposal I made in the last Space Renaissance International Summit, for there to be a people-based company where people actually invest in a company where we get to have, well, we don't have a stake, we don't have anything really, but we get to at least know that our dollar is being spent in a way that is about caring for our moon earth ecosystem and doing the moon a new way. So I want to thank you so much, Isabel Mario, for joining us.
I want to just highlight something, sorry, because I got interrupted. So I just want to say there doesn't have to be a company for that. There are things like DAOs. So like the Moondao already used this kind of fundraising in order to send people to space. They're soon sending Friend Right to Space, who has discovered the overview effect. I just dropped my link in the chat. So for anyone who wants to sign up to our community, they can do that. It would be great to explore further this idea of DAOs for managing the commons, for investing together in space exploration and certain missions that actually have a benefit for the people, where people can make proposals, they can vote on proposals, they can collectively invest in those proposals. So that's just a quick point I wanted to make today. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isabel. And thank you so much, Emma McIntyre. The both of you have brought some rich information to the front. I am full. I'm excited. I'm really happy that despite the challenges of keeping this community going for the benefit of Africa and African futures, but when we look at AU 2063 and the fact that Africa Space Agency now exists, that Mauritius and Botswana just joined Artemis, we have only begun to touch the surface of this. So Space Ungana certainly has a role to play in the people education, the engineers, the technology, the social people. And if any of you have time, this platform, spaceungana.org, is open for the entire month because it's a month of activities. Please join us. We have events happening every week. And next week in particular, we're going to be having our online Global Moonrise Party on July 30th. So all our speakers will get an invitation to participate and just hang out together. When the moon is up in your time of the day, wherever in the world you are, you go through, take a picture, you post it, and we make this big quilt. We got to build a planetary community so that when something happens, we're really organized. And the best way to do it is with a good party, right? As a true Caribbean person, we have to have a party in there somewhere, right? So thank you so much again, and for taking time to join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So folks, this is it. This is it. Ain't no mistake for you, brother. This is it. Okay, so I'm singing. I probably should not be singing. It's not really my strongest forte. But my friends, this is it. We're on day 3 of a 30-day exploration of our futures in space. We began with our usual Space Futures Forum on International Moon Day, which is July the 20th. And what have we learned in these 3 days of conversation? I think as I bring this part of our journey to a close, we should all understand from this that the future of space is not simply about rockets or satellites or destinations. It's really about us as humans and who we want to become or who we choose to become as we expand beyond our home planet. Over the last 3 days, we have talked to people from around the world. And in speaking to them on Monday, we talked about lunar futures. Yesterday, we talked about the space for the SDGs. And today, we talked about space sustainability and exploration. And we have explored the moon, not just as a distant object in our night sky, but the fact that it really is humanity's next shared frontier. As you would have heard over the course of these 3 days, that whether you personally may want to deal with it or not, there is no turning back from this idea that humans will be a spacefaring civilization. Our return to the moon will be permanent. And so as somebody who has expressed the desire to be the first Jamaican on the moon, and now have put out the vision of Lunaria, the first people-owned settlement on the moon, as opposed to owned by a company, but owned by 1 million or more humans coming together to do this. I feel that we're at the beginning of a conversation that really could take real roots and create real fruit. Because we've heard from people across the spectrum, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, educators, and they have together challenged us to look out into the future in new ways. And what are some of the things that have emerged? Number one, we know that space is no longer the domain of a few nations. So we have not just the European powerhouses and spacefaring companies, but Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Smaller countries in those countries have a place to play. We just heard, for example, that Mauritius and Botswana have joined the Artemis Accord. Mauritius has put a satellite up, and Botswana has also done that. And so they're now on the round 2 of their satellite experimentations. Second, we must agree that sustainability has to become the foundation of what we're building. We can make a whole song about we cannot repeat beyond Earth the mistakes we have made on Earth. It's about signing our death warrant if we do that. So whether we're talking about orbital debris or space traffic management or energy systems on the moon or in orbit or habitat design on a replacement for the ISS, we have to embrace the mindset of stewardship from the very beginning, of recognizing that we are because Earth is, right? And Earth is because Moon is. Sustainability is not an optional feature of the future. Sustainability has to be viewed as the operating principle, right? Now, third, technology alone is not going to secure humanity's future in space. Yes, we're going to have AI and we can do digital twins and advanced communications, but the technology has to be driven by our common ethics, responsibility, and human values. We have got to do space smarter, right? It's not about just building intelligent systems. We have to become wise societies, right? Recognize that we're in it together. So we have to become smarter, move forward from a base of sustainability, mutuality, altruism, reciprocity, trust, humanity, equanimity, and above all, respect and reverence. Fourth, collaboration is going to be our greatest technology. Every major achievement that we have made in space so far, right? And the ISS was a major achievement for space. All of us in the world were so happy to see Russians and Americans in the height of the Cold War living together in space. It gave us hope that we were not going to self-destruct. And so as we think about closing down the ISS, we have to find a way to repeat that experiment in a new way and demonstrate that we can collaborate. The future Earth Moon economy will require and must be done through unprecedented cooperation among governments, universities, industry, civil society, international organizations, grassroots organizations even, because if we try to go it alone, we will not go very far. We might indeed go only as far as our doom. But if we try to do this together, we will indeed survive our terrible genius. Fifth, inclusion, diversity, and equity is not about charity. It is strategy. It's a strategy to get to the collaboration, to get to the security, to get to the sustainability that we need to ensure our survival on this planet. As we know, there is no planet B. I don't care what we're seeing. Maybe in about the year 5,000, we'll find a new one, but in our lifetime, there's no planet B. And for the children born today, who are only going to be 80-something years old in the year 2100, up at the end of this century, there is no planet B. And so the future requires us to include new voices and new ideas and new innovators. And this is why we are creating a foundation for work on the UN Pact for the Future, the UN Digital Compact, and the UN Future Generation Declaration. Because those three documents are the pillars on which we will become a spacefaring society, a spacefaring civilization, a spacefaring civilization that will allow us to thrive into the far future. And so our most important lesson, if we want to bring it all together as one, is to recognize that the future of the moon is not separate from the future of Earth. And indeed, the future of space is not separate from the future of Earth or of Earth. Because every conversation we have had in the last 3 days about going to the moon, being on the moon, has also been a conversation about life here on our home planet Earth. Here as Terrans, the new term that is going about in the alternative planetary futures communities. Terrans, not Earthlings, not just human beings, but Terrans, people who happen to live on Earth, because soon we'll have Lunarians who live on the moon, the Martians who live on Mars, and soon could be 100 years, but you get what I mean. And so the conversation is about creating peace on Earth through building resiliency, sustainability, making sure we have the education to do the innovation we need to create the shared prosperity. And so how we choose to go forward to build our companies, our startups, our research partnerships, our industry partnerships, our multilateral partnerships. How we choose to do these things to explore space together will reflect how we are going to live together here on Earth. Because if we're able to come together to do research across the borders and boundaries of geography and brand name and gender and race and tribal affiliation and nationality and all the other ways in which we divide ourselves as a species, we're going to, because we want to get that brightest mind to the table, that wisest voice in the room, then we're going to do in such a way that we surely will create the flourishing future we want. And so as we leave this forum, the end of these 3 days of conversation, of dialogue at Space Ungana, where Ungana is a Swahili word that means together. As we leave this 3 days of Space Futures Forum, let us remember the future is not something that happens to us. It is something that we create through decisions we make today. And so let us continue to build partnerships across the continents, across the boundaries of time and space, and across the world that we live in. And so folks, thank you for being here, for being a part of this conversation. And as I close out, I would like to share with you the message from the chairperson of the founder of International Moon Day. So let me see if I can bring that up. So we'll have it to take us out. This is from Giuseppe Ribaldi, the founder of International Moon Day, who had a vision.
So good morning.
Who had a vision to make this a reality. And through the platform of International Moon Day, we're learning to create the community that will allow us to live together. So let me bring this up to take us out.
Good evening to everyone. I am Giuseppe Ribaldi, and I'm the president of the Moon Village Association. Let me first of all thank all the organizers around the world for being part of the International Moon Day and for all the events that they are organizing. The Moon Village Association is an NGO which is registered in Vienna in 2017 and is acting as a unique platform to bring together space agency, government, industry representative, academia, international organization, and the public to discuss and conduct peaceful lunar exploration and utilization. It is a unique organization, and we had developing several activities, which is ranging from technical to economic, as well as to culture. But many details can be seen on the MVA website. MVA is also a permanent observer at the United Nations COPUOS, and in that respect has an important function and has given strong, important contribution. And one of these contributions is the proposal to set up, create the International Moon Day. And this has been approved in a very fast way from the General Assembly in 2021. So detail of the International Moon Day and the team, as well as all other information related to the International Moon Day, will be delivered by the chairman of the International Moon Day, Dr. Nasser Al-Saad. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the participants of this event. It's important that once a year, at least, people from all the world take the time to discuss within themselves and with the public what does it mean going forward to the moon, and what does it mean for humanity to harvest resources of the moon in a fair and sustainable way. Thank you, and I wish all of you a happy International Moon Day.